तो गाइस हेलो नमस्कार, एक बार फिर स्वागत है आपका लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग क्रिकेट में। तो यहाँ पर चल रहा है सेकंड टेस्ट मैच का फोर्थ डे, इंग्लैंड और वेस्ट इंडीज के बीच। और फोर्थ डे का मैच ऑलरेडी शुरू हो गया है। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड जो है अभी बॉलिंग करने आए हैं। उनने अभी तक, मैं आपको स्कोर एक बार अपडेट कर देता हूँ, आज 1 रन बनाया है अभी तक। 33 रन पर 1 विकेट है वेस्ट इंडीज का। और इंग्लैंड ने बनाए थे अपनी पहली इनिंग में 469 रन। तो गाइस एक बार मैं आपको स्कोर अपडेट कर देता हूं। तो पहली इनिंग में जो था 469 रन बनाए थे इंग्लैंड ने, जिसमें बेन स्टोक्स थे हाईएस्ट स्कोरर। 176 रन उन्होंने बनाए थे। और दूसरे जो हाईएस्ट स्कोरर थे इंग्लैंड की तरफ से, डोमिनिक सिबले, आप यहाँ पर उनका फोटो देख सकते हैं, ओपनर वो आए थे। 120 रन उन्होंने बनाए थे। तो गाइस एक बार फिर आपके लिए लेकर आए हैं लाइव क्रिकेट स्ट्रीमिंग। इंग्लैंड वर्सेस वेस्ट इंडीज का फोर्थ डे का टेस्ट मैच खेला जा रहा है। टेस्ट मैच 2 है। पहला मैच वेस्ट इंडीज ने जीता था 5th डे जाकर। 200 रनों का टारगेट था लास्ट डे में। बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से उन्होंने मैच जीत लिया था। 4 विकेट पर 4 विकेट से वो मैच जीता था। और ये दूसरा टेस्ट मैच है जिसमें इंग्लैंड ने बहुत ही अच्छी अपनी पोजीशन बना ली है, क्योंकि इंग्लैंड ने अपनी पहली इनिंग में बनाए हैं आज, मतलब आज के जो स्टार्टिंग के 2 दिन थे इस टेस्ट मैच के, उन्होंने 469 रन बनाए इंग्लैंड ने, जिसमें हाईएस्ट स्कोरर रहे उनके कैप्टन बेन स्टोक्स, जिन्होंने बनाए थे 176 रन। और सिबले जो थे, डोमिनिक सिबले, उन्होंने बनाए थे 120 रन। तो उन दोनों के हाईएस्ट, मतलब हाई स्कोर की तरफ से इंग्लैंड पहुंच गया था 469 रन। उन्होंने 9 विकेट पर पारी वहां पर डिक्लेयर कर दी थी अपनी। और इसके बाद अगली इनिंग जब हम बात करते हैं वेस्ट इंडीज की, जब बैटिंग आई, लास्ट सेशन था सेकंड डे का, जब वेस्ट इंडीज को बैटिंग दी गई डिक्लेयर करके पारी को, तो वहां पर 1 विकेट वेस्ट इंडीज गंवा चुकी थी। और इसके बाद थर्ड डे का जो गेम होने वाला था, यानी कि कल बीता हुआ कल जब यह थर्ड डे का मैच होने वाला था, वो मैच नहीं हो पाया ड्यू टू रेन कंडीशन। ज़्यादा बारिश थी, इस वजह से कल का पूरा दिन धुल गया उसमें, तो एक दिन का लॉस हुआ इस टेस्ट मैच को। और कल के दिन यानी थर्ड डे जो था, उस दिन एक भी बॉल नहीं फेंकी गई। तो वेस्टइंडीज यहाँ से मुझे लगता है कि वेस्टइंडीज चाहेगी कि इस मैच को कैसे भी करके ड्रॉ कराया जाए, क्योंकि जीतना उनके लिए मुश्किल है बहुत ही ज़्यादा। 2 ही दिन बचे हैं, तो वेस्टइंडीज यहाँ से विनिंग की तरफ तो नहीं देखेगी किसी भी हालत में। वेस्टइंडीज यहाँ से देखेगी सिर्फ कैसे भी करके इस मैच को ड्रॉ कराया जाए, और इंग्लैंड की पूरी कोशिश होगी कि इन 2 दिनों में कैसे भी करके वेस्ट इंडीज के जो बैट्समैन हैं उनको 2 बार आउट करना है उनको, यानी 2 बार 2 इनिंग खिलवा कर आउट करना है अगर ये मैच उनको जीतना है। अगर कल बारिश नहीं होती तो कल काफ़ी ज़्यादा चांसेस थे कि 3 दिनों में ऐसा इंग्लैंड की टीम कर पाती, लेकिन अब क्योंकि एक दिन गया, और मैं लाइव एक बार बता देता हूँ, अभी अभी एक जस्ट कैच छूटा है। जोसेफ जो नाइट राइडर के रूप में आए थे, वो उनका जस्ट एक कैच छूटा है। बॉलर ने बॉल फेंकी थी, अच्छी बॉल थी, हाइट सीने तक उनके बॉल गई और स्लिप में गया था वो कैच, और स्लिप में वो कैच छूटता हुआ, बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट कैच नहीं था, लेकिन फिर भी वो कैच फिलहाल छूट गया। तो दूसरा विकेट लेने का जो चांस था यहाँ पर इंग्लैंड की तरफ से, वो फिलहाल के लिए छोड़ दिया है इंग्लैंड ने। तो मैं आपको बता रहा था कि मैच जो चल रहा था पहले दिन, दूसरे दिन इस टेस्ट मैच के वेस्टइंडीज की बैटिंग आई थी, जिसमें एक विकेट वेस्टइंडीज ने गंवा दिया था, और तीसरे दिन एक भी बॉल नहीं फेंकी गई। इसकी वजह से वेस्ट इंडीज चाहेगी यहाँ से कि मैच को ड्रॉ कराना, वेस्ट इंडीज को काफ़ी ज़्यादा फायदा हुआ है बारिश की वजह से। अब बचे हैं सिर्फ इस मैच में दिन बचे हैं, फोर्थ और फिफ्थ डे। आज फोर्थ डे है, तो देखते हैं कि गेम कहाँ लेकर जाता है। हमारा जो प्रिडिक्शन बता रहा है उसके हिसाब से यह मैच ड्रॉ होने वाला है, क्योंकि मुश्किल है काफ़ी यहाँ से जीतना वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए, और इंग्लैंड के लिए भी मुश्किल थोड़ा इसलिए है क्योंकि इनकी 2 पारियों को उन्हें आउट करना है। अभी फर्स्ट इनिंग ही चल रही है, एक ही विकेट हुआ है वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम का। ब्रैथवेट खेल रहे हैं 11 रन बनाकर, और जोसेफ जो नाइट राइडर में आए थे वो 20 रन बनाकर। इसी बीच एक बाउंड्री यहाँ पर हमको दिखाई देती हुई, एक बाउंड्री आती हुई, फिक्स वॉक्स बॉल फेंक रहे हैं। उन्होंने लेग साइड में बॉल फेंकी और उन्होंने ग्लांस किया सिर्फ ब्रैथवेट ने, और एक बाउंड्री यहाँ पर मिल गई। जोसेफ खेल रहे हैं 20 रन बनाकर, और ब्रैथवेट खेल रहे हैं 15 रन बनाकर। क्रिस वॉक्स का यह आखिरी ओवर खत्म हुआ। तो गाइस वेलकम टू लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग कमेंट्री अपडेट। मैं हूं आपका दोस्त शैलेंद्र और स्वागत करता हूं आप सभी का आज के लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग में। स्कोर एक बार आपको जरूर अपडेट करूंगा मैं यहाँ पर। इंग्लैंड ने अपनी पहली इनिंग में बनाए हैं 469 रन 9 विकेट के नुकसान पर और वेस्ट इंडीज अभी खेल रही है अपनी दूसरी इनिंग में 50 रन ऑलरेडी वेस्ट इंडीज ने यहाँ पर बना लिए हैं और अभी वेस्ट इंडीज को फिर भी बनाने हैं 419 रन। एक बहुत ही बड़ा स्कोर। डे 4 चल रहा है। डे 4 के बाद में डे 5 ही सिर्फ बचा है। तो यहाँ से वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए मैच जीतना बहुत ही मुश्किल मेरे हिसाब से। हमारे हिसाब से जो हमारा प्रेडिक्शन है उसके हिसाब से इस मैच का रिजल्ट आना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, क्योंकि ये मैच जो है ड्रॉ होने की कंडीशन में है। यहाँ से दोनों बार वेस्ट इंडीज को सिर्फ एक ही कंडीशन हो सकती है इंग्लैंड के जीतने की। अगर वो वेस्ट इंडीज को 2 बार लगातार आउट कर दे जल्दी जल्दी 2 दिनों में, लेकिन वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए भी यह मुश्किल हो जाएगा। और इस बीच अगर थोड़ी भी बारिश हो गई तो ये वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा होगा। लेकिन अगर इंग्लैंड थोड़ी अच्छी बॉलिंग करता है और इन दोनों इनिंग्स को वेस्ट इंडीज की उड़ा देता है, जल्दी से आउट कर देता है, तो वो थोड़े बहुत चांस बनते हैं इंग्लैंड के लिए, क्योंकि इंग्लैंड ने बैटिंग बहुत अच्छी की थी। बेन स्टोक्स 176 रन उन्होंने बनाए थे, तो उनका जो मेहनत था पूरा पानी में चला जाएगा अगर ये मैच ड्रॉ हो गया तो, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वेस्ट इंडीज एक मैच जीत चुकी है और एक मैच जीत चुकी है, एक मैच इंग्लैंड हार चुकी है। तो इस इनिंग में इस मैच को जीतने का बहुत ही ज़्यादा इच्छा रहेगी इंग्लैंड की तरफ से कि इस मैच को कैसे भी करके जीता जाए, क्योंकि उनकी बैटिंग बहुत ही अच्छी हुई है, जिसमें डोमिनिक सिबले जो थे उन्होंने बनाए थे 120 रन का विशाल स्कोर और 176 बनाए थे बैन स्टोक्स ने। तो दोनों बैट्समैन चाह रहे होंगे कि हमारी मेहनत बेकार नहीं जाए, बॉलर्स कैसे भी करके ये दो दो इनिंग वेस्ट इंडीज की जल्द से जल्द खत्म कर दे। लेकिन यहाँ से बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल लग रहा है। आज का दिन काफी अच्छा है, कल का दिन बारिश की वजह से थर्ड डे का गेम नहीं हो पाया, लेकिन आज का दिन बहुत ही अच्छा है। अभी तक बारिश का कुछ असर दिख नहीं रहा है, वेदर फोरकास्ट में भी यही दिखाया गया था। वेदर का फोरकास्ट में भी यही दिखाया गया था कि आज का दिन अच्छा रहेगा, अब ये दोनों दिन अच्छे रहेंगे। तो इंग्लैंड यही चाहता है कि ये दोनों दिन पूरे दिन का मैच हो, लेकिन वेस्टइंडीज चाहेगा कि कैसे भी करके इस गेम को ड्रॉ कराया जाए, क्योंकि यहाँ से वेस्टइंडीज के जीतने के चांसेस बहुत ही कम है। सबसे पहले इतना लंबा स्कोर बनाना, उनको लीड देना और फिर उसके बाद में मैच को जीतना सिर्फ 2 दिनों में दोनों टीम के लिए मुश्किल है काफ़ी। लेकिन फिर भी टीमें ट्राई कर रही है, गेम है। और यहाँ पर प्रेडिक्शन की अगर बात करते हैं तो यहाँ से लग रहा है कि ये मैच जरूर ड्रॉ होगा। हमारे जो व्यूवर्स हैं मैं उनसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि वो किस टीम को सपोर्ट करते हैं। क्या वो इंग्लैंड को सपोर्ट करने वाले व्यूवर्स हैं यहाँ पर, या वो चाहते हैं कि वेस्ट इंडीज टीम जीते। दोनों टीमों में से कौन। थोड़ा सा कुछ टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हमारे साथ में चल रहा है। तो गाइस मैच यहाँ पर बहुत ही अच्छा चल रहा है दोनों टीम के हिसाब से। अभी तक यहाँ जो मैं लाइव स्कोर देख रहा हूँ 57 रन बना लिए हैं इस इनिंग में। जोसेफ भी खेल रहे हैं जो नाइट वॉचमैन में आए थे, अभी तक वो भी आउट नहीं हुए हैं। और दूसरी तरफ ब्रैथवेट जो 18 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं। जोसेफ ने बना लिए हैं 25 रन। लास्ट ओवर था, अभी भी चल रहा है ब्रॉड का। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड जो है बॉल फेंक रहे हैं 7.3 अभी तक उन्होंने ओवर फेंके हैं, विकेट नहीं मिला है। 26 रन उन्होंने दिया। एक अगली बॉल और यहाँ पर कट लगा और थर्ड स्लिप के पास से बॉल निकल गई। थर्ड स्लिप और गली के बीच में से बॉल निकल गई बाउंड्री के लिए। जोसेफ एक बार फिर से आउट होते होते यहाँ पर बच गए। अच्छी बॉल थी स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड की, लेकिन जोसेफ लकी रहे आज यहाँ और जोसेफ का विकेट होते होते बच गया। अच्छी बॉल थी, ऑफ स्टंप के पास में थी, गुडलैंड बॉल थी, आउट स्विंग होती हुई और कट लगा, एज लगा। थर्ड स्लिप और गली के बीच में से ये बॉल निकलती हुई और एक बाउंड्री मिल गई यहाँ पर जोसेफ को। वो एक अच्छा कैच का चांस था, थोड़ा सा दूर रह गया थर्ड स्लिप के खिलाड़ी से, लेकिन फिर भी जोसेफ के लिए यह जीवन दान। और जोसेफ यहाँ पर अभी 29 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं। बहुत ही अच्छा स्कोर यहाँ पर जोसेफ के लिए हो गया है, लेकिन पार्टनरशिप ये 45 रन हो गई है 61 बॉलों में। अब इंग्लैंड के लिए सिर दर्द थोड़ा थोड़ा लग रहा है, क्योंकि इंग्लैंड को अब जल्द से जल्द यहाँ पर विकेट लेना होंगे। और जोसेफ ने एक और शानदार स्ट्रोक लगाया है अभी कवर्स की तरफ में, ये स्ट्रोक लगाया लॉन्ग वन कवर्स के आसपास और 2 रन यहाँ पर मिल गए जोसेफ को। तो जोसेफ भी एक अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं, जिस हिसाब से वो बैटिंग कर रहे हैं, जिस हिसाब से वो टेक्निकली शॉट लगा रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने एक अच्छा शॉट लगाया। अभी निजी स्कोर अगर जोसेफ की बात करें तो 31 रन। वो ब्रॉड को भी उन्होंने लास्ट एक बाउंड्री मिली है उनके ओवर में, और एक ये कवर्स की तरफ कवर और लॉन्ग वन की तरफ में थोड़ा सा ये स्ट्रोक मारा, जिसकी वजह से उन्हें 2 रन मिले। तो अभी तक पर्सनल सेल्फ कहना चाहिए, उनके खुद के रन जो हो गए हैं जोसेफ के, वो हो गए हैं 31 रन। अच्छा खेल रहे हैं यहाँ से जोसेफ। ब्रॉड को थोड़ा कुछ अलग करना होगा इस खिलाड़ी के लिए, अगर उन्हें इसका विकेट चाहिए तो। क्योंकि जैसा मुझे पता है जोसेफ बेसिकली एक बॉलर है, और बॉलर होके अगर वो 31 रन बना सकते हैं तो यह अगली टीम के लिए एक सिरदर्द जैसा ही साबित होता है। दूसरी तरफ जमे हुए हैं ब्रैथवेट, और स्कोर हो गया है यहाँ पर 63 पर 1। लास्ट बॉल पर 2 रन। तो यह 20 ओवर फिनिश हो चुके हैं अभी तक, और जोसेफ खेल रहे हैं और सामने खेल रहे हैं ब्रैथवेट। और बॉलिंग पे अभी थे ब्रॉड। अभी देखते हैं अगला बॉलिंग चेंज किसको लाया जाएगा। अभी इंग्लैंड की जल्द से जल्द कोशिश की जाएगी, कि इंग्लैंड चाहेगी कि जल्द से जल्द यहाँ से विकेट निकाला जाए, और वेस्टइंडीज यही चाहेगी कैसे भी करके यह 2 दिन जो है जल्दी से जल्दी निकाल दिए जाए। और मिस्टर दीपेश जैन हमारे बीच में है। दीपेश जैन जी, आपको स्कोर में एक बार अपडेट कर देता हूँ। 63 पे 1 का स्कोर दिखा रहा है 19.5 ओवर में। 20 ओवर में 67 पर 1 यह फाइनल स्कोर है। अभी 21 ओवर स्टार्ट होने वाला है, और जोसेफ खेल रहे हैं एक साइड में, और जोसेफ खेल रहे हैं दूसरी तरफ खेल रहे हैं ब्रैथवेट। बॉलिंग पे आज अभी ब्रॉड ने अपना ओवर फिनिश किया है। अभी देखते हैं कि बॉलिंग पर इंग्लैंड की टीम किसको लेकर आती है। तो कल के बारे में बता दूं, कल हुई थी बारिश, जिसकी वजह से थर्ड डे का गेम नहीं हो पाया। वेस्ट इंडीज को अभी भी यहाँ से 402 रन ट्रायल बाय है, यानी वेस्ट इंडीज को अभी भी 402 रन पीछे है इंग्लैंड के स्कोर से। ब्रैथवेट 18 रन पर खेल रहे हैं, जोसेफ 31 पर खेल रहे हैं। टोटल ट्रायल बाय है 402। आज का फर्स्ट सेशन यहाँ पर 4 डे का चल रहा है। इस फर्स्ट सेशन में अभी तक एक भी विकेट नहीं किया है। रन जरूर गए हैं, 32 से स्टार्ट किया था, अभी तक 67 हो चुके हैं। तो अच्छा रन रेट आ रहा है। जोसेफ थोड़ा तेज खेल रहे हैं, 38 बॉलों पर 31 रन बनाकर वो खेल रहे हैं। और दूसरी तरफ है ब्रैथवेट, जो कि ओपनर थे, और बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से वो भी जमे हुए हैं, अपना विकेट नहीं देना चाहते। यहाँ पे मैं रणनीति की थोड़ी सी बात कर लेता हूँ। वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम यही चाहेगी कि जल्द से जल्द अपने विकेट ना दिए जाए, और कैसे भी करके ये मैच को अपने ड्रॉ कराया जाए जल्द से जल्द। और दूसरी तरफ इंग्लैंड की टीम ये चाहेगी कि कैसे भी करके यहाँ से विकेट लिए जाए जल्दी से जल्दी, ताकि मैच में उनकी दोनों इनिंग खत्म कर सके वेस्ट इंडीज की और जीतने का कुछ चांस बने। लेकिन ऑलरेडी क्योंकि एक दिन पूरा खराब हो गया है, कल का दिन तीसरा दिन कोई भी बॉल नहीं फेंकी गई थी बारिश की वजह से, तो अब यहाँ से चांसेस थोड़े कम होते हुए क्रिस वॉक्स बॉलिंग पर आए हैं अपना अगला ओवर लेकर। आउट स्विंग होती हुई बॉल दिख रही है, काफी अच्छी स्विंग हो रही है बॉल, लेकिन बैट्समैन भी जमे हुए हैं काफी अच्छे से, विकेट नहीं दे रहे हैं। और वेस्ट इंडीज की रणनीति यहाँ से 100% यही रहेगी कि कैसे भी करके 2 दिन निकाल दिया जाए खेल खेल के और यहाँ से विकेट ना दी जाए। व्यूअर्स आप बताइए, आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट करते हैं? यहाँ पर वेस्ट इंडीज को आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं इंग्लैंड को? और एक बहुत ही अच्छी बॉल फेंकी, थोड़ी पैरों के पास थी, ओवर पिच थी, आउट स्विंग थी और ब्रैथवेट के बैट के पास से निकल गई। विकेट हालांकि टच नहीं हुआ बॉल बैट पर, लेकिन फिर भी एक अच्छी बॉल थी, आउट स्विंग होती हुई। वॉक्स को अच्छा स्विंग मिल रहा है, वॉक्स को खेलना थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर मुश्किल हो रहा है ब्रैथवेट के लिए। व्यूअर्स बताइए, आप कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? यहाँ पर इंग्लैंड को आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वेस्ट इंडीज को? और आपको क्या लगता है कि आज दोनों में से कौन सी टीम ये टेस्ट मैच जीतने वाली है? पहला टेस्ट मैच वेस्ट इंडीज ने जीता था, एक और अच्छी बॉल इसी बीच गुड लेंथ बॉल थी, आउट स्विंग बॉल थी, ब्रैथवेट ने उसे जाने दिया कीपर के पास। वेस्टइंडीज को अभी भी यहाँ पर चाहिए 402 रन। ब्रैथवेट 18 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ है जोसेफ जो 31 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं। और यहाँ से वेस्ट इंडीज टीम की पूरी जो इच्छा है वही यही चाहेगी कि यह मैच को कैसे भी करके ड्रॉ कराया जाए। यहाँ पर क्रिकेट लवर्स जरूर हमारे साथ होंगे और वो मैं जानना चाहता हूँ क्रिकेट लवर्स कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? यहाँ पर क्या इंग्लैंड के सपोर्टर्स हमारे साथ हैं और या फिर हमारे साथ में है वेस्ट इंडीज के सपोर्टर, और या फिर यहाँ पर ड्रीम 11 खेलने वाले भी लोग हैं जो प्लेयर सिलेक्ट करते हैं और चाहते हैं कि आज उनकी टीम के जो खिलाड़ी हैं बहुत ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रन बनाए ताकि वो टूर्नामेंट को जीत सके। एक अच्छी बॉल, एक और इसको खाली छोड़ा, कीपर के पास जाने दिया, तो ओवर एक और खत्म हुआ। यहाँ पर ओवर खत्म होने के बाद में 21 ओवर यहाँ पर जा चुके हैं। ब्रैथवेट ने यह ओवर अच्छा निकाला, वॉक्स ने अच्छी स्विंग हो रही थी, आउट स्विंग बोले जा रही थी। और कल का दिन मैं आपको बता दूं पूरा बारिश में धुल गया था, एक भी बॉल नहीं फेंकी गई थी कल के दिन, इसलिए एक दिन पूरा खराब हुआ। तो मैच ये ड्रॉ की तरफ पड़ रहा है धीरे धीरे, क्योंकि एक दिन जब यहाँ खराब हो गया है तो अब सिर्फ फोर्थ और फिफ्थ डे में टीम को 2 बार आउट करना इंग्लैंड के लिए थोड़ा मुश्किल साबित हुआ होगा। और साथ ही अगर वेस्ट इंडीज तो जीत ही नहीं सकती है यहाँ से, क्योंकि वेस्ट इंडीज को जीतने के लिए बहुत सारे रन बनाने होंगे और 2 दिन में यह करना वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल है। क्योंकि अगर कैसे भी करके वेस्ट इंडीज अगर ये 469 तक पहुंच भी जाती है तो एक और इनिंग बाकी है इंग्लैंड की। तो वेस्ट इंडीज यहाँ से चाहेगी, वेस्ट इंडीज की रणनीति यहाँ से वही होगी कि वो कैसे भी करके अपने विकेट न खोए। तो एक और नया ओवर चालू हुआ है जिसमें सैम करन आ गए हैं बॉलिंग करने। सैम करन ही एकमात्र ऐसे मैं कहूँगा एक अच्छे बॉलर साबित हुए हैं अभी तक इंग्लैंड के लिए जिसने एक विकेट निकाला है, और दूसरा कोई भी बॉलर अभी तक उतना इंप्रेशन जमा नहीं पाया है दोनों बैट्समैन के सामने। जोसेफ आए थे सेकेंड डे नाइट वॉचमैन के रूप में, और जोसेफ का भी मैं आपको बता दूं यहाँ पर 250 वो लगा चुके हैं फर्स्ट का क्लास कैरियर में, उनका 89 है और मैच 36 खेल चुके हैं, तो थोड़ी बहुत बैटिंग भी कर लेना जानते हैं जोसेफ। दूसरी तरफ है ब्रैथवेट जो कि एक बहुत ही अच्छे बैट्समैन है, 18 रन बनाकर वो खेल रहे हैं 54 बॉलों में। सैम करन लेफ्ट आर्म मीडियम फास्ट ये एक अच्छे बॉलर जिन्होंने एक विकेट निकाला है वेस्टइंडीज की इनिंग का। थोड़ी सी ओवर पिच टाइप बॉल थी, लॉन्ग ऑन की तरफ मारना चाह रहे थे जोसेफ, लेकिन अच्छी फील्डिंग वहां पर, तो कोई चांस नहीं मिला फिलहाल बैट्समैन को रन निकालने के लिए। जोसेफ थोड़ा सा तेज खेलने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी उनका निजी स्कोर 30 के ऊपर निकल गया है और स्ट्राइक रेट 60-70 के आसपास उनका चल रहा है। तो टेस्ट मैच में इस स्ट्राइक रेट के साथ वो खेल रहे हैं, तो काफी तेज वो खेल रहे हैं। देखिए यहाँ पे लॉन्ग ऑन पर अभी जो लास्ट बॉल थी, अच्छा शॉट मारा था उन्होंने, बट सीधा गया वो फील्डर के पास में, तो कोई रन नहीं। सैम करन एक बार फिर अपनी लेफ्ट आर्म बॉल लेकर आए हैं। अगली बॉल सैम करन की चल रही है और उसको जाने दिया कीपर के पास। अच्छी सी इन स्विंग होती हुई बॉल थी वो, उसको जाने दिया कीपर के पास। तो गाइस अभी यहाँ पर स्कोर हो गया है 70 रन पर 1 विकेट 23.5 और सैम करन यहाँ पर बॉल फेंक रहे हैं अपना 5वां ओवर उन्होंने अभी जस्ट फिनिश किया है। इस 5वें ओवर में उन्होंने अभी तक 1 विकेट लिया है जो उन्होंने पहले लास्ट सेशन में लिया था सेकंड डे के। सैम करन ही एकमात्र ऐसे बॉलर थे जिन्होंने अभी तक विकेट लिया है जिसमें उन्होंने कैम्बेल को आउट किया था लेग बिफोर उन्होंने आउट कराया था कैम्बेल को। तो 1 विकेट यहाँ पर ले चुके हैं जो अभी बॉलर फेंक रहे थे। सैम करन एक अच्छे बॉलर लेफ्ट आर्म बॉलर उन्होंने अभी तक 1 विकेट लिया है। और अभी बाकी स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड क्रिस वॉक्स ये जो बॉलर है डॉम बेस इनमें से किसी को भी अभी तक विकेट यहाँ पर नहीं मिला है। तो इंग्लैंड की टीम पूरा जोर लगा रही है विकेट लेने के लिए और वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम पूरा जोर लगा रही है विकेट नहीं देने के लिए। अभी यहाँ पर हमें देखना है कि दोनों में से कौन सी टीम यहाँ पर जीतेगी। क्या वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम यह मैच ड्रॉ कराने में सफल रहेगी और या फिर इंग्लैंड की टीम वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम को आउट कर पाएगी। 2 इनिंग उन्हें अगर करना होगा तो 2 इनिंग उन्हें आउट करनी होगी वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम की तब जाकर वो मैच यहाँ पर जीत पाएंगे। सिर्फ 2 ही दिन बचे हैं। आज 4th डे चल रहा है उसका फर्स्ट सेशन चल रहा है और कल है 5th डे। तो इन 2 दिनों में किसी भी टीम को 2 बार आउट करना वेस्ट इंडीज जिसकी बैटिंग लाइनअप बहुत ही अच्छी है क्योंकि आपने देखा था पहले इनिंग में वेस्ट इंडीज जो थी उन्होंने काफी अच्छा प्रदर्शन दिखाया था वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम ने बैटिंग से और उन्होंने मैच जीता था और बॉलर भी उनके अच्छे साबित हुए थे गैब्रियल जिन्हें मैन ऑफ द मैच मिला था। दोनों मैच मिलाकर दोनों इनिंग मिलाकर पहले इनिंग में 4 और दूसरे इनिंग में 5 तो गैब्रियल ने 9 विकेट टोटल निकाले थे इस मैच में पहले मैच में। और आज गैब्रियल को विकेट नहीं मिला था लेकिन ठीक है बैटिंग अच्छी की थी क्योंकि वेस्ट इंग्लैंड ने 176 रन बनाए थे स्टोक्स ने और इसी बीच हम यहाँ पर बेस एक बार फिर आते हुए दिख रहे हैं। वो एक ऑफ स्पिन बॉलर है और यहाँ पर कैच यस और दूसरा विकेट यहाँ पर आता हुआ वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम का। इसी बीच बेस जैसा मैंने बोला एक ऑफ स्पिनर है उन्होंने एक ऑफ स्पिन बॉल फेंकी और पास में शॉर्ट लेग पर खड़े हुए खिलाड़ी ने सीधा उसको कैच कर लिया फिर पुश किया। यहाँ पर जोसेफ ने बॉल को ज्यादा समझ नहीं पाए और एक अच्छा कैच लिया यहाँ पर। तो कुल मिलाकर यहाँ पर 2 विकेट हो गए हैं अभी वेस्ट इंडीज के 70 रनों के स्कोर पर। जोसेफ अच्छा खेल रहे थे जोसेफ 32 रन बनाकर आउट हुए उनको कैच किया तो पोपे ने कैच किया जो कि शॉर्ट लेग पर खड़े थे उन्होंने कैच किया और यहाँ पर जोसेफ आउट होकर पेविलियन की तरफ जाते हुए। तो वेस्ट इंडीज के 2 विकेट गिर चुके हैं। इंग्लैंड को जिस चीज की तलाश थी उन्हें मिल गया है एक और विकेट आज का पहला विकेट इंग्लैंड को मिला है। और दूसरी तरफ जो है ब्रैथवेट वो अभी भी टिके हुए हैं वो संभल कर खेल रहे हैं क्योंकि उन्हें पता है अपने विकेट की अहमियत। विकेट नहीं देना चाहता कोई भी वेस्ट इंडीज का प्लेयर क्योंकि वेस्ट इंडीज चाहेगी कि इस मैच को अगर जीत नहीं पा रहे हैं वो जीत नहीं सकते हैं तो एटलीस्ट इस मैच को ड्रॉ करवा लिया जाए। यहाँ पर हमारे व्यूअर से मैं जानना चाहता हूँ वो कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट करते हैं। क्या उन्हें लगता है कि यहाँ से इंग्लैंड जीत पाएगी और क्या उन्हें लगता है कि यहाँ से वेस्ट इंडीज जीत पाएगी। आप अपने कमेंट करके जरूर बताइए कौन सी टीम जीत पाएगी या फिर आपको लगता है कि वेस्ट इंडीज इस मैच को ड्रॉ करा पाएगी या मैच ड्रॉ हो जाएगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी बारिश एक दिन पूरा दिन खराब कर चुकी है। हमारा जो प्रेडिक्शन कहता है उसके हिसाब से यह मैच ड्रॉ होना चाहिए कोई भी रिजल्ट नहीं आएगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी यहाँ पर जा चुके हैं। चौथा दिन चल रहा है 3rd डे पूरी तरह से बारिश में धुल गया था कल का दिन एक भी बॉल नहीं खेली गई थी। अगर कल का दिन खेल लेती वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम और इंग्लैंड कुछ विकेट उनके गिरा पाती या पहली इनिंग में अच्छा कुछ इंग्लैंड कर पाती कल के दिन तो यहाँ पर चांसेस बन जाते थे इंग्लैंड के जीतने के पूरी तरह से। लेकिन अब यहाँ से बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल है इंग्लैंड को जीतना भी क्योंकि उसके लिए उसे वेस्ट इंडीज को 2 बार आउट करना होगा। 2 विकेट ऑलरेडी यहाँ पर फिलहाल वेस्ट इंडीज के चले गए हैं। एक अच्छी बॉल फेंकी थी बेस ने ऑफ स्पिनर थे उसको पुश करना चाहते थे जस्ट पुश जैसे ही उन्होंने किया शॉर्ट लेग पर खड़े हुए जो खिलाड़ी थे पोपे उन्होंने बिल्कुल गलती नहीं की अपने राइट हैंड पर जाकर पोपे ने कैच कर लिया एक हाथ में बहुत ही अच्छा कैच उसे कहा जाएगा। तो अगले बैट्समैन आ गए हैं साई होप यस माय फेवरेट खिलाड़ी फ्रॉम वेस्ट इंडीज टीम। तो साई होप यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं अगले खिलाड़ी। पोपे के चेहरे पर इसका मुस्कान नजर आती हुई यहाँ पर क्योंकि अभी हाल ही में उन्होंने एक विकेट ले लिया है। इंग्लैंड को जिस चीज की तलाश थी अलाजरी जोसेफ उनका विकेट यहाँ पर गया है 32 रन उन्होंने बनाए अपनी टीम के लिए। तो जोसेफ का अच्छा प्रदर्शन नाइट वॉचमैन के रूप में आए थे वो पहली बॉल खेली यहाँ पर साई होप ने प्लेस किया उसको बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से, कोई रन नहीं फिलहाल। तो अच्छी बॉलिंग की जा रही है इंग्लैंड की तरफ से। साई होप आ चुके हैं, दूसरी तरफ खेल रहे हैं ब्रैथवेट। ब्रैथवेट अभी भी 20 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं, 60 बॉलों का उन्होंने सामना किया है। और साई होप ने नहीं नहीं, मुझे लगा कि साई होप अपना यहाँ पर खाता खोल पाएंगे। इस बॉल पर लॉन्ग रन की तरफ खेला था, लेकिन सीधा गए खिलाड़ी के पास, एक रन लेना चाह रहे थे बट उन्होंने फिर उसे मना कर दिया। तो साई होप अपना खाता खोलना चाह रहे हैं कैसे भी करके। 2 विकेट यहाँ पर वेस्ट इंडीज के अभी तक जा चुके हैं। अभी भी ट्रायल बाय जो रन है वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए 399 रन, बहुत ही ज्यादा बड़ा स्कोर। और थोड़ी सी लेग साइड पर बॉल उसे पुश किया, थर्ड थर्ड मैन पर जो खिलाड़ी गए थे उनसे थोड़ी सी दूर बॉल रही, लेकिन रन फिर भी नहीं आया, कैच का भी चांस नहीं था इस बॉल पर। तो एक अच्छी बॉल यहाँ पर बेस फेंक रहे हैं, उनकी टर्न भी हो रही है थोड़ी सी, तो बैट्समैन को थोड़ा थोड़ा खेलने में परेशानी आ रही है। साई होप अभी अभी आए हैं, उन्हें जमने में थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा। दूसरी तरफ ब्रैथवेट, और एक बहुत ही अच्छी बॉल आउट होते होते बच गए यहाँ पर साई होप। ऑफ स्टंप की दिशा में डाली हुई वो बॉल थी, बीट हुए पूरी तरह से बैट्समैन साई हो, थोड़ी सी हल्की सी ऑफ स्पिन हुई और बीट हुए, कीपर भी बीट हुए, कीपर भी उसे पकड़ नहीं पाए, कीपर के हाथ से छिटक कर वो थर्ड मैन के पास में बॉल चली गई। हालांकि रन कोई नहीं आया, लेकिन बहुत ही अच्छी बॉल थी, विकेट आता आता यहाँ पर रह गया। सीधा अगर ये बॉल स्टंप पर जाकर लगती तो साई होप जो अभी अभी आए थे वो आउट हो चुके होते, अभी तक पेविलियन जा चुके होते। तो बहुत ही अच्छा ओवर रहा ये इंग्लैंड के नजरिए से। टर्न मिल रहा है बेस को, तो जो टर्न के साथ में खेलना उन्हें मुश्किल हो रहा है वेस्ट इंडीज के खिलाड़ियों को, क्योंकि दोनों खिलाड़ी जमे नहीं है अभी भी। ब्रैथवेट जो है वो सिर्फ 20 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं, और साई होप तो अभी अभी जस्ट क्रीज पर आए हैं। तो गेंदे मैंने देखा है आउट स्विंग हो रही है, इन स्विंग हो रही है जो फास्ट बॉलर है उनकी, इसके अलावा जो स्पिनर्स है उनकी भी अच्छी टर्न हो रही है बॉल। तो कुल मिलाकर बॉलिंग अभी बहुत ही अच्छी जा रही है इंग्लैंड की तरफ से। मुझे लगता है जल्द ही आपको कुछ और विकेट्स देखने को मिलेंगे वेस्ट इंडीज के। तो यहाँ पर इंग्लैंड थोड़ी सी अपनी पकड़ मजबूत करेगा बॉलिंग के हिसाब से। सैम करन एक बार फिर से 131 की पहली बॉल उन्होंने सैम करन ने फेंकी, उसको प्लेस किया साई होप ने, और ये कैच एक बार फिर से रिप्ले में दिखाया गया, बहुत ही अच्छा कैच जो किया था पोपे ने लास्ट जोसेफ का। दूसरा विकेट आ गया बहुत ही जल्दी।
आप सुन रहे क्रिक ब्लास्ट रेडियो। मैं हूं इकबाल, मैं हूं शशांक।
Dot ball. Woakes is saying it was nipping back. They're asking Buttler. And Root turns his back, no interest. More the length.
It goes to the area that we've been talking about to Brathwaite though, full and straight. This is the right line. It's just not quite full enough, because were it full you wouldn't get that bounce and you'd be more in the game for an LBW.
की, लेकिन उनके करियर का टर्निंग पॉइंट साबित हुआ 1983 का वर्ल्ड कप, जिसमें उन्होंने कपिल देव के साथ मिलकर टर्नब्रिज बेल्स में 126 रन की रिकॉर्ड साझेदारी की। 1983 वर्ल्ड कप में अपने बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन
started at 32 for 1. They have only lost 1 wicket, that of the night watchman, Alzarri Joseph, who rode his luck, it's fair to say, but did a good job for his side. He made 32, survived for 50 balls. Survived 49 balls. On his 50th ball, he was caught by Pope at short leg off Bess. And that was in Bess's first over. That was 70 for 2. Shai, who's been short of runs, has played nicely. And Kraigg Brathwaite has looked, well, as Sibley looked in the first innings, very, very solid. The two of them walking off at lunch.
Yeah, both these two have played very nicely. I was expecting maybe a little bit more happening sideways movement off the pitch. Westindies managed to just nip the ball, and England haven't really, I'd say, managed to get too much nip. Chris Woakes has bowled well with swing, so has Sam Curran swung it, but not so much nip. So yeah, it's hasn't one ball's bounce from Dom Bess more than we expected. But yeah, Westindies be very happy with that. And I suppose we've got to remember still a day 3 wicket. No play yesterday. You're talking about on day 4 being more deterioration, but still a day 3 wicket. But Westindies were snapped your hand off of that this morning, especially the 1 wicket being just a night watchman.
No Stokes so far in this England bowling innings. What do you think about that?
Well, he didn't bowl that much, did he, last week? Certainly towards the end of the he bowled quite a lot in the first innings, but that second innings he'd only bowled 4 overs going into that last session. Everyone's saying whether that's just him being captain. There's and he kind of almost forgot about himself. I think there must be a little underlying issue somewhere in his body that he hadn't bowled, because if he doesn't start straight away, he's a bowler who makes things happen, and as a captain he's obviously flying with 170 in form with the bat. You'd probably give him a go. So there might be a little issue. They say he can only bowl 15. He doesn't want to bowl more than 10 overs a day or something, I don't know, but you'd thought he'd be one to go to.
I mean, there's some logic in Joe Root's bowling plans this morning. Broad and Woakes to start with, and then Curran, Bess into the attack, bowled a lot of overs.
So it could just be a case of that.
There's not room for Stokes so far, possibly.
Absolutely, but you'd think he's a man who does make things happen. But you're right, England do have a lot of options up their sleeve.
Yeah, Root has used 5 bowlers so far, but not Ben Stokes. The heavy roller is going up and down the pitch at the moment, and that's the pitch that's going to be used for Friday's test match here. So that is the one we thought, 2 to the left of the one we are playing on. So Westindies, good morning for them, and they're sort of inching towards that 270 to avoid the follow-on. 118 for 2 at lunch. They're still 351 behind, but they've got that first target in mind. Now this week marks the year anniversary of England's men winning the first ICC 50 over World Cup at Lord's a year ago. This year also marks a decade since England won their first men's ICC tournament of any kind, the 2010 World T20 held in the West Indies. They lifted the trophy following victory over Australia in the final in Barbados. We've asked 2 of the key figures in that victory to remember that event of 10 years ago. Man of the series Kevin Pietersen and captain Paul Collingwood tell the story of that tournament.
West Indies winning a deserved victory here by a margin of 92 runs. England finally all out for 194 in one of the most...
And Australia have won the 1987 World Cup final in Calcutta. They have beaten England by 7 runs.
Illingworth is out. Pakistan have won the World Cup. England, in their 3rd final, have been defeated again.
England had never won a men's global trophy before. I'm Paul Collingwood, and I was England's captain for the 2010 T20 World Cup.
Hi, I'm Kevin Pietersen, and I was player of the tournament in the 2010 T20 World Cup in the Caribbean.
And this is the story of how we won our first ever World Trophy.
1 to win. Collingwood on strike. In comes Watson. He bowls to him. Hits him into the leg side. There it is. And England win. And the England team come dashing onto the field, led by Kevin Pietersen. They're dashing after Paul Collingwood, the captain. And I'm about to say words that have never been uttered before, and that is that England are the world champions of cricket.
Expectations leading into the T20 World Cup in 2010 were the expectations that led into every single World Cup that England had played in to date. You'd like to think we thought that we'd end up winning, but history was completely against that England team.
Leading up to the tournament, we had a game against the Lions in Abu Dhabi, and it opened our eyes in terms of the power that these two had at the top of the order. Michael Lum and Kraigg really took our bowlers down.
West Indian wickets can slow up in the middle periods. Spinners will bowl and can slow up. And two strikers at the top that can take advantage of the first 6 overs, then that's probably going to give us a much better opportunity in a game than having two guys that, and with the greatest deal of respect to Denley and Trott at the time, they certainly weren't match winners in T20 cricket at the top of the order.
To have the guts to be able to do that at the last second, because it was last second, proved to be a good decision in the end.
Cricket at the top of the order, it was crash bang wallop at the start, and you keep crash bang wallop. importance of the IPL had it basically from an experience of T20 cricket point of view. It was just the more you play, the better you become at it, the more you understand the game. And having Paul Collingwood, having Owen Morgan and myself in the setup, we started to see the way that the other teams around the world were playing, the way the other players around the world were thinking about the game. And I think that it stood us in good stead to be able to make changes.
Backward points.
Day off yesterday, the intent today looked so much more like the intent in the first test at Southampton, and we gave them all the accolades. They weren't at the races in the first 2 days, but they're back at it today, and the results are going the way.
He's on 46 now. Brathwaite, Broad is in, clipped off the pads, but finds backward square, and there's no run. It's funny, isn't it? Because on one hand you think, well, a rain delay, everyone would be just getting a bit sluggish because there's no cricket. You can spend a day going, oh, are we going to be on, are we off? And actually yesterday was a day when you could tell from quite early on that rain was set in and there wasn't going to be play. In actual fact, yeah, it's had the effect of giving the West Indies a chance to mentally properly switch off and recharge up for a really strong batting effort and in their favour.
And I think that switch off is really important. Not just put your feet up, but actually mentally switch off.
Brathwaite waits, bat raised on 46 and Broad outside the off stump. It's a challenging line. Could have had him in two minds whether to play, but it was a confident leave in the end as it goes through to Buttler.
And you talk about only reading a pitch after both teams have batted on it. And, you know, congrats to Stokes, congrats to Sibley. But I can bet that if the West Indies get out of today, past the follow-on and probably surpassing 300, that they'll be kicking themselves for taking so much time out of the game and batting so slowly in the first innings.
It's hindsight for you, that is, isn't it? Not quite at that point yet, but Broad's bowling in. It's a low full toss, I think, to Brathwaite. Turned up towards mid-on and no run. Well, it feels like a completely different game almost when you look at compare the two first innings and well, it was a difficult pitch to score off. I mean, batsmen could have. We saw Stokes move through the gears. It looked like it was difficult, put it like that. But now, sun shining, hard ball fizzing off the bat. Or is it just intent, the way you see it? Here's Broad, in now to Brathwaite, and he's shaped to play defensively and then run off the outer edge into the ground, out towards the gully. It's the end of the over. West Indies 123 for 2 and 346 behind.
Yeah, intent has a lot to do with it. There were so many balls that Sibley got that were rank half volleys and he just dropped the bat on it and that's another dot. Yeah. Whereas if you just push that off here, you don't time it well, you get 2, you're back on strike still, you're 2 more runs and the ball is under that little bit more pressure. And the West Indies were rearward with the ball. They weren't beaten out of the attack. So although they didn't have the best day in the first day, they left the first day not being too far away from the game, came back on the second day, same thing. If they had shown a little bit more intent, West Indies could have potentially been batting just post-tea on the second day, and the game could have been very different.
Sun dips behind cloud, and Curran's got a deep backward square in place as he's bowling now to Hope, who's back defends into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, Sibley is one of those batsmen that you think there will be probably a time in a test match, and it's happened with other batsmen as well. For whatever reason, they're bogged down in the scoring. Actually, their wicket falls, and yes, a wicket's gone down, but you find yourself thinking, okay, that's probably actually going to help the batting side because a new man will come in and actually might move things on, which the game or that moment or that match situation needs. Curran sets off, over the wicket he goes, straight at that time. Hope defending to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But then Sibley did. England have been crying out for some solid test match batting to lay a platform. They will now just be a matter of, I suppose if you hadn't lost a day to rain, Correct. There was much more time. So it's all a bit of hindsight, isn't it? And what may have been what you might have wanted.
It's bad to be too critical of him because this is what everyone has been saying they needed. But obviously, serious situation in the game, in hindsight, it just doesn't look good.
Hope on 25, lots a wide one. Pushed across him by Curran, and he doesn't chase it. Curran bowling over the wicket, left arm to the right-hander. Studying the crease as he walks back to his mark. I wonder whether he got close to the line there, and the umpire may be telling him, just be careful. England have had a warning for using saliva on the ball. It was not official a warning.
Was it?
Not an official warning. We saw the umpires cleaning the ball with alcohol
ball
wipe.
tampering?
No, it doesn't go. If it does happen, it doesn't go down as ball tampering under these COVID regulations. As Curran is in, has taken the edge and caught by Buttler. Full by Curran, and he's off to celebrate. High fives with his teammates, and Hope is wandering away, looking a little disconsolate. And he's gone for 25. West Indies 123 for 3.
Nice little cutter, bounced a bit more than he expected. Sam Curran is a very wily bowler, not quick by any stretch of imagination, but we've seen the one that hits the seam and moves away from the right-hander. We've seen the ball swing back, and now he's tried a little change of pace off cutter. Got a bit of bounce and taking the edge. Shai once again gets a start, but unable to carry on. Disappointing for him. He looked really, really good in this innings. Good intent.
Yeah, well, Shai Hope 16 and 9 in Southampton. So yeah, you're right, 25 here and not able to kick on. Brathwaite's still there though. West Indies will really be looking for him to be the linchpin, but he's got to have partners to bat with. That's 2 50-run stands, but West Indies really looking for a century partnership to sort of solidify and get past this follow-on target. So England will have their tails up. That gives them a little bit more of a ray of light. 3 down, 7 more.
Funny enough, if West Indies collapses now, then you'll be begging for a Dom Sibley type now after slating him for 2 days. It's just cricket. Game of glorious uncertainties.
Well, perspective very much depends on the state of the moment, doesn't it? So
it's
often.
true.
123 for 3 then. Shamarh Brooks, someone else who could also do with getting a score under his belt. 39, a 5-ball duck in the second innings. So eager to come out here and on a strong stand with Brathwaite. But yeah, Sam Curran, he has the skills, doesn't he? He can bowl full, he can find shape with swing, but he can bowl his cutters.
Shai was definitely deceived there, and it wasn't massive pace off, but it still managed to make it through to Buttler. But that just rolling of the fingers over the ball, and he enjoyed it. You see him on the replay just twirling his fingers to let everyone know.
It's very subtle, isn't it? It's that slight change of pace can do for a batsman. 123 for 3. Brooks on strike, and in goes Curran, pushing one across the right-hander. Taken by Buttler with good carry through to the keeper. Sun shining, but stiff breeze blowing. You can see the trousers and the shirts rippling. The England players in the field, and the flags atop of the pavilion. Clouds not really racing across the sky. Not much cloud movement, but no threat of rain today. Good day for the West Indies to bat to try and save the game. They need 270 to avoid the follow-on as Curran rushes in, left alone by Brooks. Another one's angled across him, and he's easily able to let it go. So wicket taking over from Curran. He's taken 2 for 24 now. 123 for 3. The West Indies 346 behind. Still getting some suggestions in for cricketing boy bands. Oh, and their best songs as well now. So this is getting some legs. Gianna in Exeter suggests the Chesterless Street Boys. I like that. And I Want It, How's That Way? Yep. The Fifer band. The song When the Light Meters Go Out. Blink 182 Not Out. All the Gladstone Small Things. Hello Gladstone, if you're listening to us. And then the DLS band and their hit single Bat Again. That's what England are hoping for, as Broad is in, and he's got Brathwaite coming forward, and he's appealing with all his might for an LBW. How interested he's followed through all the way down to the slips cordon to have a chat. Yes, Root's asking for it. Probably forward, didn't he? And across.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. If I can see the front foot first, please.
Richard Kettleborough, the third umpire. England have only got 2 reviews left.
Thank you. Fair delivery. If we could move on to front on spin vision, please.
It's cut back quite a way.
Okay, I'm going to need to see Ultra Edge when available, please.
I don't think it took the bat.
Ultra Edge coming up now. Keep it running past the bat, please. Yeah, flat lines, it goes past the bat. Keep it running right through, please. Thank you. Clearly no bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Yeah.
Pitching outside off, impact is umpire's call. Wickets hitting. I'm going to go back to Michael on field. Michael, you can save your original decision. You're on camera now.
So, yeah, just striking him on the line. England don't lose a review umpire's call, but again, a close one, because if the finger had gone up, then it would have stayed, well, it would have been in England's favour had the batsman reviewed it.
Yeah, something didn't look right about it. It looked close, and I guess 2 reds out of 3, but I always thought it was outside the line of Roston.
Umpire agreed with you. 123 for 3. Broad in again to Brathwaite on 46. Now he'd had a little fiddle of that coming forward through to Buttler, past the outside edge.
This could be a dangerous period, Ali. Broad with his tail up, no getting into his work. Just lost the wicket. The last thing they'd want is to lose another wicket, and worse yet, for that wicket to be Kraigg if they do lose one.
Well, Broad having appeals turned down and then unsuccessfully reviewing, or rather it being umpire's call, he'll be running in with great gusto now to try and get his man. Broad is galloping in up to the stumps now, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's struck on the pad again coming forward. I felt Broad was a little late to join the appeal that time. And I think maybe height could be an issue as well. Stokes is indicating that from second slip. And no intent to review this time by England. Broad has turned on his heel and is walking back to his mark. But it's testing over this for Brathwaite.
Probably no better man you want, to be honest. When the chips get down, when the other team gathers a bit of momentum, Kraigg is the perfect batter to be at the end and just soak it up, absorb it, and eventually transfer it on to the opposition.
Yep, Hawkeye does have that one going over the top. Broad thundering in again, full, and it's been driven back past the bowler. Well, that won't please him. And it will be 4. Yes, it will, all the way down to the pavilion at the far end. So Brathwaite moves on to 50. Half century, following on from the 65 he got in the first innings at Southampton. And a slight raise of the bat, acknowledgement towards the Westindies balcony, a handshake by his opposite number, by his batting partner out there, Shamarh Brooks. One drive.
Really happy for him, man. Had some chats with him between brands before this tour, and was contemplating using my brand, and he really sung up for the tour and real passionate.
He's facing up now to Broad again. Ooh, could be the same result here. A little bit more checked in the shots, but the ball's still racing away off the face of the bat, down to the boundary for 4 more. Well, a couple of LBW shouts, a couple of on drives for 4. An eventful over, this one. Still got a ball to come.
Brathwaite's half century came from 121 balls with his 5th 4. That was his 6th that he followed it up with. It's his 27th score of 50 or more in Test match cricket. He has 800s amongst those, and it's his 5th 50-plus score against England.
Yep, it's a decent record, that.
And those couple of shots are just the shots you're talking about, how to, maximise bad bowling.
Broad in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Brathwaite, who finishes the over 54 not out. 131 for 3 then, the Westindies 338 behind. One more boy band suggestion before I leave, and Aggers is coming in. Kieran Mullins suggests McFly slip. I like that. And Harry Judd, a massive cricket fan as well. Right, Aggers is coming in. Carlos Brathwaite, a few more thoughts of you. Here's Jonathan.
Yeah, really impressed with Kraigg in this innings in particular. Similar to the first innings in Southampton. Positive intent. And those full straight balls, instead of just blocking them back to the bowler, he's checking them, punching them down the ground, and being rewarded with a couple of 2s and a couple of boundaries in the last over.
Hello, Carlos. In goes Curran, running away from us. Bowls his left arm over, just brings Brooks just nibbling forward, going at lovely full length on the off stump, and Brooks is starting his innings now. So that's his 3rd ball, plays into the offside. And he's dancing around on his toes, getting himself loosened up and busy. 131 for 3. So still 338 runs behind England. Can England produce something this afternoon? Cluster of wickets to put some pressure on and bring the game to life. 3 slips waiting there as Curran goes scuttling in and bowls on the leg stump. A lovely one to get away from Brooks' perspective. A leg stump half volley. And he's just clipped that away down to the boundary to our right-hand side. And suddenly a flurry of runs, 135 for 3.
You'd normally say a shot as beautiful as that is worth the admission fee, Aggers, but there's no one here, no one admitted, no one to see it.
No, a bit of a gift as well, though, wasn't it? It was right up there, half volley, leg stump.
There are a lot messier ways to get it to the boundary, though. That was
for sure. You ever seen me bat? 135 for 3. And Brooks off the mark then, and Curran will be cross about that because it was a bit of a gimme. You always try and make a batsman have to really work to score his first run. That's Stuart Broad shouting at somebody about standing in the gap down here. Not quite sure what that means. Oh, he's talking to us, not Stuart, but Steward. So distracting somebody. 135 for 3. Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowls short of length, and that's well left this time by Brooks, has pushed across him. And I have to give Curran credit for that dismissal of hope too. He just a little off cutter, wasn't he? He just ran his wrist over it. It was a really good ball.
He felt really good about it. He ran down celebrating, just twirling
very
his fingers.
Pleased with himself. Well, fair enough, because it's a new addition to his game, I think, that one. It just held its own, just gripped a little bit. 135 for 3. Left arm over, bowls on the leg stump, flicked away by Brooks. Finds mid on.
That was the 17th boundary of the innings. We're in the 48th over. By this stage, England had only hit 6 boundaries, 5 fours and a 6 by Ben Stokes. It took until the 102nd over of the innings to hit 17 boundaries. So it just highlights the difference in maybe the outfield, but also the bowling and the way the teams are batted.
The Alzarri Joseph X Factor.
Well, that also helped, didn't it? Curran, left arm over the wicket. Bowls on the off stump. Very watchfully. Brooks plays the ball into the offside. It's picked up by Crawley, wandering up from third slip. Lovely sunshine, but a chilly wind, quite a persistent chilly breeze, which explains why a number of the players have got their long sleeve sweaters on. And again, our friends here, the cameramen below us, one's wearing gloves, all got their warm gear on. Curran once more runs in, bowls a little bit of swing there into the batsman's left leg, but it's played carefully into the leg side. Brooks is on 4, Brathwaite 54, and the Westindies are going to make sure they don't mess up here, they don't slip up, they don't get careless or whatever. They haven't shown that way so far. They've looked, the attitude's been good, discipline's been good.
Proper intent, love it, man. It takes you back to the first test in Southampton, and it's just good to see. It seems as though this is the way that they're going to play now, and this is the way forward. Talking about the weather, I looked from my room and saw bright sunshine and decided to leave my warm jacket home, and as soon as I got outside I started to shiver. So I'll be upstairs until the end of play.
Oh, no, right. So you haven't brought it with you?
No, I haven't.
Oh, Carlos.
I won't make that mistake again.
Big mistake. You're in Manchester. It may look nice outside through glass, but that little nip in the wind. In comes Broad from the far end, bowls on the leg stump. It's turned away by Brathwaite this time. Will they get 2? No, just the 1. Bess there runs back from square leg. 136 for 3 at the 49th over. What Fred Truman would make all these bandanas, I really don't know. I don't know what you're going off, he'll be saying. Fast bowlers wearing bandanas. You'd have enjoyed Fred Truman.
It's not the ragged fast bowler look, isn't it?
It's not really. Fred would be able to stand there. He would not approve at all. But Fred's hair actually is quite long. He's just sweep it back. Black hair, and then he'd roll his left sleeve up on his right arm and sweep back his hair, and then go swinging in the bowl. You ever seen him bowl? You watch him on YouTube?
Heard the name.
We'll find some. Here's Broad bowling. Oh, beats Brooks there. Just for line, I think. It didn't seem to move particularly, just short of a length and just a little bit of extra bounce. Great fast bowler and a great storyteller. Not
better than yourself.
Oh, Fred's in a different league. Not always the most generous of pundits to English fast bowlers in particular, but always somehow he just always made you, even when he was very grumpy, which he often was, he still made you laugh. Comes Broad, Bowles, that's flicked away. He's got that, I think, down to the boundary. Brooks in that same spot that he got off the mark, his second boundary. Flicked it away just behind square. Broad this time, straying into a place where clearly Brooks is very strong.
Yeah, this is something that he's added to his game over the last couple of years. He was more of a expansive cover drive player, and he's now gone a little closer to off stump, cut out the cover drive a lot more, and he's improved his leg side play.
Broad, the deserted pavilion behind him, comes in the sunshine and bowls again. It's full, straight, and Brooks this time clips it down to mid-on. My favourite Fred Truman story is that Fred had to be remembered as fast bowler. He's actually a really beautiful swing bowler, bowled full length. But he was fiery Fred, he was a fast bowler, and he was always having a go at the batsman. That was the image that you had at least of Fred. He was the fastest bowler around, fast. And England were playing, I think it was Pakistan at Headingley this particular year. In comes Broad, and he bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke, and there's the old commentary box at Lord's and at Headingley had to step down, and it was all a bit uncomfortable, a bit awkward. And the television monitor, like we have here, was actually behind Fred, so he couldn't see it. He was talking to me. Television screens behind him, and the players come off for bad light. And it was sort of Fred's way, really. I got used to it in a way that for about 5 minutes or so, Fred would talk about what a great fast bowler he was. Because you knew it. There's no need for it. There's no need, but that was how these things always tend to start off. Broad bowls. Back goes Brooks. Again, fast, all that stuff. So they come off. The screen's behind Fred. And so we often use that as a bit of an indicator, because the TV people have got all the posh weather forecasts and stuff and the radars, and they tend to know. So if they go to highlights quite quickly in that situation, you know you're in for a bit of a break. So Fred's beside me here, reminding us what a great fast bowler he was. And up on the screen behind him quite quickly came some old highlights. Not yesterday's highlights, like you normally have yesterday's day's play, but these were in black and white. Oh, this is interesting. So Fred's chuntering away. I was the fastest thing. Fast this, fast that. Bouncers, Yorkers, never bowled a bad ball in my life. All that sort of stuff that you always used to get. And behind, in this old black and white footage, I'm watching him. There's a young Fred Truman running into bowl. Unmistakable. Beautiful action. Smooth. And he ran in and he bowled this ball. Here goes Curran. Bowls on the leg stump. Turned away just behind square on the leg side there. Will they get two? Not quite. Juggly save there. Keep them down to 141 for 3. He runs in and bowls this ball to a West Indian batsman who goes boom and drives him for 4. So I'm thinking, this is interesting. What game is this then? It's black and white. It's West Indies. It's England. And the screen panned back, and immediately you see it's Lords. So it's Lords, you can tell by the scoreboard. 4th no wicket. I think, okay, so what match is this they're showing? It's Curran bowling, has a lovely drive, straight to the fielder at cover. Lucky that would have gone for 4 as well. Brooks on 8, 141 for 3. So what game is this? Of course, okay, West Indies, Lords, Fred Truman. Of course, 1963. Yeah?
I don't know.
1963, when Colin Cowdrey came out to face the last. Well, he didn't have to face, but he came in last man in with his arm in plaster because Wes Hall had broken his arm. His Curran bowls turned away to mid-wicket. I mean, it brought the nation to a standstill. It was an amazing climax to the game. He didn't actually face a ball, but that picture and film of Colin Cowdrey walking out with his arm in plaster as the last man. One of those games that people always talk about. Less well known was the fact that the first 3 balls of that test match, bowled by Fred to Conrad Hunt, were all hit for 4. Okay, Fred didn't talk about it.
He wouldn't love it.
He didn't talk about this. So while I've worked that out, Fred's running and bowled a second ball. It's Curran bowls and brings Brooks forward, and he's quite cross now. He's bowled a bouncer, and Conrad's gone bang 4. So, of course, I'm now starting to laugh because I know what's going on. And Fred's here telling us what a great fast bowler it was. No bowler bad ball in his life. So on the radio, you've got him telling that. But on the telly, and lots of people watch the telly with the sound turned down, listen to us, he's going round the park. So, I mean, it's ridiculous. So I start to laugh. And Fred realises something's up. And he was a big lad in those days. And he just turned himself around in his chair to look at the screen. Curran bowls, back goes Brooks, plays down the gully. Just in time to see the third ball. And of course, I know what's coming. And he bowled again to Conrad. And to be fair to Fred, I think Conrad was buzzing a bit by then. And he chased a ball. And it flew away through gully and down to third man for 4 more. So the game's up. I mean, Fred knows what it is. I know what it is. And I think, well, I'm not going to say anything here. I'm going to leave it to Fred to see what he comes up with. There's a long pause. And he turned round to me and he looked at me. He said, isn't it funny, Jonathan, how much slower you look in black and white? That's Curran, tipping that away to mid-wicket. And that's not totally true story. Isn't it funny how much slower you look in black and white? Great stuff. But that was Fred. He was just so brilliant at making you smile at the same time. But he'd be shaking his head at the bandanas and the Alice bands. He really wouldn't be able to understand that. Fast bowlers wearing Alice bands.
Agus, could I just sort of add something to that story?
Yes.
We should say that he didn't get absolutely smoked about the park for the whole of that game. He ended up with 11 wickets, 6 for 100 and 5 for 52. And in the next test at Edgbaston, 5 for 75 and 7 for 44. So
and only surprise being that he didn't actually say that at the time. It was a brilliant bowler. His figures, his stats would line up alongside all the great fast bowlers, wasn't it? Malcolm Marshall and these guys. He was an incredible bowler.
67 tests for England, 307 wickets. The first bowler to reach 300 wickets in Test cricket. Average 21.5, 17 5-wicket hauls, 3 10-wicket matches.
It's that average, isn't it?
Yeah. So fond of Fred. Did you ever come across him?
Yeah. I was obviously a young Yorkshire player when he was been finished a long time, but listened to him on the radio all the time. He was around the club. I did a dinner once at Ilkley Golf Club, and Fred was speaking.
Stokes is on his first bowl of the innings, actually, and he gets not quite a wicket first ball. Oh, I thought second slip they might just have clung on to that. It's gone for 4. It was in the air, and Crawley, who was a tall man, threw himself to his right and couldn't quite pull off the catch. 145 for 3.
Where has Stokes been, Agus? I think we need to know officially from an England perspective, what is the position with Ben Stokes and his bowling, because the last day in Southampton he didn't bowl until the last half an hour. That's 30-40 runs required. Today he's been the last bowler used. I mean, is it that England now can only bowl him so many, and they don't really want to bowl him if they don't have to because of his toe, his body?
Here he comes. Bowls turned away out to backward square leg.
Went to the 51st over.
Whenever you ask, you get the message back saying he's fit.
Yeah, 51st over, and he's not been bowled yet. The first ball, it's not great, not a belter of a delivery, but he creates things, doesn't he? He makes things happen. I mean, Ben Stokes, he can pretty much do anything on the cricket field at the minute. It's all going his way. Why wouldn't you have used him a bit more if he's fit to do so?
145 for 3. Westindies still need 125 to avoid the follow-on. That's a key moment, I think. Here's Stokes bowling, played down to the mid-on, and there's no run. I can tell a little story about the lockdown. I think it's okay to say this in the bubble. Danny Rubin is there. You know, the England media manager, who we know and love very well. He's brilliant at his job. And he's been in the bubble since June the 3rd, is it? About then. Recently married, or I say recently, last year, Hattie. Again, we know and love, who works for Sky. She's here, she's at Southampton, she's part of the broadcasting setup. Here's Stokes, back there's Brathwaite playing out to cover, but they can't see each other. Staying in the same hotel on different floors. They can't see each other.
Using the same lift.
Isn't it incredible?
Mad.
I really feel for them. They're a young couple who's recently got married, and this will be the case until the end of the summer, possibly.
Maybe they'll get a time just at the end of the season. The players are allowed home at the end of the series.
suppose it depends if Danny gets a chance if he gets a break during the one-day series, I suppose. Here's Stokes. Bowler played down the ground to mid-on. I saw Hattie. I said, how are you getting on? So we've decided now it's better if we don't actually see each other at all, because there's a point where you can look down here and you can actually, they have their lunch on the level below us. But there's a lot of sacrifices have been made by people to get this to work, and that's one of the most poignant, I think.
Bizarre times.
145 for 3. Ball to go in the 51st over. Stokes on his way. Bowls. It's tucked out to square leg. And there's no run. I did say to Hattie, we haven't seen him for a while, then you haven't seen the beard. Which I think possibly needs a bit of a trim, doesn't it? Last time I saw Danny.
Well, he's taken the lead of quite a few. I don't think he's got it in him to be able to grow up top, the hair. No. So he's gone for the beard. Whereas most of the players have gone most of the players have gone for the hair.
Yeah.
Danny Rubin's possibly not able to do so. Just talking of old Yorkshire players, I'll tell you, Brian Close, he was always around.
Oh yes.
When I was coming through, he played with him actually for the academy when he was captain. Came back and played and captained the academy team when they joined the Yorkshire League. I can't remember what year it was in the 90s.
When did Brian Close first play for Yorkshire then? 1950.
Well, he played for England in 1949.
Hang on. So here's Curran then driving Brooks back. He played at S4.
I think he was 18 years old and England's youngest Test cricketer. He last played for England in 1976 as one of England's oldest Test cricketers. So he had a 27-year Test career and played 22 matches.
It's incredible. So 49 to when you played. I played with Brian Close as well. You played. I mean, what an incredible career he had.
Captained the academy team in the Yorkshire League on a Saturday.
That's amazing.
And there was a time I'd just got in the first. Kept on getting out LBW. I always remember he arrived at the indoor school.
Curran scurries up and bowls on the leg stump, turned away. There's a couple here, I think, out to long leg. Fielder throws that back in again. 147 for 3.
And he did the pensions, so he'd come to get us all signed up for his pension. Funny times, and he walked in his civvy and his suit, fag on.
Yes.
Walked in the indoor school, I'm in the net, and he goes, I'll show you what to do. And he took his cap off, borrowed my he's left-handed, borrowed my right-handed gloves and my bat, went down and faced him. He said, look, get your pads off. So he won't hit you on the pad. He batted for 10 minutes with his suit on against all the quicks in the indoor school.
He wasn't
with nothing but a bat and a pair of gloves. No box, nothing.
Curran bowls, one again pushed across the right-hander. Brooks spotted that, played it well. 147.
Young Michael, that's what he used to call me, young Michael. Get your pads out of the way.
He didn't argue with Brian Close. He ruled that Yorkshire dressing room. And he had to, really. There's so many huge characters in there that Close managed to get them all together.
He made his highest Test score in that Lord's Test that you were talking about when Freddie Truman took the wickets. 70 in 1963.
There's Curran again. Oh, that goes straight past the inside edge as Brooks drove outside that. A little bit of in-drift. One of those that might have taken an inside edge and ricocheted into the stumps.
Yeah, he's been the pick of the ball, and that ball that got Shai hurt was a beauty.
Yes,
kind of a cut. It was a similar delivery that Chaminda Vash used to bowl for Sri Lanka to the right hand. A similar kind of bowler, Sam Curran. Now, did you have any stacks on Yorkshire League cricket? Brian Close's record for the Yorkshire Academy. He didn't generally bat. He kind of saved himself for the bottom end, but he got in on a few occasions.
I'll have a look. He played his last first-class game in 1986. 37 years old for his debut.
Curran again. That's pushed out to mid-off. Was that in the DB Close 11? His last first class. You have to look it up because I played for him in a couple, and I might have played in that game actually. He always used to play the tourists. It was the last tourists match of their tour, up to Scarborough. Fantastic 3 days. Honestly,
the best thing about both Fred and Brian was you could smell them coming down the corridor in the old dressing room because of the smoke.
Smoke coming out. And goes Curran. Bowls edged, and that'll go for 4. Just past second slip, down to third man. 151 for 3, and Curran sweeps back his hair. Trevor Franklin's stag party, I remember, coming in the course of one of the DB Close 11 matches, and Lance Cairns hit me for a 6. I think the ball's still going. out of the ground towards the sea at Scarborough. Wonderful times. So 151 for 3, 52 overs have been bowled here. And Michael, some thoughts for you about Brian Close, whatever you like. And Isha Goer's coming in.
Yeah, skill again from Sam Curran. It's a 4 for Shamarh Brooks, but it's that cutter once again. It's a good delivery. It's good to see that he's bringing a different skill. Sam Curran, we know he can swing it back to the right-handers. We know he's got a short, sharp bouncer. Now he's got that cutter that's already got in the wicket of Shai Hope. So he's chuntering down into the fine leg region, is Sam. Not a happy chappy.
Here comes Ben Stokes running towards us. He bowls to Brathwaite, who defends and pods it back to mid-on. They run a back of the length delivery, bowling slightly fuller after the lunch break, the England bowlers.
You're getting on with your wires there, Ish.
Yeah, a little bit tangled. We've got an entanglement happening. Funny.
You seem to have a lot of wires. Why have you got more wires?
I'd say, well, that's my TV wire. It's just like dangling off. Got the accreditation. Got to have your accreditation. Wear that everywhere you go. Got a mask somewhere as Stokes turns at the top of his mark. He's now bowling to Brathwaite short. Tries to play it, misses it. Goes through to Buttler. Haven't seen that a lot, have we, in this innings? Not loads of short balls, but Stokes happy to try it. Generally gets an extra bit of bounce.
Already 2 overs into his spell and he's created a little bit of something. That edge that flew past the slips. Now a bouncer that Brathwaite was in 2 minds. Does he duck? Does he play? He kind of ducked and tried to play the hook at the same time.
Still in his crease at the moment. Brathwaite taps his bat down, bat hovering above the stumps as Stokes is in. Works off his hips to square leg, no run. Brathwaite on 60, Brooks on 14, Westindies 151 for 3, trailing by 318. 120 away from avoiding the follow-on, the Westindies. But you're right, just creating something here, Ben Stokes, is we so often see from him. Can he produce another inspired bit of bowling for the rest of the team? As he now has the ball back in his hands. Here he comes on an angle then. Bowling from the James Anderson end, past the umpire. Brathwaite defends back to Stokes. Some blue skies above, some wispy white clouds in the distance. A nice breeze blowing across the ground from left to right. See the journalists, top part of the pavilion, outside on the balcony.
There's 2 in each corporate box, isn't there?
Yeah.
Spread out across the top of the old pavilion.
Brathwaite pokes at one outside the off stump as the bat turns in his hand.
It's quite nice over there. I think they get the food delivered into separate boxes. I don't know how they got kind of split into pairs. And it was, drawn out the hat. I don't know if they could request. I'm not too sure.
Who would you request to be with?
What, in the journo pack?
Yeah.
Or out of us lot?
Or out of us lot. Out of us lot.
I'll go with Phil.
Okay.
Just for
obvious choice. As Brathwaite is backing across and defending to mid-on at the end of the over. It's 151 for 3. Don't forget, today at the Test is on BBC 2 tonight from 7 p.m. Now we're aware there is the Manchester United Chelsea FA Cup semi-final on BBC 1 at the same time, but if you are planning to watch the football, don't worry, because you can catch up with the cricket highlights on the BBC iPlayer.
Well, I'm pretty sure the football match doesn't start till 7:04.
6 o'clock.
Starts at 6 o'clock. The football. That's an early start, isn't it? Well, it's starting too early. Last night's game was, I'm sure it was around 7:45.
Yeah.
Arsenal. Good for Man City. Well, I'll just watch us anyway. Better sport.
It was a nice evening, wasn't it? And you sorted us all out with that wonderful display of sushi.
Bit of Japanese, bit of ramen soup, noodles. Bess back into the attack. Thought okay so far. He got that wicket of Alzarri Joseph, night watchman. Just not quite found his consistent probing length. It's either been a bit too full or slightly too short. Fine balance because it's bouncing. It's too quick. It gives you all the time as a batsman, be slightly too short to go back and play it with control. Leg slip and a short leg, orthodox slip. I feel that these conditions, and with England having so many runs on the board, it's a perfect chance for the young off spinner to get a few wickets, try and bowl England to victory.
Glasses on for the Somerset off spinner. Here he comes now, bowling to Brooks, who pats it back to the bowler.
Swanee bowled in glasses, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Ashley Giles always did. Director of English cricket, he used to like his shades.
Sort of slip in play, cover mid-off. No one at point as he comes through now, and that's exactly where Brooks places the ball. Just opens the face, it's gone backward of point, and will reach the boundary now. Such a gifted player of spin, Brooks, who goes to 18, 155 for 3. Remember in Southampton, he looked to really bat with intent against the off spinner, playing against the spin on a number of occasions. That's the one that you talk about, over pitched. He was able to get right over the ball there, Shamarh Brooks.
That's a gift, that is. The space at point, got an extra cover and mid-off, and that's it on the offside, apart from the slips. So there's big spaces there for him.
Brooks forward press and defence to the leg side in front of short leg. He's got slip, leg slip, short leg side field, backward square, mid-wicket and mid-on. The man out at deep mid-wicket is Bess. It's through his action. Brooks forward pressing and guiding it backward a point once more. Comes through for 1.
Yeah, the problem here, Isha, is that that's the perfect line just outside off stump, because it'll bring both edges into play. But because there's no cover point, you know, you play it nicely, it'll just run off the face and you'll get off strike. You have to put the extra cover to cover point and try and say to the batsman, go and try and hit it through extra cover.
Brooks at the non-striker's end at the moment as Brathwaite advances, gets deep into his crease and pushes it to the offside. You were talking to me earlier, Michael, about gigs that you've seen here.
Yeah, concerts, yeah, I've seen a few.
Old Trafford.
Oasis back in the day. It was a bit of carnage.
His Bess bowls. Brathwaite back into his crease, cutting, backward of point. Joe Root on the chase after as they come back for 2. Sends the throw in now as Brathwaite goes to 62, 158 for 3 at the end of the over, trailing by 311 the Westindies. So Oasis, when was that?
Oh, it was a long time ago. It would have been early to whenever they started to have the concerts here. And the concert stage was in the corner here, so this stand called to our left. It was around there, and obviously the hotel wasn't around in those days. The old pavilion was in, actually when the square was the other way round. So the building to our right, I think it's the old press box, which is still there. It's the oldest of all the buildings here. It seems to have been there forever. That's where I was sat on that balcony. And all the Oasis fans were walking underneath, just started to throw a few things up at us.
As Ben Stokes bowls to Brooks on the back foot. Struck quite high up on his pad.
September 2002.
2002?
Yes, it would have been that far back, yeah.
So that would have been 3rd album, I reckon.
So then you went to Australia and had a great tour of Australia. So
whatever they threw and it landed on, it worked.
Was it fluid?
yes, yes.
Key 1%.
Was it yellow?
Well, yes, come on, it was nice wine.
Brooks back and across, pushing to mid-on, no run.
I think the Killers were meant to have played this summer here. They had a few nights booked in here at Old Trafford. That's a great venue.
Yeah, I remember frequenting a few Oasis gigs when I was a bit younger and always wanted to get right to the front because that was the only place I could actually see. So I would always make sure I got to a venue at 4 o'clock, even if the gig wasn't starting till 9. So I could literally be the very first person at the railings as Brooks is driving back to Stokes, a full delivery on the off stump.
They'd have had some good support acts, wouldn't they? They had a few bands before them.
Yeah.
Get there at 4, you'd have seen them.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah.
The problem came when you needed the
Did you not
toilet.
do any surfing? Like, did you not climb, get on top of everyone?
No, I never did that, no.
I remember Noel Gallagher in 2006-07. He played a gig in Perth at I think it was at the Town Hall for about 600 or 700 England fans.
Here comes Stokes again. Brooks clips it off his legs, past mid-wicket, out to the boundary. He's stopped running now as it goes into the advertising sponge. Picks up 4. He's batting at a good pace as well. Goes to 23 of 32 deliveries, 162 for 3, the West Indies.
Yeah, well, Brooks has come out there and he's moved to 23, but he's timed the ball. It's not looked at a pitch over the course of the Test match that's been so easy to time at the cricket ball, and Brooks has come out there pretty much from ball 1 and played some wonderful strokes.
Stokes comes in again, this time off the hips from Brooks, slightly more back of a length as Broad. Comes around to his right to collect the ball and throw it in. They come through for 1.
What a chance this is, Isha, for the West Indies to bat out the day. How many overs left today, Andy?
56.
So 56 more overs of batting to do today, with 7 wickets in the tank. I think if they do that, they're scoring at 3s. That's another 160 odd. Takes them to 320 odd. You'd say that it'd be very difficult for England to force the victory if that happens.
Stokes bowls. Brathwaite works it to Stuart Broad at mid-on. At the end of the over, it's 163 for 3. Brathwaite on 62. Brooks on 24, trailing by 306. By the way, we've had a listen to the stump mic. It sounds like just before lunch, Dom Sibley admitted to the umpires that he put saliva on the ball. And the umpires then wiped the ball, as it is the protocol. You can hear the fielders say, "Well done, Sib, good honesty, mate." No official warning was given. Yeah, that is good honesty.
Either just had one of those moments that the normal way of playing cricket for all of us is just put a bit of saliva on the ball. The one warning, what they get 3, and then they lose 5 runs.
Yeah, as Bess comes through now to Brooks, forward pressing and smothering the ball in defence.
I'm amazed it didn't happen in Southampton. In first game back, I know they've had a warm-up game or 2, but I'm impressed of how disciplined the cricketers have been so far.
Brooks drives to mid-on. He's in the air for a little while there. There's a man positioned at a short mid-wicket. Went past him by some distance, but didn't look like he timed it. Caught the bottom part of the bat. Shamarh Brooks. Leg slip, short leg in close as Bess bowls. Brooks defends.
So because of that last over where he got hit through the offside, he's now gone really straight. I'm preferring them to bring another fielder over to the offside and for that line to be like it was last over, towards Josh Buttler's right leg.
Brooks drives past that man at cover to the left of him, and another boundary is found by Brooks. He's playing quite beautifully here against Bess in particular. Just opening the face of the blade.
Every time he tries to get it out there, he's just getting it a little bit too full, but he's just not got the right field if he's going to bowl out there. Just too many vacant spaces on the offside. It might be a time just to bring the leg slip over and give him a bit more protection. He's going to come round the wicket, so he's changing his approach, Don Bess.
Here he comes now, past the umpire, through his action. And he finds his way to the offside again, Shamarh Brooks. Slightly fuller outside the off stump. Another drive and another open of the wrists as Zach Crawley throws the ball in, having chased it out to deep backward point. So some smart batting here from Brooks, who moves to 31, 170 for 3, trailing by 299 now, the West Indies.
Don Bess is bowling himself out the attack at the minute.
Here he comes again. It's time to Brathwaite, who Pops it back to Bess at the end of the over. 170 for 3.
Just a different mindset, Isha, isn't it, for a young off spinner? You think back to Southampton, he bowled so well, but it was in a position of just holding an end and just kind of bowling dots for the seamers to attack at the other end, and he picked up a couple. You know, here with the pitch doing what it's done and Roston Chase getting a 5 for the Westindies, he's under more pressure this week than he was last week, because no one would have expected him to be the big wicket taker at Southampton, maybe in the second innings, but they just didn't have enough runs for him to bowl to. Whereas here, when your team have got such a big first innings score and the pitch is spinning, you're expected to deliver. So far he's not quite got his lengths right. Looks like England are going to go for the short stuff. They're going to target this pair with a bit of chin music.
Yeah, we didn't see this at all when the West Indies were bowling. So England trying something different. Got a short leg, a man at square leg. Joe Root positioned directly behind Ollie Pope, about 30 metres behind him, and then another man behind him at deep backward square. Here comes Stokes. Very short indeed as it goes through to Buttler. Brooks didn't even really need to move as that came through past the leg stump. Stuart Broad is out at deep mid wicket, but he's probably about 40 metres off that boundary.
Got this fine third man as well. Who's this down here? Is that Crawley?
Almost like a backstop.
Yeah, not quite backstop, long stop, whatever you want to call it. It's like for a real fine ramp down to third man. Short leg, square leg, deep backward square, fine leg.
Here comes Stokes. Ball short again. He's struck on the body and it falls in front of short leg. Shamarh Brooks ducking. It hits him on the back and it lobs up onto the floor. Some potent stuff here from Ben Stokes.
Got to be careful there, Brooks, because he took his eye off that. Saw it was short and he just kind of put his head down without really... Even when you're ducking, you still want to have half an eye on the ball just in case you have to duck and weave a little bit more so.
Good to know Stokes' speeds as he comes in on angle again here to Brooks on his toes, pushing it to the offside. No ball signalled by umpire Gough.
That came up at 86 miles an hour.
86 miles an hour. Stuart Broad, I think his quickest was about 88 today. But Stokes very much the enforcer at this stage. Want a passage of play of hostility and pace and bounce in the absence of Jofra and Mark Wood. Shuffles towards us now into his stride. Bowls. Brooks punches off the back foot to cover. No run.
It's the kind of pitch that you're crying out for.
Yeah.
90 odd miles an hour.
But they don't have it.
No, they don't. So it works bowled around 88. Got it down the quickest of all the bowlers.
Gully point and extra cover. The only fielders in front of square is that's left past the leg stump through to Buttler. Nice breeze blowing across the ground at the moment as Chris Woakes has the ball in his hand and will toss it to Stokes. He's going to come around the wicket now as Joe Root moves himself to a leg gully position. Fine leg comes slightly wider. Deep square, just goes in front of square. Past the umpire now. Brooks off his hips past Joe Root to his right at leg gully, goes down to fine leg, comes through casually for a 1. Does Brooks as he goes to 31, 171 for 3. Short sleeve shirt on Ben Stokes. Well, there's a few long sleeves about. Rory Burns, Joe Root, Ollie Pope as Stokes bowls this time to Brathwaite, who's on the back foot, pushing that to Stuart Broad out at deep mid wicket, comes through for the 1, and we'll settle for the one.
That brought up the 50 partnership in just 11 overs and 2 balls, a third successive 50 partnership for Westindies. The last time they had 50 partnerships for the second, third and fourth wickets against England was in Antigua in 2004, which I think was the game that Brian Lara made 400.
I just wanted to go into the next game. I know we've still got a lot of play in this test match, but if it continues like this of what we've seen, I just wonder if England will think about 2 spinners. Jack Leach to partner Dom Bess. I'm sure the West Indies will be tempted to bring in Raheem Cornwall, the all-round off-spinner.
Well, he's getting another over here, Dom Bess. West Indies 173 for 3, trailing by 296. 270 they require to avoid the follow-on. Brathwaite on 63, Brooks on 32 as Bess is coming in now to Brathwaite, who drives to cover, no run. He's got a slip and a short leg. That man at leg slip has come out as Bess spins himself a catch. It's now through and bowling to Brathwaite, who pats it back to the bowler. Stuart Broad in his brimmed hat is positioned at backward point, got extra cover and mid-off on the offside. So Bess bowls again with a bit more flight as Brathwaite gets a good stride in to defend that ball to the offside. Would love to know what everyone is up to this afternoon. Lovely Sunday afternoon up here in Manchester. Sun just breaking through the clouds as Bess bowls again, back of a length, and Brathwaite works it in front of him to short leg. Had a really nice feel to it this morning, walking around from the hotel. Sun beaming down as that's driven by Brathwaite through the covers. Zach Crawley charging after it. Pulls it up about 15 metres inside the boundary as they come back for 2. The throw is sent in and Just Buttler tosses the ball back to Bess in swift time. 175 for 3 then the West Indies. As Brathwaite just removes some dirt in front of him with his bat and now sets up, still in his crease, bat hovering above the stumps. Short ball pulled away, backward of squares. Chris Woakes does well to dive and stop that one from bursting through and going for 4. End of the over then. 58 overs have been bowled in this innings. 175 for 3. Brooks on 32, Brathwaite on 65. A word from you, Andy, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Craig Brathwaite's performances in England, opening the batting in England has been one of the toughest assignments for visiting players in cricket around the world recently over the last 5 or 6 years. Brathwaite has a superb record in England. So there's his 5th match as opener in England. He scored over 400 runs at an average of just under 52. And that's the best average for an opener in England, counting players who've opened in at least 4 tests in England since Herschel Gibbs, who opened in 5 tests for South Africa in 2003. 20 other openers have qualified for that sample.
Yeah, he's playing really well. Short from Stokes, new over to Shamarh Brooks, who ducks underneath it. England with his leg theory attack against Brooks with a short leg in, the leg slip, 2 men in the deep forward square leg and a deep mid wicket and the fine leg as well. So 5-4 onside field, just looking to take Brooks out of his comfort zone.
So Graham Smith of South Africa averaged 67 or so, played in that same time. So in fact, Brathwaite's basically players who've played since then. Only Graham Smith has had a better record currently.
It's Brooks at the moment. Stokes bowls another short ball, and Brooks ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Buttler. 176 for 3. West Indies lost 1 wicket since lunch, but they've scored freely, and they are closing in on that follow-on target. They only need another 94 runs to prevent being asked to follow on.
Yeah,
Tough as is here.
Yeah, afternoon everyone. England have got to make something happen, haven't they? And they're trying to do it with Stokes coming round the wicket, bowling short.
It's a fine third man as well. Stokes bowls to Brooks very short. Brooks is underneath that and allows it to go through to Buttler. Just look at the umpire. I'm sure he signalled one for the over there. Didn't see the signal. Might have been done discreetly.
Yeah, time's running out, isn't it, a bit for England. Runs are going to be the key, and Brathwaite's playing a very good hand. I was just watching Andy there giving his stats. He reminded me of something like a bookmaker at Epsom Derby, the old tic-tac man.
Stokes bowls to Brooks, on the hip of Brooks, nudges that away down to leg slip, root dives and stops it to his right hand side. 176. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Well, you do all sorts of things in your life, don't you? Stand-up comic, you got your podcast, scoring, all your stats, and perhaps bookmaker.
They still have tic-tac, man, do they? They still have the old tic-tac at the races, or is it all digital now? Probably all digital with phones, isn't it? Because they used to give the bets by sort of like...
touching their head,
semaphore.
touching their shoulder. Right. I haven't been racing for a while. Here's Stokes bowling. Oh, that's a good delivery. It discomforts Brooks, who didn't quite know what he played it with in the end. It might have been his glove or his body. He managed to drop it into the offside.
Sort of let it hit him, I think. Got himself in an awkward position and then...
Yeah, it was glove, actually, It did come off the glove.
Could have gone in.
Yeah, well, that's it. Fortunately for him, it went down.
Yeah. Punched it down.
Brathwaite comes down the pitch to have a chat to him, trying to reassure him. Come on. Let's ride this out. He can't do this forever.
No.
Stokes is in his 5th over. No wicket for 13. Stokes past the umpire now. Round the wicket, bowls to Brooks. Brooks nudges that into the onside. Stokes has to chase after it himself. Although he leaves it in the end to Broad coming in from deep mid-wicket. And they're through for a single. Brooks on to 33. It's going very nicely so far.
Yeah, well, this is where our cunning plan yesterday, Simon, was sort of like perhaps to get a few more runs for England, you know. But kind of when the follow-on is achieved, which looking like it will be, the game's a bit gone, isn't it? The game's died a bit.
Stokes bowls down the leg side to Brathwaite. Short and Brathwaite skips across to avoid it, and it's through to Buttler. Well, that partnership between Broad and Bess was going really well, and they were just scoring freely. I know you can understand, captains always want to get a fielding side into bat before the close of play, but sometimes you just wonder, those runs they're just freely available. Get as many as you possibly can, and then he got one on the whatever night it was now, Friday night.
That's right.
So I don't know.
Another extra 100 runs. All of a sudden, it's still looking, a little bit further away.
You play a sort of longer game.
Yeah.
177 for 3.
There was a no ball from the first ball of the last over, and Crick-Info text commentary suggesting it was having too many men behind square on the leg side.
Oh, schoolboys.
So that with Bess bowling?
No, from Stokes.
Stokes, right, okay.
Schoolboy.
Bess bowls. Brooks defends. A straight ball on off stump. Buttler comes behind the stumps to pick up.
He bowled a bit quick for me. It's Bess, a little bit too quick on a pitch that's bouncing. Perhaps get it up from the hand a bit more, a little slower.
In he goes now and bowls. Brooks plays defensively.
It's all very fashionable now for spinners to jam it into the dirt and really bowl quickly, but there's still something to be said for a bit of flight and guile, and a little bit of tossing it up there, and then that does get the bounce, which can create chances.
He got rid of the leg slip now.
Yeah.
Bess bowls to Brooks. Brooks is forward, bat and pad close together, stunning it, picked up by Pope at short leg. There's a man back now on the deep backward point boundary for Bess. We saw this last week in Southampton.
Pushing for wickets.
Bess to Brooks. Brooks is defensively again to a straight ball. Seems to be slightly hurried by that one on 2 lines. Stokes comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there is no run.
It just doesn't seem to be any sort of kick.
No.
Kick off the pitch. It's all a bit sort of flat and a bit quick.
Bess moves away from us into bowl.
Better. Sorry.
Brooks defends that as well. He's in block mode in this over against Bess. Bess bowling straight or around about off stump. Brooks prepared to keep him out by this time. It's a long on in, deep mid-wicket. Bess tries again, and Brooks flicks that away past short leg out towards deep mid-wicket. Sibley comes into field, sends in the return, and that's the end of another Bess over. He was interested there. I think he thought he got through. It was quite a loose, flicky drive from Brooks, but anyway, he got enough bat on it. Bess 15 overs, 1 for 44. Westindies 178 for 3.
Something from Crickfizz here. They've just put on their Twitter account. They
Drinks coming onto the field. You've got plenty of time.
Monitor the lengths of bowlers.
Here he goes. He's doing the old tic-tac.
It's radio. I can do what I want. I'll even wear trousers some days. Roston Chase hit a good length, according to the Crickfizz data, with 45% of his deliveries in West Indies bowling innings. Don Bess has managed just 29% so far in what they define as a good length for a spinner.
He's only bowled 29% of his deliveries on a good attacking length.
Yeah, that's
well, that's not good enough.
And then Chase was what, 45%?
Yep.
Well, you felt earlier, didn't you? He was too full, too short.
Yeah, that's right. No, I agree. Something to be worked on. That's for sure. You've got to be looking to bowl with your best, most threatening delivery, more than 1 in 3. If that's right. Yeah.
So England only take the 2 wickets today. One of them was the night watchman, Alzarri Joseph, who entertained us for 32. And Shai was caught by Buttler off Curran, who's taken 2 of the 3 wickets to 4. I didn't write down Shai score, Andy.
25 from 71 balls.
Here's a little thought for you. We were talking about it might be better off being slower. In sport, when is it best to be slow?
Well, let's think about that for a while.
Okay.
I'll think about it for a few minutes.
Yeah.
You always think about doing things quickly.
Well, of course, yes. No point in being a slow runner, is there?
Move the ball quickly if you're playing rugby. Move the ball quickly if you're playing football.
Chess?
No, because you can get into time trouble if you play too slowly. You play on the clock.
Sitting on a 1-0 lead in a football match.
Slowing it down, perhaps. Well done. Yes, well done.
But that's that's time wasting, isn't it?
Not in the spirit of the game.
Well, we can put that out there. People can email. When's it good to be slow in sport? Today at the Test, 7 o'clock tonight. Highlights. We're aware that Manchester United against Chelsea FA Cup semi-finals on BBC One at the same time. So there may be a conflict of interest there. But if you're planning to watch the football, don't worry. You can catch up with the cricket highlights on the BBC iPlayer. You can at your leisure.
Go on, Arsenal. Sorry, that just came out. Played well yesterday.
Are you a good watcher?
No,
terrible. I noticed at one point when the game was on, you sort of disappeared.
Well,
and then you came back again while the game was on.
And it happens quite regularly when I'm watching football. Is when I actually leave the room. Is the time we score. You know what I mean? So I've started to actually try and sort of use that to our advantage. If I don't watch it, we do all right. If I watch it, we always do rubbish.
Who do you want in the final?
All comers, don't care. We'll take anyone on.
78 for 3. Play is resuming after the drinks break. Stokes in to bowl short outside the off stump. Brooks drops the gloves and lets it go through.
I mean, it's awkward, isn't it? It's awkward in this position, isn't it? What do? You kind of go through the book of tactics, don't you? Shall we have a nose and toes session? Shall we go bumpers? Shall we just hang it outside off stump? Difficult on a flat pitch to really force the game when you're running out of runs for the follow-on, isn't it?
So West Indies 178 for 3. They need a further 92 runs to avoid being asked to follow on. Stokes goes in and bowls down the leg side, tries to whip it away there, Brooks. One of those where you could easily flick the glove on the way through. Didn't, missed everything. And taken by Buttler. Stokes still bowling with this imaginative field with a leg slip, the short leg, the deep forward square leg. There's a fine third man, almost like a fly third man really. If he was to take on the uppercut and slightly miscue it, if he got hold of it, the uppercut, it would go to Crawley's right. And there's a fine leg in as well. So an unusual field. Stokes looking to make something happen. Bowls and it's forced away, but straight to Sibley at backward point. And there is no run.
Aggers would know this.
Yeah. Diane Goodyear on Sports where it's good to be slow. Diane says dressage.
That's right. Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it? Those horses, wonderful. Diagonals and going.
It's all like that, isn't it, Thomas?
It could be sort of like that. Sorry, someone was just mimicking a horse doing dressage. Looked more like a bunny rabbit. really. But yes, that's right. It's very deliberate, isn't it?
Stokes bowls, and Brooks is up on his toes, dropping the ball onto the pitch. And there is no run. Pope runs across from short leg to pick up. Westindies' perspective here, great opportunity, fantastic opportunity the next day and a half to
just bat.
Retain the Wisdom Trophy.
Yeah, what an effort that is after winning it over there as well.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a real building block in their future. I don't know where they're going about Test cricket.
England needs 17 wickets in a day and a half.
Good luck.
Here's Stokes, brought a very short delivery. Brooks is underneath that.
Here's another one. There's Bushell. Suggests snooker. Soft, slow shots required in various situations to control the cue ball. Yeah. That's right. Bit of safety play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Those ones where the ball just drops into the pocket as well.
Yeah, that's right. Golf. On one of those Augusta greens where you've just got to touch it slowly and off it goes.
Yeah. Stokes bowls. Nicely played by Brooks. Right in behind that, watching it carefully, playing it into the onside, and there's no run. Simon Wellingborough, the backswing of a golf club.
Yeah, controlled. It's got to be controlled, but not necessarily slow.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what you're urging Bess to do.
Just perhaps, yes, a bit. It's a bit rushed. I mean, he's got good explosion and good sort of like, energy on that delivery, good pivot, but sometimes you just got to hold yourself in that coil a little bit and sort of get tall on that front foot and get up on your toe and just stand a bit taller and just pop it up, just bowl a little bit slower, and then when it comes down it bounces and kicks at the batsman. Everything's a bit sort of flat and a bit skiddy, if you know what I'm trying to say.
I know exactly what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
178 for 3. Right, Bess is going to continue his 16th over.
Like that.
Balls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite clip drives it into the onside. Diving save from Burns at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Oh, it's about the Bess. It's a great one.
Yeah, Davey and Derbyshire. Good to be slow in sport. In a moment, after this ball from Bess, he moves into bowls to Shamarh Brooks, and Brooks turns it away towards backward square leg, and there's no run. In track cycling, especially in the sprints, quite often it's advantageous to be very slow in the beginning of a sprint to try and force your opponent to go early or even overtake you, and you get the advantage towards the end.
That's right.
This guy everyone thinking, excellent. Here is Bess.
That's the delivery we need.
It was full enough to draw him into the defensive shot. It turned a bit, and it went quickly away on the onside, but unfortunately for Bess, it dropped short of the short leg field of Pope. That's more like it there.
Yeah, it is. Better pace, better flight.
Bess bowls, and that's a bit too short, I'm afraid, and it's whipped away by Brathwaite towards deep backward square leg. Sibley's chasing round, knocks it back inside the rope, very well fielded, gets to his feet, sends in the return, and they're back for 3 runs.
Yes, that trackside, that's when on the old velodrome, they're right at the top, aren't they? They're almost going nowhere, just sort of, I don't know how they do it, because they haven't got brakes. But they almost stop still, aren't they? Just waiting for someone to make the commitment, and off they go. Good idea. Good one there.
3 runs to the total, 181 for 3. Here is Bess. Moves in now and bowls to Brooks, and Brooks drives, guiding it with an open face into the offside. Broad trots in from deep backward point to pick up and send in the return. One more, 182 for 3. Al Portman tennis, taking the pace off the ball to float a drop shot.
That was my shot. Perhaps with a slice. Nice. Slow drop shot. Disguised, of course.
Brathwaite back, of course. Back on strike on 68. Dead bats that one into the offside towards cover. There's no run. It's the end of Bess's over. 182 for 3. Westindies going well here. OK, they're 287 behind, but it's about time. And England are in a race against time at the moment. They are losing that race. More from Tuffers or Andy Zaltzman, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
That's absolutely flew past that, Simon, didn't it? Talking about being slow in sport. And the Westindies don't need to do anything apart from that, just bat slowly. Slowly knock the runs off and get past this follow-on. Aggers, boy, afternoon.
Hello, Philip. One or two random conversations that I heard floating through my radio next door.
Well, there you go. Just how are we slow in sport?
Yeah, absolutely. Stokes round the wicket, comes in, bowls, short ball. He's really trying to get Brooks to be tempted here, but so far Brooks has resisted. 35 not out from 64 balls.
Because we were just saying that we think Don Bess perhaps should be a little bit more flighty and a bit slower instead of sort of jamming it into the pitch. Just take a bit of pace off. You don't have to always be, I think spinners nowadays always sort of just like, slamming it in against spin and everything. Sometimes you've got to toss,
Flight and guile.
Bit of flight and guile.
Bit of Bish and Beddy.
Oh, well, it wasn't he the best.
Yeah.
You'd probably know more about that.
182 for 3. I never faced him. Stokes round the wicket, bowls, and again it's short, but Brooks this time plays it, standing up on his toes and turning the ball to short leg. No, I never played against Bish and Beddy, but I can't say to be Bish and Beddy.
No.
Always liked his afternoon nap, old Bish.
Well, yes, spinners do.
Yeah, so we'd be working at the Wankhede Stadium, and at the back of it were some dormitories. I think for young players to come and stay, in Mumbai, and practice. So Bish was portly, and he liked his lunch, and he would enjoy that. Then you give him one stint after lunch. Here's Stokes, and bouncer down the leg side, and then after a couple of hours, you had to be sent to go and find him, and he'd be laid out splendidly with the turban and so on, beautiful bright coloured turban, laid out on the mattress there. He was great fun.
Well, he was. I mean, I've seen
beautiful
footage of him, and say it was all very sort of upright and sort of regal, was that? And then just, there wasn't this sort of great explosion or it was just like boink, and then
he had that ball on the end of a piece of string, just dangle it and dangle it. Yeah. Stokes bowls down the leg side, actually almost clipping the leg stump. That's where Brooks has to be a little bit careful, because that was pitched up, that one. He'd gone across anticipating a short ball.
Like it. Andrew Simpkins. When is it good to be slow in sport? Tough as walking to the wicket when a fast bowler is on. Well, you've got to get there somehow. You can't avoid it.
Well, the big contrast is the speed that you left the pitch when you've been dismissed.
Absolutely haired off.
Me too. 182 for 3. Here's Stokes in the sunshine. Bowls a short ball. Brooks can play that pretty comfortably up on his toes. Playing the ball into the offside, and there's no run. Bish, he's a beautiful bowler.
Yeah, he was.
Old-fashioned fielder, I think it's fair enough to say.
Oh, okay, yeah, it doesn't make you.
No,
there's a few of us about, aren't there?
Often uses boot, sometimes miss.
Oh, did he?
Yes. Oh, he's a really good man. We're very lucky to have worked with him.
Yeah.
182 for 3. There's Stokes bowling, full, clipped away past leg slip. Curran is on the boundary below us to our left and throws the ball back, and they take one more. 183 for 3. I remember on Monty Panasa's first tour of India, his parents came.
Yes.
And we were playing a test match up at Chandigarh way.
Yes.
Mohali.
That's right.
And Bish was working with us.
Yeah.
And I remember him taking Mr. and Mrs. Panasar to one side and talking. They were thrilled, of course, because they were one of the absolute heroes, but sat them down and
Chandigarh, is that with the old Himalayas? You see the Himalayas from the ground?
Yes, the Shivalik View.
That's right.
Hotel.
It's always a bit chilly there.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
We often go there, actually.
Yeah.
Bess starts a new over, fires that in about middle and leg. Toughness won't like that.
No.
It's clipped away to short leg and Pope Fields.
I need to have a bit of chat with Don this evening, I think.
Yeah, you should do. Well, you can't.
Well, no, I can't. Well, megaphone.
Yeah.
Give him a call.
Perhaps you can pass messages down a piece of string.
Yeah,
from
semaphore.
Yeah. Bess again. Bowls, that's better.
Thank you, John. You can see. It's funny, isn't it? And that's what I liked about Graham Swan. You could almost tell the delivery that Graham Swan was going to bowl before it left his hand.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And we both sensed that was the one.
Absolutely. See if it can put the rest of the over together like that. Here it comes again and bowls. Well, a little fuller, but it's driven up to mid-off. They'll take a catch there, roots the fielder. 184.
Only a youngster though, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He's got plenty of time.
He's got a nice sort of feisty, competitive attitude like that.
That's what I like. Takes a long time to get the craft, you see. It's bedded in the body.
Yeah.
Yes. Doesn't come naturally.
2 men round the bat as he moves in and bowls and brings Brathwaite forward. He's on 68 from 155 balls now. And the immediate target is 270 for West Indies. That doesn't mean to say they're home and dry, but it rules out probably the most likely avenue of a possible England win. Bess again, a little shorter this time. And, turned into the leg side. A little hurried perhaps, Brathwaite there.
Yeah, but it's oi, or well bowled, hands on head. It's going down leg side. It's slightly short all the time in the world, just to rock back and knock it on the floor.
Yeah. Breeze pulling up the flags above the pavilion. Bess again bowls, and that's driven. Has he got the gap? He has. So he's played that well, absolutely threading it past Cover's right hand and mid-off's left. It's a beautiful shot. It was tossed up and it was very full, but even so, to absolutely know where those two fielders were positioned and hitting it absolutely, totally bisected the gap. 72 to Brathwaite, Brooks 37, 188 for 3.
It's on the subject of left-arm spinners and the way the game has changed since DRS came in. Bish and Betty, 266 test wickets, just 16 LBWs.
Really?
Monty Panesar, 42 LBWs out of 167 test wickets. Rangana Herath, another kind of wily left armour, 108 LBWs from 433. So those two modern bowlers in the DRS era, about a quarter of their wickets in LBWs. Phil, do you know how many LBWs you had?
I would probably under double figures.
9. Correct. 9 out of 121, so about 7%.
Stokes from round the wicket, bowls short again, cut hard. Sibley at backward point.
7% of toughers of wicket, 6% of Bish and Beddies, and a quarter of left-arm spinners in the DRS.
And then that then translates to perhaps moving on in the game. That was the crucial partnership. And then the bloke went on and got 180. You know what I mean? Had him stoned dead on 7.
Yeah. Usually what, sweeps? What is the sort of half?
No, that little half. If you went
defensive shot, just ran on.
Yeah.
Stokes round the wicket. Anyway, and there's a short ball. Get over it, Phil.
Yeah, no, move on.
It's taken by Buttler.
Yeah.
But anyone who was watching cricket in the 70s, remember Bish.
Yeah.
Beautiful coloured turbans, bright colours, magical.
Northamptonshire, wasn't it?
Oh yes. Yeah. Just roll it out and toss it up and toss it up.
I could always remember him saying it in a very sort of like light blue, very bright light blue.
Yellows,
Yeah, green.
Yeah. And if you got hit for 6, you just smile and you just do the same thing again, but just dangle it ever so slightly shorter. There's a nice stroke off the back foot. Runs here for Brooks again. He's very strong through the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs, I think. 2 fielders in pursuit. Neither of them can get there. And Brooks goes to 41. 192 for 3. That was very well played indeed. 277 behind. He didn't enjoy batting much, Bish. What was the game in the West Indies where it was a famous game?
Oh, they all got put in the hospital.
They're about 7 down. I think Bish was the last man. They're all in hospital with broken fingers. And I think they're all waiting, looking, and a white towel is lobbed over the boundary edge, and that was it.
Really?
He wouldn't go out.
Didn't fancy
He
it.
declared.
Oh.
And absolutely sure that's right. I mean, it might be one of those stories. It gets a bit ridiculous. Stokes and bowls down the leg side.
Little flag.
No run. But he thought there's no point.
Got 2.5 days to.
Just lobbed it over the boundary edge. Oh, I don't know. The same thing as Hungry Walsh the other day. What I hadn't realised, I heard from an old friend of mine, Hungry Walsh, when he got those. Well, when he got those wickets and the number 11 threw the towel in at the Nomads that day, it actually denied him all 10. He'd taken the first 9 wickets, and number 11 tossed the towel over.
Hungry Walsh. We always used to face him in the warm-up games.
Terrifying. Yeah.
It was terrifying.
Yeah. Stokes round the wicket, bowls pushed away down to mid-on where Broad fields.
The dentist was the other one, wasn't he? The dentist.
Yes, that's right, the dentist.
That game was in April 1976 in Sabina Park, Jamaica. The 4th test of the series. West Indies ended up winning by 10 wickets, but the scorecard's extraordinary. India batted first, 306 for 6, declared 2 players retired hurt, Gaikwad and Patel. West Indies then made 391 all out.
Watch Stokes. Short leg's gone back a little bit there, crouching still with a helmet on. That's a good short ball, catch it, somebody shouts, but actually I think it came off forearm rather than glove. Stokes trying to get that catch in the leg side. 192 for 3, so 277 behind.
India's second innings, 97 all out, but only 6 players batted. Gavaskar out for 2, Vengsaka, Mahinda Ramanath, Madan Lal, Venkat and Syed Kermani, the wicketkeeper, and then Gaikwad, Viswanath, Patel, Bedi and Chandrasekhar all listed as absent hurt.
Absent hurt, but I think you'll find that Bedi and Chandrasekhar were fully fit. Just, he called them in. Bedi was captain, wasn't he? Was Bedi captain? Or was Gavaskar captain?
No, Bedi was.
It was Bedi, yes, he made the decision down there. I'm sorry, lads, I'm not going out.
Oh, well, I could kind of agree. If Sonny's getting out with 2, and all these guys... 8, 9, 10 Jack didn't fancy strolling out.
That's a great thing for a captain to be able to do, though, isn't it?
Who was the bowler? What was the Windies bowling?
Michael Holding, who's here for Sky. Maybe we can ask him about that game during the T-interval. Had 7 wickets in the match. Wayne Daniel, Bernard Julian and Van Holder.
There's a couple of quicks there.
Yeah, Julian and Holder were fast medium.
Yeah, sort of pitched it up and swung a bit. Obviously, the other 2 had done it.
I think they did the damage, probably. Oh, dear old Bish. 192 for 3. A change of bowling. Chris Woakes is entering the attack from this end. So, change of ends. He'll bowl into the breeze, which is quite stiff. So, we'll see how he gets on. There's 2 slips. England desperate for wickets now. So, it doesn't mean that it's all over if Westindies avoid the follow-on, but the odds are it's a big step in the right direction for the Westindies to retain the Wisden Trophy. Brathwaite's on 72. He's holding the innings together, and Woakes kicking up his heels, moves in and bowls, and one that hits the shoulder of the bat as Brathwaite comes forward. In email from Claude. I haven't got your surname, Claude, but never mind. Hello, chaps. Firstly, thank goodness TMS and cricket is back. I'm here in sunny Cornwall, gently gardening, while my poor wife Bobby is laid up in the house with knee cartilage damage.
Okay.
But I can periodically hear her chuckling to the banter. Please will you wish her a speedy recovery? Of course, Claude. And poor old Bobby, get well soon, hey? Here's Woakes. And, it's a thickish edge. Again, he plays slightly across the line there. And field at a point.
Might be a torn meniscus.
Or she's getting out and doing the gardening. Come on, Bobby, let's go and do some weeding. Oh,
that knee.
Bit of a sore knee. Sorry, Claude. I'm going to listen to the cricket. That sounds more like it to me. Well done, Bobby.
Get well soon, Bobby.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of torn meniscuses.
Have you?
Yeah, they're sore.
Make your eyes water.
They do.
Woakes over the wicket. Bowls very full. Clipped into the leg side. No real power in that stroke. And there's no run. 192 for 3. We've got, half an hour? Time is tea. The tea has moved regularly today. Oh, it's not until 5 to 4.
We used to... I've been to Mousel a couple of times in Cornwall. Was it Mousel? Or Mousel?
I don't know.
Yeah, a little place down there, Mousel.
Right.
Very nice little park as well.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, a couple of nice pubs.
Windy lanes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
192 for 3. Woakes over the wicket. Bowls on leg stumps, chipped away. Only as far as mid-on. More oohs and ahs and groans and so on. But really, these two have played very, very well indeed.
Do you not get yourself down to that neck of the woods?
Yeah, but in the summer, it's kind of a bit more tricky, difficult, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
192 for 3. Woakes long strides. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls short. Oh, he's hit that well for his hip. Flicking it away down to long leg for a single. Nicely inside the line of that. Helped it on its way. 193 for 3. So the Westindies 276 runs behind. 77 to avoid the follow-on. Moving pretty comfortably in that direction at the moment. England did something, try and spark some sort of collapse, some sort of panic in the Westindies dressing room. I'm not sure who's going to do it, to be honest. Woakes over the wicket. Bowls. It's played by Brooks into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 193 for 3. A new ball due in 14 overs. I was looking at the attack. Alistair Cook's come in now. When Archer was withdrawn from the game, there must have been an argument for them saying, well, look, we need some pace. Ollie Stone, or I don't know, or even Mark Wood. I know he played in the last Test match, but it's left a bit of a samey attack, hasn't it?
Afternoon, Aggers. It has. Certainly, we're seeing why they're desperate for pace. Why they're trying to get some pace in the side, because when it does become flat, like this wicket is flat, you can see what pace can do. You have more options. Doesn't guarantee you're going to get 5 for every time, but just gives the captain something different to do.
Stokes resumes the short pitched attack, and that's pulled away out to deep square leg for a single. I mean, Stokes does this role sometimes, but it's only sort of mid-80s.
Yeah, and there's a big difference, isn't there, between an 85 mile an hour bouncer and a 90 mile an hour bouncer. And Ben Stokes is just running here. He hasn't bowled at all, and then suddenly he's in an 8 over. Is this his 8 over spell? Or?
It's ninth over.
And you can hear him talking to the batsman saying, I'm going to still keep coming, I'm going to still come. And he's just such a wholehearted cricketer.
Yeah.
But you just feel.
Here he comes again round the wicket. Bowls another short ball. He's fended away into the offside, but a run-up bowl, 9 overs of bounces on a pretty sluggish pitch like this is.
I saw a stat. It was 82% short, which, I mean, that must be hard.
Yeah.
Simon Mann and I were talking about? It was not as quick being short or something, but I think it definitely takes more effort to bowl bounces, doesn't it?
Definitely. Still round the wicket. Brooks, 41 not out. Stokes in the sunshine again with a leg slip and a short leg. Comes up and bowls. Now it's down the leg side and short. He's got to flick that away. But, no contact made, and Buttler's there to gather it. There's one man at slip, but he's within shouting range. That's sort of a socially distanced slip from the wicketkeeper. He's about 2 to 3 metres away.
Same on the leg side of the leg slip. Slightly further away.
I hope lots of people are playing today, by the way. A recreational game. There's been a bit of rain around, but for many of you, perhaps your first cricket of the summer is Stokes. Bowls a bouncer again, and he just dips his head and allows that to go through to the wicketkeeper. 194 for 3.
Yeah, played well today, haven't they?
Yeah.
I like the fact they haven't just tried to defend. I thought they might, the way they bowled quite negatively, and I almost felt that they were bowling for the draw. And I'd hoped that they weren't going to take that into their batting, but they haven't. They've looked to score. They played really well.
Stokes again moves in and bowls another bouncer. I think every ball in this over has been in his half. And again, Brooks has bobs underneath it.
At least he's creating a bit more rough around for Dom Bess to aim at.
Brooks really hasn't looked like engaging in this warfare at all. He's ducked out of the way. Played the odd one off the back foot. Certainly doesn't look ruffled by it. The last ball of the over, 194 for 3. Stokes rushes in, bowls another short ball, which Brooks plays easily enough up on his toes, and that rolls away into the offside. And well, they're certainly blunting this short-pitched attack. So we've got 35 minutes to go until tea. On this fourth day, Westindies 275 runs behind at 194 for 3. And they're going well. Isha arrived with a load of notes, which I took as being a get out of my seat signal. And I said, well, to do one more, which is working hard, Isha. So absolutely fine, don't worry. 194 for 3, she's up and down and all over the place.
You set it up perfectly. You just about to hand over to me. I was thinking about what to say.
Yeah.
And then
I think Isha heard it coming as well. 194 for 3. 13 overs to a new ball. And Woakes with his band over his hair, which is really quite swept back underneath it. Moves in now, and he bowls, and it's pushed away. Feeling for it slightly there, Brathwaite. Picks up a single to Broad. Bumble has done one of his Fred Truman impersonation films he likes to do on the subject of fast bowlers wearing headbands. If you want something to look at.
Fred Truman was very happy, was he?
I don't Well, you might, I suppose, have seen Dennis Lilly wearing his headband. Because Dennis, particularly in his later years, he'd wear often, well, like a yellow one. He wore one headed in 81, I think he had a...
Not canary gold, or whatever they call it.
Well, yes, it probably was canary gold, actually. They hate it when it's so yellow. Here's Woakes bowling, and back goes Brooks. And, Woakes can feel that as he follows through. Of course, part of Dennis Lilly's was to sweep the hair back and then used to run his forefinger across his forehead and then flick the sweat off like that. It's all part of the act. Look at it.
And a big chain, like those shirts, and open
yeah.
buttoned shirt. There were those shirts in those days, weren't there? Buttons.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Did you have a headband? Ever wore a headband?
No, never any particular need for that. 195 for 3. In goes Woakes. Bowls and gets a thick edge. Oh, there's no third man. And a chase for Stokes. Look at that. He's bowled 8 overs, or 9 overs in fact, of bouncers, and he's chased that all the way down to third man, and it's just beaten him by a yard. Well, he is incredibly fit. But again, it just shows the commitment too of Stokes. That was probably always going to go for 4.
He's played that really well, because there's just a hint of movement from Chris Woakes. Brooks played it with really soft hands, played it late, there's no chance. I mean, I reckon it bounced 2 yards away from the outside edge, down, almost ran it down to third man.
Stokes returns, he's jogged all the way back. He's puffing a bit now, and he's got 3 balls to suck in some air. Woakes moves in, bowls on the off stump, neatly played by Brooks. I can almost feel Carlos Brathwaite purring. He's clearly big friends with this fellow, and he's urging him on from our little room.
He was a bit quiet this morning, wasn't he, Carlos? Yes. I think he was a bit worried about the batting. Now he's just starting to strut around the commentary box a little bit more.
Just a tad. Oh yes. I've got him watching Fred Truman videos.
You set him homework as well as you set me?
Absolutely. You've got to watch these people. Yeah, in my day it was Harold Larwood, but you can update yourselves with Fred Truman. 199 for 3. Mid-off has come in close and quite straight. That's Root crouching there. Woakes bowls pretty straight, and Brooks stands up, plays it very easily again into the onside. And there's no run. Deserted Old Trafford. It's every now and then you catch a glimpse of something, usually a steward. And yet they're stewarding nobody.
Well, I went for a run around the ground yesterday, and when it got called off, and there were 2 stewards sat under, I don't really know what that dodgy red building is, and they still had to be there until 7 o'clock.
Here's Woakes. Oh, it's a lovely ball. That swung and beat the bat. That was most unexpected. It goes through to the keeper. That, I think, is the Red Rose Suite.
Okay.
And it used to be the press box.
Well, I didn't know the name of it, so I couldn't think.
Here's the build-up. 199 for 3.
That was a lot quicker this time, Angus.
Half an hour to go till tea. Some thoughts from Alistair Cook, and then Ishigua's coming in here.
Yeah, so I ran past him and I was doing laps, so I saw him a few times, and once it was announced the game had been called off, I just assumed these stewards would wander off home, but after about 3 times they're still there, I stopped and said, you still here? And he goes, yeah, we've got to be here until 7:30 or 7:45. I thought they also in that corridor where they couldn't see anything, so I thought it could be a long 3 hours for them to sit there.
Incredibly hard-working, the stewards here at this ground. Would have been tough yesterday in the cold and the rain. As Ben Stokes continues from the James Anderson end, here he is bowling to Brathwaite. Pop in the air and caught. Well, Ben Stokes, he's been toiling away from that end, bowling short stuff. And one that is back of a length. Brathwaite looking to work it leg side, miscues it, and an easy pop-up catch for Ben Stokes to take. So he gets the breakthrough. Is there an opening now for England here? Brathwaite goes for 75 as we see him walk off the pitch now. And the Westindies 199 for 4.
It's always a way of Ben Stokes in his 10th over of bowling short. Just makes something happen, always does. Whether it's in the field, whether it's the bat, and now with the ball. It's just given England a glimmer of hope. Still 70 runs to play with into this quite crucial mark of the follow-on, I think. And was an important wicket. Brathwaite played really nicely, really controlled. Probably best I've seen him play for quite a long time. He was disappointed to miss out. But he's done a good job for his team, and now can England take advantage?
Kraigg Brathwaite 75 from 165 balls, 8 fours, a partnership of 76 in 22 and a half overs. Brathwaite's second consecutive first innings half century of the series, and in 10 tests prior to this series he had not reached 50 and averaged just 12, so a superb return to form.
Another big effort here from Ben Stokes. Just looking at that delivery again, you reckon it was cross seam, but it kind of just sort of twirled in his hand almost. It wasn't really an off cutter.
No,
it's almost like it came out the front of his hand.
I think it was just a cross seam,
right.
But I don't know if that's what he's been bowling, all of them cross seam, because sometimes if you do bowl a cross seam, it might just hit the shiny side and skid on, or just clip a bit of the seam, and it just held the pace back. Just come off the surface slightly differently. Kind of stopped a little bit in Brathwaite, but I haven't seen any close-ups of whether all the other balls have been cross seamers, but it's a vital breakthrough now. And I'd imagine they're going to stay with the same tactic for Chase. He's a very good front foot player, but he can get out to the short ball, so Ben Stokes is still staying around the wicket.
Roston Chase just marking out his guard now. Looks like off stump actually, as we look at it from behind. Ben Stokes at the top of his mark now. He's going to continue around the wicket, averaging 31. Roston Chase, best of 137 against India 4 years ago. Played a couple of important knocks already in this series. Has just given himself a bit of a warm-up. He's wearing a short-sleeve jumper, a bit of a hamstring stretch as he reaches down, and now comes down the track to take a look at the pitch. Do a bit of gardening. He's going to have a man down at fine leg gully, short leg, a man just behind him, 20 metres behind him at square leg. Dom Bess position there, and Stuart Broad at mid-wicket. So here comes Ben Stokes, steaming in now, past the umpire. Bowls to Chase, leaves one outside the off stump, just leans himself back as that goes past his shoulder through to Buttler. Bit more of a breeze here at Old Trafford, blowing from left to right, just brightening up as well. And huge moment in the game in the context of this series for England. They have to keep picking up wickets. Stokes past the umpire to Chase. This time he looked unsettled as he ducked underneath that one, going through to Buttler. It was almost as if he was looking to go back, and then realised he was moving himself into the line of the ball and had to quickly shift out the way.
Well, he swayed the previous ball slightly wider of off stump. This one was over leg stump, so almost on his blind spot of his left shoulder. For a split second, he looked like he was going to get a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
Just got his head out the way. It's a better line for Ben Stokes there. That line over leg stump.
Stands open in his crease. Chase off his hip, down onto the floor. In fact, that was probably a bit more under the armpit as he jumps up and tries to play it. But Joe Root definitely in the game there, falls in front of him.
It's a good skill to be able to bang away short and not go over the batsman's head. You only have 2 of them. I can't even remember many actual bouncers. They've all been like Neil Wagner. How good is Neil Wagner?
Yeah.
Just finding that length of the armpit and above, but not going over your head, so you can just continually bowl them. And Ben Stokes has definitely found that length on this wicket.
Chase back and across, ducks underneath that one a bit more confidently. So continuous short stuff here from Ben Stokes.
I wouldn't mind Ben Stokes just coming over the wicket at Chase, because that will bring the full straight one in, LBW, bowled. Just when someone's just come to the crease, obviously still trying to get used to the pitch, not seeing the ball as well as Brathwaite would be seeing. Over here, he can't get a guy out LBW really from this line.
Stokes bowls short again, Chase on the back foot, guiding it past point to misfields, Dom Sibley. And charging after it. Chase is pushing back for 2, and he'll get there comfortably. So he's off the mark, And the Westindies, they go past 200. They're 201 for 4 at the end of the over, trailing by 268. Brooks on 45. He's played brilliantly off 89 deliveries, and Stokes 1 for 22 off his 10 overs. Persistent spell from him coming into the game. And batting to come, Jermaine Blackwood, 5 off a century in that first test match, leading his side to victory. Jason Holder, Shane Dowrich, they bat long. Of course, there was Alzarri Joseph, who was in as night watchman after day 1. So that batting lineup is extended as Woakes will carry on from the Brian Statham end, as Brooks marks out his guard. Here comes Woakes now. He bowls. Brooks on the back foot defending solidly. There was that one delivery in the last over that just shaped a little bit for Woakes. I wonder if he can extract that once more into the 70th over here with this in.
तो फ्रेंड्स नमस्कार, एक बार फिर आपके लिए लेकर आए हैं लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग में। आज हम देख रहे हैं वेस्ट इंडीज वर्सेस इंग्लैंड का ये मैच, और इस मैच का बहुत ही अच्छे मोड पर ये मैच पहुंच चुका है। फिलहाल मैं स्कोर एक बार आपको अपडेट करूंगा जरूर। सबसे पहले वेस्ट इंडीज का भी चौथे दिन में टी ब्रेक हुआ है जस्ट। वेस्ट इंडीज अभी भी 242 रनों की यहाँ पर वेस्ट इंडीज को जरूरत है, और वेस्ट इंडीज के 4 विकेट गिर चुके हैं। तो मैं बोलूंगा 2 सेशन गुजर जा चुके हैं आज के डे 4 के, क्योंकि पहला सेशन जो था उसके बाद लंच ब्रेक और ये टी ब्रेक, यानी 2 सेशन अभी तक निकल जा चुके हैं वेस्ट इंडीज वर्सेस इंग्लैंड के 4th डे के। तो अभी आज का आधा दिन बाकी है और कल का दिन बाकी, यानी 1.5 डे बाकी है। तो क्या इस 1.5 डे में, इस 1.5 दिन जो बचा है, इसमें कुछ कमाल हम देख पाएंगे या फिर यह मैच ड्रॉ होने वाला है? तो फ्रेंड्स बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग मोड पर यह मैच पहुंच चुका है। टी ब्रेक है, ब्रैथवेट खेल रहे थे, ब्रैथवेट ने बनाए। मैं आपको एक बार स्कोर पूरा अपडेट जरूर कर देता हूँ। ब्रैथवेट जो थे उन्होंने अच्छे रन बनाए, और ओपनर जो थे ब्रैथवेट, उन्होंने 75 रन किए और 8 बाउंड्रीज उन्होंने निकाली। 75 के बाद उन्हें आउट किया स्टोक्स ने, अपना कॉटन बॉल किया स्टोक्स ने उनको। और उसके बाद जो कैम्बेल थे वो तो दूसरे दिन ही आउट हो चुके थे, उन्हें सैम करन आउट कर दिया था। जॉन कैम्बेल एलबीडब्ल्यू आउट हुए थे सैम करन की बॉल पर, और अल्जारी जोसेफ वो आज आउट हुए, 32 रन बनाकर आउट हुए थे। तो फ्रेंड्स देखिए यहाँ पर अभी टी ब्रेक चल रहा है, और इस टी ब्रेक के बाद स्कोर एक बार अपडेट हम ले रहे हैं। मैं बता रहा था ब्रैथवेट जो है 75 बना के गए, अच्छा उन्होंने पारी खेली, बट जैसी चाहिए थी वेस्ट इंडीज को उतने रन नहीं कर पाए, फिर भी अच्छे रन बनाए। अभी तक 227 पे 4 विकेट हो चुके हैं यहाँ पर वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम के। वेस्ट इंडीज के ऑलरेडी 4 विकेट हो गए हैं। उसके बाद कैम्बेल आउट हो चुके थे दूसरे दिन की अपनी पारी में। उन्हें सैम करन ने एलबीडब्ल्यू आउट कर दिया था जॉन कैम्बेल को, वो 12 रन बनाकर आउट हुए थे। उसके बाद जो आए थे नाइट वॉचमैन में अल्जारी जोसेफ, वो आज आउट हुए, 32 रन बनाकर वो आउट हुए थे। उन्हें जो स्पिनर है डोमिनिक बेस, उन्होंने आउट किया था, शॉर्ट लेग पर उन्हें कॉट आउट किया था। ओली पोपे ने उन्हें कैच आउट किया था। उसके बाद आए थे साई होप आए थे, उसके बाद साई होप बना कर गए 25, कुछ खास नहीं कर पाए, हालांकि अपनी टीम के लिए जितना उनसे उम्मीदें थी, क्योंकि पूरी टीम यही चाह रही है वेस्ट इंडीज की कैसे भी इस मैच को ड्रॉ कराया जाए। और यहाँ से थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी देखिए ब्रुक्स खेल रहे हैं 60 रन बनाकर, और 10 चौके उन्होंने लगाए हैं। तो ब्रुक्स यहाँ पर पारी को थोड़ा संभाले हुए हैं। टी ब्रेक चल रहा है, अभी 2 सेशन आज के बाकी है और कल के 4 सेशन, यानी अभी एक बार और बैटिंग वेस्ट इंडीज कर सकती है। तो यहाँ से थोड़ा सा मुश्किल लग रहा है इंग्लैंड के लिए मैच जीतना। हालांकि वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए ड्रॉ कराना थोड़ा आसान है, अभी भी 12/242 रन है, तो वेस्ट इंडीज यहाँ से जीतने का तो कभी नहीं सोच रही होगी। वेस्ट इंडीज के दिमाग में 100% सिर्फ यही होगा कि कैसे भी करके भाई इस मैच को ड्रॉ करा लिया जाए, जिससे कि कम से कम हम हारने से बच जाए। इसके पहले जो फर्स्ट इनिंग की हम एक बार बात करते हैं तो बहुत ही अच्छी वो इनिंग हुई थी। उसमें मैं आपको बता दूं बेन स्टोक्स जो थे उन्होंने बनाए थे 176 रन और डोमिनिक सिबले उन्होंने 120 रन बनाए थे। उसके बाद इतने तो विशाल स्कोर के बाद में टीम का स्कोर पहुंच गया था 469 9 विकेट के नुकसान पर। तो एक बड़ा यहाँ पर रन चेज दिया था इंग्लैंड ने वेस्टइंडीज को और वेस्टइंडीज उसके जवाब में अभी फिलहाल जो है टी ब्रेक के टाइम पर 242 रन बनाकर खेल रही है। 242 रन अभी भी बाकी है उन्हें बनाना और चेज खेल रहे हैं। और दूसरी तरफ है शामराह ब्रुक्स। ब्रुक्स का एक बार थोड़ा सा मैं आपको प्रोफाइल बता देता हूँ। 1988 का बर्थ ब्रुक्स का, 31 ईयर्स के वो हैं। क्रिकेट में उनकी थोड़ी लेट एंट्री हुई लगता है क्योंकि 31 ईयर्स के हैं। अभी तक उन्होंने सिर्फ 5 टेस्ट मैच खेले हैं यहाँ पर वेस्टइंडीज के लिए और बैरबडोस से वो बिलोंग करते हैं। बैट्समैन है, राइट हैंड बैट्समैन है और मेनली उनका जो है वो बैटिंग ही है, मतलब वो बैट्समैन एज ए बैट्समैन ही खेलते हैं। 5 मैच खेल चुके हैं जिसमें 8 इनिंग वो खेल चुके हैं और जिसमें 273 रन वो अभी तक बना चुके हैं 39 के एवरेज के साथ। हाईएस्ट 111 यानी एक सेंचुरी उन्होंने लगाई है, साथ ही 2 अर्धशतक भी उन्होंने लगाए हैं। तो एक ठीक ठाक बैट्समैन है ये। आज भी 60 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं तो उन्हीं से उम्मीद है, थोड़ा उन्हें टिकने की जरूरत है। कैसे भी करके आज का दिन निकाल दें तो कल का दिन, पूरा दिन निकालना वेस्टइंडीज के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा आसान हो जाएगा क्योंकि कल वेस्टइंडीज का ध्यान पूरी तरह से सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस मैच को ड्रॉ कराने के ऊपर रहेगा। तो फ्रेंड्स कमेंट करके बताइए आप दोनों में से कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। क्या आप इंग्लैंड को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं या फिर आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो इन वेस्टइंडीज की टीम आपको पसंद है और क्या आपको लगता है कि यहाँ से दोनों में से कोई भी टीम जीत सकती है मैच, या फिर जो मैं प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा हूं, जो हम प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ से मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि यहाँ से मैच सिर्फ ड्रॉ हो सकता है। उसके अलावा रिजल्ट आना इस मैच में बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल, अनटिल एंड अनलेस कोई बड़ा मैजिक ना हो तब तक इस मैच में कोई रिजल्ट आना मुश्किल है। तो आप अपने कमेंट करके बता सकते हैं आपको क्या लगता है कि कौन सी टीम जीतेगी या ये मैच ड्रॉ होगा। वेस्टइंडीज यहाँ से जीत जाएगी, जीतने के कुछ चांस लगते हैं आपको, या फिर आपको लगता है कि ना भाई इंग्लैंड अच्छी है तो इंग्लैंड वेस्टइंडीज की टीम को आउट कर सकती है आज और कल 2 दिन में मिला के, क्योंकि 5वां दिन ऑलरेडी सभी को पता है बैटिंग के लिए हमेशा काफी मुश्किल हो जाता है। 5वें दिन में आप एक टीम को पूरे दिन में अगर आज आउट कर लेते हो आप वेस्टइंडीज को, मैं इंग्लैंड के नजरिए से जो इंग्लैंड सोच रही होगी उसके हिसाब से बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर आप आज कैसे भी करके अगर वेस्टइंडीज को आउट कर लेते हो तो कल एक बार फिर आप वेस्टइंडीज को आउट कर सकते हो फॉलो ऑन खिलाकर। तो लेकिन यहाँ से फॉलो ऑन अब मुझे खेलता हुआ होता हुआ दिख भी नहीं रहा है क्योंकि 227 रन ऑलरेडी स्कोर कार्ड पर आ चुके हैं वेस्टइंडीज की तरफ से। तो वेस्टइंडीज भी अच्छा खेली है, ऑलमोस्ट 3 के रन रेट के साथ वेस्टइंडीज आज यहाँ पर खेली है। और फ्रेंड्स और वेस्टइंडीज में हाईएस्ट स्कोरर की हम एक बार बात करते हैं। ब्रुक्स ने बनाए हैं 60, उसके पहले जो ब्रैथवेट थे उन्होंने बनाए थे 75। क्रेग ब्रैथवेट एक पुराने बैट्समैन वेस्टइंडीज की टीम के 1992 का उनका बर्थ है। 27 साल के ब्रैथवेट थे जो उनका जो मेन रोल है राइट हैंडेड बैट्समैन है, वो एज ए बैट्समैन एज ए ओपनर खेलते हैं वेस्टइंडीज में। 61 इनिंग्स उन्होंने खेली है, 61 मैच उन्होंने खेले हैं, माफ कीजिए, और इनिंग्स 115 खेली है अभी तक टेस्ट मैच में। और हाईएस्ट उनके 212 यानी एक दोहरा शतक भी वो लगा चुके हैं। 3640 रन बना चुके हैं अभी तक ये बैट्समैन। ब्रैथवेट एक अच्छे बैट्समैन है, एवरेज हालांकि कम है, 33.7 का एवरेज है और इसके बाद 8 सेंचुरी लगा चुके हैं, एक दोहरा शतक लगा चुके हैं टेस्ट मैच में। इसके अलावा 19 50s भी वो लगा चुके हैं। ओडीआई कैरियर की ब्रैथवेट की बात करते हैं तो 10 मैच खेले हैं जिसमें हाईएस्ट उनका 78। तो एवरेज भी यहाँ पर ओडीआई में और कम है 27.8। तो कुछ ठीक ठाक बैट्समैन है साबित हुए हैं अभी तक के लिए। इसके अलावा वो बॉलिंग भी करते हैं, तो टेस्ट मैच में उन्होंने बॉलिंग की है अभी तक 18 विकेट उन्होंने लिए हैं। बेस्ट बॉलिंग का उनका जो फिगर है 29 रन देकर उन्होंने 6 विकेट निकाले थे, ये उनका बेस्ट है। और एवरेज 57 के साथ 5 विकेट एक बार वो ले चुके हैं जो कि उनका बेस्ट है। तो ये पार्ट टाइम बॉलर है और इवन उन्होंने वनडे में भी बॉलिंग की है। ब्रैथवेट की हम यहाँ पर बात कर रहे हैं तो ब्रैथवेट ने वनडे में अभी तक 1 विकेट लिया है सिर्फ। तो बेसिकली वो खेलते हैं एज ए बैट्समैन। और चेस की हम यहाँ पर थोड़ी बात करते हैं। चेस अभी 8 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ खेल रहे हैं ब्रुक्स जो 60 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं। फिलहाल टीम का टी ब्रेक चल रहा है 242 रन अभी भी ट्रायल बाय है वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए। क्या यहाँ से वेस्ट इंडीज बना पाएगी 242 रन, या फिर वेस्ट इंडीज का पूरा ध्यान यहाँ से होगा सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस मैच को कैसे ड्रॉ करवाना है। अपने विकेट बचाएगी वेस्ट इंडीज जल्दी से जल्दी। अभी हम यहाँ पर एक बार देख लेते हैं, चेस की मैं बात कर रहा था, चेस को हम एक बार देख लेते हैं। ये एक बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर है, 1992 का उनका बर्थ है, 28 साल के चेज, राइट हैंडेड बैटिंग करते हैं, राइट आर्म ऑफ ब्रेक है, तो मेनली ये बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर है। तो बैटिंग इनका सेकेंडरी आता है, बट फर्स्ट ये बॉलर है। और टेस्ट इन्होंने, मैं बैटिंग की बात करता हूँ तो 34 मैच खेले हैं जिसमें इन्होंने 1780 रन बनाए हैं, 31 या लगभग 32 के रन रेट के एवरेज के साथ, 5 शतक भी लगाए हैं हालांकि इन्होंने। हाईएस्ट इनका 137। और बॉलिंग की अगर इनकी बात करता हूं तो 34 मैचों में इन्होंने 66 विकेट लिए हैं, जिसमें से 5 विकेट वो 3 बार ले चुके हैं। अच्छे बॉलर साबित हुए हैं ये टीम के लिए, साथ ही एक अच्छे बैट्समैन भी साबित हुए हैं क्योंकि एक बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर है। इसके अलावा हम यहाँ पर थोड़ी सी बात करते हैं इंग्लैंड टीम की। तो इंग्लैंड की टीम भी अच्छे खिलाड़ियों से भरी पड़ी है। जैसा कि आपको पता है कि फर्स्ट इनिंग में स्टोक्स ने बनाए थे 176 रन। 29 साल के ये स्टोक्स एक अच्छे बैट्समैन, बैटिंग ऑलराउंडर हैं वो टीम के लिए। अभी फिलहाल वो आज विकेट भी ले गए हैं, तो टीम को वो दोनों तरफ से हेल्प करते हैं। वो बैटिंग भी अच्छी करते हैं, बॉलिंग भी अच्छी करते हैं, विकेट भी निकाल कर देते हैं टीम को। और अभी एज ए कैप्टन खेल रहे हैं। और इसी बीच बैट्समैन वापस आ चुके हैं। अभी मैं आपको बता दूं, फिलहाल करंट कंडीशन में वेस्ट इंडीज को अगर फॉलो ऑन से बचना है तो 43 रनों की और जरूरत है, तो वो आसानी से यहाँ पर बनते हुए दिखाई दे रहे हैं। 42 रन बनाना यहाँ से वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए कोई मुश्किल काम नहीं है, आराम से वेस्ट इंडीज यहाँ से 42 रन आज बना लेगा। तो हम यहाँ पर फॉलो ऑन तो एटलीस्ट नहीं देख सकते क्योंकि वेस्ट इंडीज ने भी अच्छी बैटिंग की है। भी उनके बैट्समैन 60 रन बनाकर जो खेल रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ है चेज जो 8 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं। इवनिंग सेशन चल रहा है लाइव फ्रॉम एमिरेट ओल्ड ट्रैफोर्ड। तो ट्रायल बाय 242 है, 76 ओवर जा चुके हैं वेस्ट इंडीज की इनिंग के। ब्रॉड शुरुआत करेंगे टी टाइम के बाद। ब्रॉड अभी शुरुआत करने वाले हैं अपनी बॉलिंग की, और देखते हैं अब टी टाइम के बाद क्या कुछ चेंज आता है। फिलहाल ये तो पक्का हो गया है कि वेस्ट इंडीज फॉलो ऑन तो नहीं खेलेगी क्योंकि सिर्फ उन्हें 42 रन चाहिए फॉलो ऑन को अवॉइड करने के लिए। तो यहाँ से अगर वेस्ट इंडीज फॉलो ऑन नहीं खेलती है और आज का दिन पूरा निकाल देती है वेस्ट इंडीज, तो मैच 100% ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। उसके अलावा इस मैच का कोई भी रिजल्ट नहीं आने वाला है फिलहाल, यहाँ से तो यही लग रहा है। इसके अलावा फ्रेंड्स, अगर आपको लगता है कुछ और इस मैच के बारे में तो आप अपने कमेंट करके बता सकते हैं। कमेंट बॉक्स में आइए, हम कुछ डिस्कस करते हैं मैच के बारे में। अभी वेस्ट इंडीज 227 पे 4 विकेट। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड ने ऑलरेडी शुरुआत कर दिया है अपना अगला ओवर। 76.1 पहली बॉल लेग साइड थी और थोड़ी सी शॉर्ट बॉल थी, उसको जाने दिया कीपर के पास। राउंड द विकेट आकर बॉल फेंक रहे हैं ब्रॉड। थोड़ी सी नेगेटिव बॉलिंग की कोशिश करेंगे लग रहा है, बट फिलहाल वेस्ट इंडीज को कोई परेशान नहीं। 136 की स्पीड में बॉल, राउंड द विकेट फेंक रहे हैं। आज मैक्सिमम जो यहाँ पर बॉलें देखने को मिली है, शॉर्ट बॉल लेग साइड से नेगेटिव बॉलिंग टाइप में देखने को मिला है। स्टोक्स ने भी वैसी बॉल फेंक कर बैट्समैन को परेशान किया है और बैट्समैन को 2-3 बार लगी भी है उनकी बॉल। शॉर्ट बॉल जिसे बोलते हैं, बॉडी लाइन गेंद, वैसी बॉलें फेंकी है राउंड द विकेट आकर। स्टोक्स ने फेंकी है, दूसरे वोक्स से उन्होंने ऐसी फेंकी है, और अभी फिलहाल ब्रॉड भी वही तैयारी कर रहे हैं कि कैसे भी करके यहाँ से विकेट ले लिया जाए, किसी भी हालत में विकेट ले लिया जाए। अगर ऐसा कर पाते हैं जल्द से जल्द, आज यहाँ पर वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम को पूरा इस सेशन में खत्म कर देते हैं, 6 विकेट निकाल लेते हैं, तो चांस बनता है इंग्लैंड के पास। लेकिन यह चांस बहुत ही मुश्किल, क्योंकि वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम ऐसी नहीं है कि आपको तुरंत अपने 6 विकेट दे देगी। उनके पास बैटिंग लाइनअप बहुत ही अच्छा है, क्योंकि इसके बाद वेस्ट इंडीज में अभी मुझे जैसा पता है कि अभी ब्लैकवुड है, डॉरिच है, जैसन होल्डर है, यहाँ तक उनकी बैटिंग है। 3 बड़े बैट्समैन और आना बाकी है वेस्टइंडीज की तरफ से, और इंग्लैंड के लिए इन सभी को आउट कर पाना आज के दिन तो एटलीस्ट मुश्किल लग रहा है। ये देखिए फिर से बॉडी लाइन गेंदें फेंकी जा रही है, सिर्फ शॉर्ट बॉलें फेंकी जा रही है, कैसे भी करके विकेट ले लिया जाए, कैसे भी करके विकेट निकाला जाए, वेस्टइंडीज पे प्रेशर बनाया जाए। लेकिन वेस्टइंडीज के बैट्समैन भी पूरी तरह से टिके हुए हैं, अपना विकेट दे नहीं रहे हैं और रन भी निकालते जा रहे हैं। लगभग 3 के रन रेट से वेस्टइंडीज ने रन बनाए हैं आज के दिन। वेस्टइंडीज की भी तारीफ करनी होगी। अभी तक स्कोर हो गया है 227 रनों पर 4 विकेट। मैं यहाँ पर बात कर रहा था बेन स्टोक्स की, तो 65 टेस्ट मैच उन्होंने खेले हैं, हाईएस्ट उनका 258। यस, बड़ा स्कोर 37 यानी लगभग 38 के एवरेज के साथ उन्होंने रन बनाए हैं। बेन स्टोक्स ने 10 सेंचुरी बनाई है और एक दोहरा शतक लगाया है, और इसके साथ 50 जो उन्होंने बनाए हैं 21 50 रन, 21 बार 50 रन बनाए हैं। ओडीआई 95 खेल चुके हैं, T20 वो 26 खेल चुके हैं, IPL 34 खेल चुके हैं। ये ऐसा बैट्समैन है, एक ऐसा खिलाड़ी है जिसको सभी लोग पसंद करते हैं। एक बैटिंग ऑलराउंडर के साथ ही विकेट भी उन्होंने काफी लिए हैं। देखिए टेस्ट मैच में उनके नाम पर है 154 विकेट 65 मैचेस में। तो एक अच्छे बैट्समैन साबित हुए हैं वो, एक अच्छे बॉलर भी साबित हुए हैं टीम के लिए। इसलिए फिलहाल एज ए कैप्टन वो खेल रहे हैं। और ओडीआई में भी उनके विकेट में आपको बता दूं 95 मैच में 70 विकेट वो निकाल चुके हैं। T20 में उनके नाम 14 विकेट है और IPL में उनके नाम 26 विकेट है। तो एक अच्छे बॉलर साबित होते हैं, एक अच्छी बॉलिंग करते हैं, राइट आर्म मीडियम पेस। अभी तक का स्कोर वेस्टइंडीज 227 रनों पर 4 विकेट। वेस्टइंडीज का स्कोर 2.95 के रन रेट के साथ वेस्टइंडीज ने रन बनाए हैं। अभी जो लेटेस्ट बैट्समैन खेल रहे हैं, एक खेल रहे हैं ब्रुक्स और दूसरा खेल रहे हैं चेज। ब्रुक्स खेल रहे हैं 60 रन बनाकर। अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ बॉलिंग में थोड़ा परिवर्तन, स्पिनर को लाया गया है। यहाँ पर विकेट के लिए बहुत ही ज्यादा जद्दोजहद कर रहे हैं टीम के खिलाड़ी। इंग्लैंड टीम बेस को लेकर आई है एक बार फिर से। बेस जिन्होंने एक विकेट निकाल कर दिया था अपने टीम के लिए, जोसेफ को उन्होंने आउट किया था। अभी तक वो 59 रन दे चुके हैं अपने, ये उनका 20th ओवर स्टार्ट हुआ है बेस का। 59 रन वो दे चुके हैं, एक विकेट उन्होंने निकाला है। बहुत ज्यादा इफेक्टिव साबित नहीं हुए, इनको अच्छी तरह से खेला है वेस्टइंडीज की टीम ने, क्योंकि 20 ओवर उन्होंने फेंके हैं, फिर भी सिर्फ एक विकेट ही वो निकाल पाए हैं अभी तक। तो वेस्टइंडीज की टीम की यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से तारीफ करनी होगी। वेस्टइंडीज ने जिस तरह से खेला है ये मैच, जैसे उन्होंने पिछला मैच भी खेला था और वो जीते थे, लास्ट डे 200 रन बनाना उस पिच पर बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल था, क्योंकि लगभग वो 200 का रन रेट ऐसा लगता था जैसे 350 से 400 रन उनको बनाने थे, क्योंकि बॉल बहुत ही ज्यादा स्विंग हो रही थी वहां पर। इतने स्विंग गेंद पे लास्ट डे 5th डे जाकर अगर आप 200 रन बना लेते हो तो एक अच्छी टीम के रूप में आपको देखा जाता है। और जबकि आपके 2 विकेट बहुत ही जल्दी निकल गए थे। 7 रन पर उनका, मुझे पता है सेकेंड इनिंग में 7 रन पर उनका पहला विकेट गिर गया था और 20 तक आते आते उनके 2 विकेट गिर चुके थे। तो जब आपके 2 विकेट इतना जल्दी चले जाते हो, फिर भी आप 4 विकेट से यहाँ पर मैच जीत लेते हो, तो एक अच्छी टीम आप कहलाते हो। बहुत ही अच्छे उनके पास बैट्समैन है। होल्डर थे, होल्डर ने लास्ट में अच्छा खेला था और होल्डर वो मैच जिता कर लाए थे। तो कैप्टन ने कप्तानी पारी खेली थी, लास्ट मैच को जिताने में उनकी अहम भूमिका थी। और गैब्रियल की तो बात करें, बहुत ही अच्छे थे वो। लास्ट मैच में उन्होंने सेकेंड इनिंग में 5 विकेट उन्होंने लिए थे, प्लस उन्होंने पहली इनिंग में 4 विकेट लिए थे। तो टोटल 9 विकेट निकालकर वो रहे थे मैन ऑफ द मैच। गैब्रियल बहुत ज्यादा इंप्रेसिव रहे थे। अभी फिलहाल आज के इनिंग में बस माफ कीजिए, थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम था, उसकी वजह से मैं थोड़ी देर लाइव जो कमेंट्री थी उसको बंद किया था। तो एक बार फिर मैं आपके साथ जुड़ चुका हूँ। थर्ड सेशन यहाँ पर शुरू हो गया है। वेस्ट इंडीज ट्रायल बाय अभी भी है 239 रन। ब्रूक्स बनाकर खेल रहे हैं 63 रन, 10 चौके उन्होंने लगाए हैं अपनी इनिंग में, और लास्ट 10 ओवर में आए हैं अभी तक 31 रन आए हैं लास्ट 10 ओवर में, और 0 विकेट। ये इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है वेस्ट इंडीज के हिसाब से। वेस्ट इंडीज यही चाहती है कि भाई कैसे भी करके विकेट ना दिया जाए, क्योंकि अगर वेस्ट इंडीज विकेट दे देती है तो यहाँ पर इंग्लैंड के जीतने के चांस थोड़े बढ़ जाते हैं। इसलिए वेस्ट इंडीज चाहेगी कि भाई कैसे भी करके ये 2 दिन निकल दिए जाए ताकि मैच ड्रॉ हो जाए। और दूसरी तरफ है चेज, जो खेल रहे हैं 8 रन बनाकर, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं बैट्समैन को, ब्रूक्स को। विकेट जैसे आप नहीं देते हो तो आप विकेट अगर एक छोर बचा के रखोगे तो दूसरा बैट्समैन ऑलरेडी अच्छा खेल रहा है, जमा हुआ है, तो उसके ऊपर प्रेशर नहीं आएगा। तो चेज को कैसे भी करके सिर्फ स्ट्राइक रोटेट करना होगा, अपना विकेट बचा के रखना होगा। दूसरी तरफ ब्रूक्स है, वो ऑलरेडी जम चुके हैं, उनके ऊपर अगर प्रेशर नहीं आएगा तो ये दोनों बैट्समैन मिलकर आज का दिन निकाल सकते हैं अगर इस तरह से खेलते हैं। लेकिन चेज अभी अभी आए हैं तो देखना होगा कि क्या वो इस तरह से खेल पाते हैं। देखिए ये बॉलिंग लाइन अभी भी बाउंड्री उनकी तरफ है, शॉर्ट बॉल फेंकी जा रही है उनकी बॉडी लाइन की तरफ। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड फेंक रहे हैं, राउंड द विकेट आकर फेंक रहे हैं, सीधा बॉडी लाइन पर गेंद फेंक रहे हैं शॉर्ट बॉल, ताकि कुछ भी एज लगे, कट लगे। एक थर्ड मैन उन्होंने लगा रखा है, इसके अलावा स्लिप उन्होंने लगा रखी है, तो बैट्समैन को पूरी तरह से घेर रखा है। लेकिन फिर भी जो बैट्समैन है वो कोई गलती नहीं कर रहे हैं, बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से बैट्समैन खेल रहे हैं, विकेट नहीं दे रहे हैं कोई भी बैट्समैन। ये देखिए फिर से शॉर्ट बॉल, और ये देखिए जो चाहते थे वो होने वाला था, क्योंकि बैट्समैन के मुंह तक गेंद आई, वहां पर उनका बैट लगा और गेंद गई गली की तरफ, और गेंद जो लगी थी उनके ग्लव्स पे लगी थी। इतना हाइट था कि जो उनका बैट का हत्था होता है वहां पर जो उनका हैंड ग्लव्स था वहां जाकर ग्लव्स पर बॉल लगी, पूरे सिर के हाइट में बॉल थी। बैट्समैन ने किसी भी तरह उसको रोका, और अच्छा हुआ कि बैट पे नहीं लगी, नहीं तो एज सीधा जाता और कहीं ना कहीं ये कैच आउट हो सकता था। ब्रूक्स खेल रहे हैं, ब्रूक्स को शॉर्ट बॉलें फेंकी जा रही है, राउंड द विकेट आकर बॉडी लाइन गेंदें फेंकी जा रही है। ये देखिए एक और शॉर्ट बॉल जाने दिया उसको, ज्यादा ऊंची नहीं उठी, स्टंप से थोड़ा सा ऊपर रह गई बस बॉल। कीपर ने उसको पकड़ा, बैट्समैन ने उसे जाने दिया था, सोचा था अच्छी हाइट लेगी बॉल। पूरी तरह से यह नेगेटिव बॉलिंग चल रही है, बॉडी लाइन गेंदें चल रही है। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड उसके लिए फेमस है। ये देखिए बहुत ही स्टंप से मुश्किल से 1 फीट आधा फीट ऊपर से ये बॉल निकल गई स्टंप के ऊपर से। अगर थोड़ी सी ये बॉल नीचे होती तो स्टंप से गिल्ली उड़ा कर ले जाती। बैट्समैन ने सोचा कि ये भी अच्छी खासी बाउंस होगी, इसलिए उन्होंने उस बॉल को छोड़ दिया, जाने दिया कीपर के पास। लेकिन ये बैट्समैन के लिए थोड़ा सा घातक, डेंजरस सिद्ध हो सकता था। फिर से वही बॉल, फिर से शॉर्ट बॉल, लेग साइड से बॉडी लाइन, बॉडी को अटैक कर रहे हो, बॉडी लाइन गेंदे फेंक रहे हो, राउंड द विकेट आकर बैट्समैन को खेलना, इन बैट्समैन को ऐसी बॉलें खेलना बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल हो रहा है। पहली इनिंग में इंग्लैंड ने बनाए थे 469 रन, जिसमें हाईएस्ट स्कोरर रहे थे 2। पहले थे डोमिनिक सिबले जो थे ओपनर आए थे, उन्हें रोस्टन चेज ने ही आउट किया था और 120 रन बनाकर वो आउट हुए थे। और दूसरे जो हाईएस्ट स्कोरर थे वो थे बैन स्टोक्स। वाह, इस खिलाड़ी का क्या कहना है, ये खिलाड़ी 176 रन बनाकर गया था। इन्हें आउट किया था रोच ने, कैच किया था कीपर ने, डॉरिच ने। और कैप्टन जो है इस टीम के, जो रूट, वो कुछ ज्यादा कर नहीं पाए थे, कुछ 23 रन उन्होंने बनाए थे फिर भी, लेकिन स्टोक्स जिस तरह से खेले किसी और खिलाड़ी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी। अभी यहाँ पर मैच की कंडीशन यह है कि 80th ओवर स्टार्ट हो गया है, 80th वाला 80 ओवर स्टार्ट हो गया है ऑलरेडी, और 5 बॉलों के बाद इंग्लैंड के पास ऑप्शन होगा नई बॉल लेने का। तो मेरे हिसाब से इंग्लैंड टीम यहाँ से ये करेगी कि अभी नई बॉल लेकर, जैसी वो बॉलिंग कर रही है सभी बैट्समैन के खिलाफ, बॉडी लाइन गेंद, नेगेटिव बॉलिंग, राउंड द विकेट आकर वैसी ही बॉल करेगी नई बॉल के साथ, तो उनको विकेट लेने के चांसेस और ज्यादा बढ़ जाएंगे। स्पिनर इसी बीच बॉलिंग कर रहे हैं, ओवर पिच थोड़ी सी बॉल, बैट्समैन ने मारा खींच के और 4 रन, चेस को मिली बाउंड्री। थोड़ी सी ऑफ साइड में बॉल फेंकी थी, ओवर पिच बॉल थी, थोड़ा ऊपर टप्पा आ गया गलती से और उसका पूरा फायदा उठाया बैट्समैन ने। चेज ने निकाला लॉन्ग ऑफ की तरफ एक शानदार चौका। और अगली बॉल लेकर आए हैं फिर से चेज, खेल रहे हैं 12 रन बनाकर। अगली बॉल थोड़ी सी अच्छी बॉल थी, गुड लेंथ पे बॉल थी, उसको प्लेस कर दिया। देखिए वेस्ट इंडीज की पूरी तरह से रणनीति यहाँ से मुझे साफ नजर आ रही है कि वो अपना विकेट नहीं देना चाहते और ऑलरेडी 2 बॉलों के बाद में नई बॉल ले सकती है, इंग्लैंड के पास ये ऑप्शन आ जाएगा। और फॉलो ऑन के लिए अब यहाँ से मेरे हिसाब से 35 रन के आसपास की और जरूरत है फॉलो ऑन के लिए। उसके बाद में एटलीस्ट वेस्ट इंडीज फॉलो ऑन तो नहीं खेल सकती और जिस तरह से वेस्ट इंडीज के दोनों खिलाड़ी खेल रहे हैं फॉलो ऑन का कोई चांस नहीं लगता। ये दोनों आराम से निकाल कर ले जाएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले कुछ ओवर्स में और विकेट नहीं देखने को मिलेंगे। हो सकता है कि अब जो नई बॉल ये लेंगे वो देखने को, देखिए ये 80th ओवर यहाँ पर कंप्लीट हो चुका है। अब आपके पास चांस है इंग्लैंड के पास नई बॉल लेने के लिए। तो क्या यहाँ से इंग्लैंड नई बॉल लेगी या फिर पुरानी बॉल से ही जैसा चल रहा है वैसे ही चलेगी? मेरे हिसाब से इंग्लैंड यहाँ से तुरंत नया बॉल लेगा और राउंड द विकेट आकर उसके जो खास बॉलर्स हैं, ब्रॉड अभी फेंक ही रहे थे, वोक्स को लाएंगे वो, सैम करन को लाएंगे वो, और ये जो जितने भी बॉलर्स हैं ये फेंकेंगे राउंड द विकेट आकर शॉर्ट बॉल बैट्समैन को, ताकि बैट्समैन कोई भी गलती कर दे और एज लग के कैसे भी करके विकेट उन्हें मिल जाए। बैट्समैन को थोड़ा सा डराने की, पीछे धकेलने की कोशिश की जाएगी नई बॉल के साथ। देखते हैं कि क्या कैप्टन भी यही सोचते हैं इंग्लैंड के या फिर वो पुरानी गेंद से कंटिन्यू करेंगे, क्योंकि अब उनके पास यहाँ पर ऑप्शन आ गया है कि वो नई बॉल ले सकते हैं। ये आप यहाँ पर स्क्रीन पर देख रहे होंगे 235 का स्कोर लग गया है 4 विकेट पर। वेस्ट इंडीज ने अच्छा खेल दिखाया, अभी तक 80 ओवर हो चुके हैं। चेज खेल रहे हैं 13 रन बनाकर और दूसरी तरफ है ब्रूक्स जो खेल रहे हैं 63 रन बनाकर। पार्टनरशिप की हम बात करते हैं तो 36 रनों की पार्टनरशिप हो चुकी है। 71 तो एक अच्छी पार्टनरशिप धीरे धीरे 50 रनों की ओर बढ़ती हुई। आज के दिन की बात करते हैं, ओवर अभी भी 32 ओवर फेंके जाने हैं आज के दिन में। तो इन 32 ओवर में अगर कैसे भी करके वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम को आउट कर लेती है आज इंग्लैंड की टीम, तो कल के दिन आउट करना और ज्यादा आसान होगा वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम को, क्योंकि 5वां दिन है, बॉल और ज्यादा घूमेगा, जबकि आज ही बॉल ज्यादा स्विंग हो रहा है, अच्छा जा रहा है बॉल बॉलर्स के हिसाब से। बैट्समैन ने बहुत ही अच्छा खेला है आज, तो 5वें दिन बैट्समैन को पूरा दिन खेलना पूरी टीम को बहुत ही मुश्किल हो जाएगा अगर वो चौथे दिन ही आउट हो जाते हैं। तो वेस्ट इंडीज को किसी भी हालत में यहाँ से विकेट नहीं देना है। आज का दिन वो चाहेगी कि अब और कोई विकेट न जाए एटलीस्ट। और अगला ओवर एक बार फिर नई बॉल शायद नहीं ली है, क्योंकि अभी भी बॉल फेंक रहे हैं स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड। 142 की स्पीड में बॉल फेंकी, लेकिन एक मैंने चेंज ना मुझे माफ कीजिए, क्योंकि मैं जैसा मैं बोल रहा था कि नई बॉल ले लेंगे, यहाँ पर नई बॉल ले ली गई है, लेकिन नई बॉल के साथ जो राउंड द विकेट बॉल फेंक रहे थे बॉडी लाइन पे उसे बंद कर दिया है और अब ओवर द विकेट आ गए हैं स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड। बॉल वही शॉर्ट थी, लेकिन साइड जो वो राइट टाइम ओवर द विकेट फेंक रहे थे उसको उन्होंने फिर से चेंज करके राइट टाइम राउंड द विकेट फेंक रहे थे उसको ओवर द विकेट से स्टार्ट कर दिया है। देखिए फिर से शॉर्ट बॉल लगभग कंधे के बराबर की, तो शॉर्ट बॉलें फेंकना जारी है। 139 की ये बॉल लास्ट बॉल स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड फेंक रहे हैं अभी भी गेंद। ब्रूक्स खेल रहे हैं और स्ट्राइक पर है चेज जो 13 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं। तो चेज एक अच्छा स्कोर बनाकर खेल रहे हैं अभी भी। देखिए हम यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं इस वेस्ट इंडीज के खिलाड़ियों की। आप यहाँ पर स्क्रीन पर देख पा रहे होंगे, जैसा कि पहले हैं ब्रैथवेट जो बना के गए 75 रन, और जो ओपनर थे कैम्बेल उन्होंने बनाए थे 12 रन। उसके बाद आए थे अल्जारी जोसेफ जो नाइट वॉचमैन में आए थे और उन्होंने 32 रन बनाए थे। इसके बाद आए साई हो जो बनाकर गए 25 रन 71 बॉलों पर, और इसके बाद ब्रूक्स जो अभी भी खेल रहे हैं 63 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं। ब्रूक्स 10 चौके उन्होंने लगाए हैं अपनी पारी में, और चेज जो एक स्पिनर भी हैं उन्होंने बनाए हैं अभी तक 13 रन। एक छोर चेज ने संभाला हुआ है और एक छोर संभाला हुआ है ब्रूक्स ने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से अपना छोर संभाला हुआ है। 63 रनों पर वो खेल रहे हैं वेस्टइंडीज की टीम की एक बात होती है कि वो कभी भी स्लो नहीं खेलती है, वो हमेशा रन बनाने की कोशिश करती है। और क्योंकि हमने वनडे में भी देखा है, चाहे कितने भी विकेट वेस्टइंडीज के, बहुत ही शानदार बॉल, एक गुडलैंड टाइप की बॉल थी, गुडलैंड से थोड़ा सा ऊपर, गुडलैंड और ओवर पिच के बीच की वो बॉल थी, जो पड़ी सीधा बैट्समैन के ऑफ स्टंप के पास में, वहां से इन स्विंग हुई, बैट्समैन ज्यादा इन स्विंग हुई और स्टंप से बिल्कुल 1 इंच पास से निकल गई, विकेट होते होते रह गया क्योंकि बैट्समैन पूरी तरह से बोल्ड होते होते रह गए। बहुत ही अच्छी स्विंग थी, कीपर ने उसको पकड़ा बहुत ही ऊपर, तो शानदार बॉल थी ये, बैट्समैन बीट हुए पूरी तरह से, विकेट का पूरा चांस था मिलने का। तो नई बॉल अपना कमाल दिखा रही है, पूरी तरह से स्विंग हो रही है नई बॉल। क्या ये नई बॉल से इंग्लैंड को कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा? एक और अच्छी बॉल, गुड लेंथ थी लेकिन हाइट थोड़ी ज्यादा ली बॉल ने, बैट्समैन का बैट टच हुआ, गई बॉल थर्ड मैन की तरफ, यहां से एक बाउंड्री आती हुई। ये इंटेंशनली मारा हुआ शॉट नहीं था, बस यह था कि ये शॉट बैट पर लग गया और बॉल चली गई। अच्छा हुआ कि किसी फील्डर के हाथों में नहीं आई, थोड़ा हाइट भी नहीं लिया था, बॉल ग्राउंडेड होके गई, तो गली और थर्ड मैन के बीच में से, गली और पॉइंट के बीच में से यह बॉल निकलती हुई चली गई बाउंड्री की तरफ। तो बैट्समैन के लिए अच्छा हुआ, बैट्समैन का लक थोड़ा सा काम किया इस बॉल पर, अगर ये इस पर एज लगता तो पूरा चांस था कि यह कैच आउट होता, क्योंकि बैट्समैन को बॉल बिल्कुल समझ में नहीं आई थी और बैट्समैन ने पूरी तरह से इस पर सरेंडर कर दिया था। चलिए अगली बॉल यहाँ पर फिर से ब्रॉड लेकर आए हैं, अभी तक 64 रन वो दे चुके हैं, विकेट हालांकि उन्हें एक भी नहीं मिला है, अपने 81 ओवर की आखिरी बॉल, और इसी के बाद लेग साइड में बॉल, बैट्समैन बीट हुए, कीपर ने पकड़ने की कोशिश की और कीपर के ग्लव से छूट कर निकल गई, तो बाय के रन आए यहाँ पर आखिरी बॉल पर, 1 रन जरूर लिया होगा बैट्समैन ने, तो बाय मिला, एक्स्ट्रा मिला आखिरी बॉल पर। 81 ओवर यहाँ पर कंप्लीट हो चुके हैं। अब देखते हैं स्पिनर को, क्योंकि नई बॉल ले ली है तो अब स्पिनर तो नहीं आएंगे, अब देखते हैं किसको बॉलिंग का मौका मिलेगा, क्या वो होंगे वोक्स या वो होंगे सैम करन, देखने वाली बात होगी, या फिर बेन स्टोक्स को मौका दिया जाएगा। मुझे नहीं लगता कि बेन स्टोक्स को मौका दिया जाएगा, सैम करन जो 2 विकेट ले चुके हैं, मुझे लगता है कि हो सकता है वोक्स, क्रिस वोक्स या सैम करन के बीच में से चॉइस हो, कैप्टन इन दोनों में से किसी एक को लेकर आएंगे अब अगले ओवर में, क्योंकि नई बॉल है, अभी अभी लिया है, 1 ओवर हुआ इस नई बॉल से जो ब्रॉड ने फेंका है। अब अगला ओवर देखते हैं कौन लेकर आता है, क्योंकि बॉल अच्छी खासी स्विंग हो रही है और इस स्विंग के साथ बैट्समैन को खेलना इस बॉल को बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल हो रहा है। अगले ओवर की तलाश में, अगला ओवर जैसा मैं कह रहा था सैम करन, जी हाँ सैम करन 2 विकेट लेकर जा चुके हैं अभी तक इस वेस्टइंडीज टीम के, उन्होंने 2 विकेट लिए हैं, तो उन्हें लाया गया नई बॉल के साथ स्ट्राइक पर। आप यहाँ पर सैम करन का बॉलिंग फिगर देख सकते हो, 13 ओवर में उन्होंने 35 रन दिए हैं और 2 विकेट निकाले हैं टीम के, तो एक अच्छे बॉलर साबित हुए हैं टीम के लिए। क्या वो फिर से विकेट निकाल पाएंगे ब्रुक्स का? ब्रुक्स स्ट्राइक पर है, 67 रन बनाकर खेल रहे हैं और लेफ्ट आर्म और बॉलर थोड़ी सी हल्की अंदर आती हुई बॉल, 77 माइल्स पर आवर यानी 132 के आसपास की वो बॉल थी, 35 रन। और देखिए जो पहला कैम्बेल आउट हुए थे लेग बिफोर, पहला विकेट यहाँ पर बता रहे हैं हाईलाइट में, और दूसरा विकेट कीपर के पास में गया था जो हाई होप आउट हुए थे, साई होप, तो ये 2 विकेट लिए हैं इन्होंने सैम करन ने। फिर से अगली बॉल लेकर आते हुए सैम करन, क्या इस बॉल पर क्या होगा? अच्छी बॉल अंदर आती हुई, बैट्समैन को थोड़ा सा खेलने में परेशानी हुई यहाँ पर इस बॉल पर, और यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि कंटिन्यू 3 से 4 स्लिप लगा दी गई है जैसे नई बॉल आई है, तो क्या यहाँ पर विकेट ले पाएंगे सैम करन और स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड? एक साइड से स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड अटैक कर रहे हैं, दूसरे साइड से सैम करन अटैक कर रहे हैं, विकेट के लिए जद्दोजहद चल रही है पूरी तरह से यहाँ पर इन दोनों इंग्लैंड की टीम में। क्या इंग्लैंड की टीम यहाँ पर आज इस वेस्टइंडीज की टीम को ऑल आउट कर पाएगी? क्योंकि अगर वो ऐसा नहीं कर पाते हैं तो ये मैच 100% ड्रॉ ही होने वाला है, क्योंकि कल के दिन फिर से दोनों इनिंग आउट करना मुश्किल है। अभी भी ट्रायल बाय है 228 रन यानी लगभग 30 रनों के आसपास बनाने हैं यहाँ पर फॉलो ऑन टालने के लिए, और 30 रन यहाँ से बनते हुए आसानी से नजर आ रहे हैं टीम के। 30 रन बनाना, 4 विकेट ही हुए क्योंकि अभी आपके तो ये फॉलो ऑन को तो आप टाल दोगे किसी भी हालत में। और अच्छा प्लेसमेंट, सैम करन का इस ओवर में कुछ खास जलवा नजर नहीं आया है क्योंकि जो ब्रॉड थे उनकी बॉल बहुत ज्यादा स्विंग हो रही थी। पिछले ओवर में एक बहुत ही अच्छा बीट भी उन्होंने कराया बैट्समैन को। ब्रॉड ने गेंद सिर्फ स्टंप से 2 इंच ऊपर से निकल गई थी, पूरा अच्छा इन स्विंग मारा था, बैट्समैन पूरी तरह से बीट हुए थे उस पर। ये भी एक अच्छा स्विंग मिल रहा है, यहाँ पर देख पा रहा हूँ मैं सैम करन को अच्छा सा स्विंग मिल पा रहा है, बट फिर भी बैट्समैन इसे खेल रहे हैं अच्छे से। क्या यहाँ पर कुछ चेंज दे पाएंगे नई बॉल से? और ओवर पिच बॉल, थोड़ा सा लॉन्ग ऑन की तरफ, स्ट्रेट की तरफ खेला हुआ शॉट, 1 रन मिला बैट्समैन को। तो 82 ओवर्स का में गेम खत्म होते हुए और स्कोर पर टंग चुके हैं 241 रन, 4 विकेट के नुकसान पर वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए। अभी जो बैट्समैन आना बाकी है वेस्ट इंडीज के, वो है जर्मनी ब्लैकवुड आना बाकी है। तो मैं आपको बताता हूँ ब्लैकवुड के बारे में, थोड़ा सा उनकी प्रोफाइल पर बात कर लेते हैं। 1991 का उनका बर्थ है। 28 साल के ब्लैकवुड जमैका से बिलोंग करते हैं। एज ए बैट्समैन खेलते हैं, राइट हैंडेड बैट्समैन है। अभी तक वो 30 टेस्ट मैच खेल चुके हैं जिसमें उन्होंने एक शतक भी बनाया है। उस शतक में उनका हाईएस्ट स्कोरर है 112 रन। उनका एवरेज रहा है 31 के आसपास का और स्ट्राइक रेट रहा है 59 के आसपास का। तो टेस्ट मैच के हिसाब से स्ट्राइक रेट तो अच्छा है, बट एवरेज आपका बहुत ही कम है, एक शतक ही लगाया है, तो उतने ज्यादा इफेक्टिव नहीं है। बट एटलीस्ट अगर रोकना है यहाँ पर, इसी बीच कुछ मिस अंडरस्टैंडिंग होती हुई कम्युनिकेशन में रन आउट का चांस यहाँ पर छूटा हुआ। बैट्समैन ने बॉल को प्लेस किया, रन लेना चाहते थे ब्रूक्स, सामने खड़े नॉन स्ट्राइकर ने मना कर दिया। अगर वो भाग जाते वहां से तो ये 100% आउट हो सकते थे, बट उन्होंने मैनेज किया और वापस क्रीज में पहुंच गए। तो विकेट होते होते एक बार फिर हमने देखा बच गया। तो वेस्ट इंडीज यहाँ पर एक अच्छे लक के साथ भी खेल रही है, वो भी कहा जाएगा। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड एक बार फिर से बॉलिंग अटैक पर, इन स्विंग, और देखिए जो मैं बोल रहा था, इन स्विंग बॉल फेंकी और एलबीडब्ल्यू ब्रूक्स को आउट कर दिया। यहाँ पर ब्रॉड को मिला इस इनिंग का पहला विकेट। बहुत ही अच्छी बॉल, पूरी तरह से इन स्विंग बॉल अंदर आई और बैट्समैन के बैट से मिस हुआ, सीधा जाकर पैड पर लगी। स्टंप की लाइन में पैड था, तो एम्पायर को कोई मुश्किल नहीं हुई वो लेग बिफोर आउट देने में। यहाँ पर जा चुका है अब 5वां विकेट वेस्ट इंडीज की टीम का। ब्रूक्स आउट हुए 68 रन बनाकर। क्या इस सेशन में हम बचे हुए 5 विकेट इंग्लैंड यहाँ से ले सकता है? मुझे यह मुश्किल नहीं लग रहा है क्योंकि नए बैट्समैन आएंगे। देखिए अभी बैट्समैन कौन कौन से बाकी है हम एक बार बात कर लेते हैं। मैंने आपको बताया था ब्लैकवुड एक अच्छे बैट्समैन है, इसके बाद है डॉवरिच, ये भी पहले मैच में बहुत ही अच्छा खेले थे ये। इसके बाद हम डॉवरिच की बात करते हैं तो 1991 का बर्थ इनका भी है। ब्रैडफोर्ड से विकेट ये बिलोंग करते हैं, विकेट कीपर बैट्समैन है और 33 मैचेस अभी तक उन्होंने खेले, हाईएस्ट 125। तो एक बैटिंग की अच्छा दमखम ये रखते हैं। डॉवरिच फिलहाल आएंगे ब्लैकवुड, लेकिन उसके बाद के मैं बैट्समैन आपको बता रहा हूँ। डॉवरिच आएंगे उसके बाद में, जो 3 शतक लगा चुके हैं अपने कैरियर में, टेस्ट कैरियर में, वो भी बैटिंग कर सकते हैं अच्छी खासी। और जेसन होल्डर की तो बात ही अलग है क्योंकि जेसन होल्डर एज ए कैप्टन खेलते हैं। 1991 का इनका भी बर्थ है, बॉलिंग ऑलराउंडर है, बेसिकली इनका बॉलिंग है। बट मैं आपको बता दूं उनका एक दोहरा शतक भी उन्होंने बनाया है और 3 उन्होंने शतक लगाए हैं और 850। तो एक अच्छे बैट्समैन है। 32.5 लगभग के एवरेज के साथ उन्होंने रन बनाए हैं। 1917 उनके रन 42 टेस्ट मैच में। यहाँ तक वेस्टइंडीज की बैटिंग लाइनअप बहुत ही स्ट्रांग है जेसन होल्डर तक। बट अगर ये आउट हो जाते हैं तो फिर बहुत ही ज्यादा मुश्किल हो जाएगा वेस्टइंडीज के लिए यह मैच को बचाना, क्योंकि अगर आज वेस्टइंडीज पूरी आउट हो जाती है, अभी भी 30 ओवर के लगभग फेंके जाना बाकी है आज के, तो अगर आज वेस्टइंडीज पूरी तरह से आउट हो जाती है तो कल का दिन वेस्टइंडीज को आउट करना ज्यादा मुश्किल नहीं होगा। लेकिन इंग्लैंड को अपनी दूसरी इनिंग जरूर खेलना पड़ेगी क्योंकि फॉलोन से फिलहाल वेस्टइंडीज यहाँ से बच गए हैं। तो अभी भी ज्यादा चांसेस है कि यह मैच ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ रहा है, बट डिपेंड्स, मैच में कभी भी चेंज हो सकते हैं, कभी भी मिरेकल हो सकता है। तो यहाँ हम देखते हैं कि इंग्लैंड की टीम क्या मिरेकल करती है अगर उन्हें मैच जीतना है। अगले बैट्समैन यहाँ पर आ गए हैं ब्लैकवुड। पहली बॉल सीधी बॉल रही है, उसको आसानी से प्लेसमेंट कर दिया पहली बॉल को। 139 की स्पीड की ये बॉल थी पहली, अच्छी बॉल। अगली बॉल फेंकेंगे, क्या इन स्विंग होगी, क्या आउट स्विंग होगी। तो आज हम यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा देखते हैं कि ब्रुक्स कितने रन यहाँ से बना।
Chase, and Chase leans forward and lets it go. But it's the mode of the dismissal, I think, that in the previous over, that one keeping low. And one or two have bounced as well with this new ball.
Yeah, I honestly, I haven't seen anything.
Innings.
Yes, Dowrich or Holder. Just get through this period and get to the end of play.
Chase on 20, Curran bowls to him full, drives nicely through the offsides, going out towards the boundary, might well go for 4, Bess is after it, it does go for 4. And he's about 2 metres behind it as it hits the rope on the offside. Well, he was looking for that swing, Sam Curran, but in the end it was a nice juicy full ball, and it was put away expertly by Roston Chase.
Yeah, always love to see that. You're being challenged, your technique is being challenged, and you still have the presence of mind to get away the bad delivery. As easy as it sounds and as nicely as it looks, takes a lot of doing.
Here goes Curran into bowl to Chase, and Chase leaves it outside the off stump, taken by Buttler. So it's just past 5 o'clock. Play can go on until 7 o'clock this evening. There are 26 overs left in the day's play after this one. The West Indies target here just to get past the follow-on, but just to occupy the crease for as long as they possibly can, is take as many overs as they can out of the game. If England were able to bowl West Indies out for 290 or 300, here goes Curran bowling to Chase. Chase rather squared up by that one off the back foot, runs it down into the offside towards backward point, and there's no run. There's always the possibility of England going out and scoring some quick runs in their second innings and then saying, right, West Indies, here we go, 310 in 320, say, in 2 sessions, because we get extra overs tomorrow as well, and we have to bowl them as well. We have to have all 98 overs tomorrow.
Yeah, that is important. As this is first target, I think, 270. You need to fight through this period and get as close to 270 as possible, surpass 270, and then look to bat till the end of play today. If these two can do that, can bat to the end of play today, then tomorrow you need to be selfish. You need to look for that red inker, bat 90 overs, get 160, 170, potentially even a double 100. You would have batted England out of the game. You would have regained the series, and you would have put some miles in the legs of the England bowlers. So this first target obviously is most important, getting through this spell, getting to 270. But once you get past this, then it's time to be real selfish as a batting unit, and for one of these guys to go on and get a massive individual score.
Yeah, that's the challenge. Although Broad with the new ball, it looks like a tricky challenge at the moment. Now, Dowrich is on 0. Broad's taken 2 wickets with the new ball. And he's off again from the Jimmy Anderson end. Past the umpire now. Bowls to Dowrich, and Dowrich checks the shot there. Plays it into the offside towards Crawley at cover, and there's no run. Dowrich praying he doesn't get one like Blackwood did.
It'll always be in the back of your mind.
That ball that bowled Blackwood out was the first ball to hit the stumps this match in the 247th over in Southampton. We had 10 players out bowled in 345 overs.
Dowrich yet to score. There are 2 slips in the gully and a short leg. Here is Broad to bowl to Dowrich. Dowrich is playing that firmly back to the bowler, and Broad knocks it down with his left hand and deflects it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. We've only had 16 wickets so far in the game. Of course, effectively this is the 3rd day. The day lost yesterday. People in the south, they're hard to believe he didn't have any play yesterday. They were absolutely glorious in the south. 252 for 6. Broad bowls, and he's struck on the pads. Another big shout for LBW. He's given him out. He's given him out. Umpire Goff, and Dowrich is walking down the pitch to consult with Roston Chase. Broad absolutely confident. It's rare that he isn't, mind you. It has been reviewed.
TV
with 5 seconds to go.
We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. If I could see the front foot first, please. Thank you. Fair delivery. Go on to front on spin vision, please.
Right, we're seeing front on now. A little bit high. Might be umpire's
Okay, just
call.
take that back a little bit, please, if we can.
It's quite a small man. Hit him above the
Okay, there's
knee
no
roll.
bat involved. No bat involved. We'll go straight through to ball tracking when available, please.
Big moment in the game, this. It's hitting.
It's pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets is hitting. Going to go back to Michael on field. Michael, you can save your original decision. You're on camera now.
There we go. So Dowrich has gone. Broad has got 3 wickets with the new ball. Westindies 18 away from saving the follow-on. My initial reaction there was umpire's call, but actually, according to the technology, it was hitting the top of leg stump. Dowrich was a little off the ground. He was on his toes, and it hit him above the knee roll, but he's only a small man. So Broad super confident with that one. One of those Broad where he's almost celebrating before the umpires raise the finger. And obviously that confidence can sometimes you try to persuade the umpire to raise the finger. And umpire Goff, he's had a pretty good game. Did respond, and the technology backed him up.
And this is Stuart Broad. Looked ineffective for the majority of the first part of this innings. Second new ball comes along and bang, bang, bang. And he's really opened the game up. Jason Holder, last recognised batsman. And if Westindies lose a wicket now, then you start to think that England in the ascendancy, they'll probably bowl again. And hope for 2 or 3 tonight. It could be a tricky last day's play. It's all changed in a matter of 6-7 overs.
What have we had? And in terms of wickets per runs per balls, and since the new ball was taken.
So the new ball was taken at 235 for 4 from 80, so it's now 252 for 7, so 17 runs, 3 wickets. Stuart Broad 3 for 1 in his last 14 balls.
Well, he's turned it round. He really has.
Balls.
He's broken the game open as far as England are concerned. And West Indies' last 2 recognised batsmen are together. 2 very good players, it has to be said. Chase and Holder. And Drinks are on the field. And everyone's taking stock, really. I think the drinks break has caught the ground staff by surprise, because it's taken them a while to bring out the brushes and that long white pole that they use to mark the creases. I mean, tea interval didn't seem that long ago. It was only 55 minutes ago, I suppose, because we're having extended play today. And that's the reason the drinks break has been taken. So lots has happened of late. Plenty of highlights to catch up with. Video clips available now on the BBC Sport website and app. And today at the Test, BBC 2 at 7 o'clock tonight. And it's also on iPlayer. I know it clashes with the FA Cup semi-final between Chelsea and Manchester United on BBC 2, which I've got a feeling that Carlos is going to be watching later.
Yep, team news just released.
All right. And feeling a bit tense, no doubt, as well.
Yeah, always, never ever confident.
And that's on BBC 1, the football, and on 5 Live. So if you are going to watch the football and you want to catch up with the cricket highlights, it's on the iPlayer. You can catch up with it afterwards or at your leisure. But the game is now at a very interesting stage where England, it's not inconceivable that England now have got sort of a victory chance either way, even if West Indies do save the follow-on. Probably a bit harder to win it that way, but not impossible, especially when you see this pitch where with the new ball it's been tricky. One on the ground, and Broad's got a couple to bounce as well. And he's that sort of bowler. We've seen it so often in his career where he just gets some momentum into his bowling, and he feels irresistible for a while.
That's a challenge with Stuart Broad. There are bowlers that take wickets, they'll take a 5 or they'll take consistent 4s. Stuart Broad likes bags full of wickets. So when he gets wickets, he gets them 3 and 4 at once, and he could oftentimes end with a 5 or 6. As the Aussies will make a run to them with an 8. And his tail is up. He has 3 already. If he can break this partnership to give him 4, he'd be looking at a 6 for having looked ineffective for majority of the first innings. That's just the quality of the man.
What are his figures overall? Results?
3 for 65, so he was 0 for 64. Yeah, and 3 for 1 in was 14 balls.
And he's up to now in his career, where are we? I've got stats here. He's up to 488 Test wickets in his 139th Test match. And Holder taking guard out there. A very long drinks break. The ground start gradually making their way off the field. A lot resting here on Holder and Chase for Westindies, with Roach and Gabriel to come, and the ball new. You can just imagine if there were spectators in the ground now on a sunny Sunday in July, they really would be roaring Stuart Broad into the crease now. He's bowling from the Anderson end to Jason Holder, his first ball, and Holder seems to have all the time in the world, just calming it down. What's the fuss out here? Pushes that away into the offside. There's no run.
He does look a lot more confident than Dowrich did. He just always got the impression when Dow came up to bat that he was a little unsure. Obviously, just seeing Blackwood lose his wicket with one that rolled along the ground. Then he got a short ball, and he always looked as though he was never settled. Jason's only faced one ball, but in behind it nicely and looking a lot more confident.
2 slips in the gully and a short leg. Broad goes in to bowl to Holder, and Holder gets a straight ball which he leans forward to and plays quietly up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I can see Stokes loosening up. Now it's second slip. How many overs has Curran bowled with the new ball, Andy?
3.
It may well be that England go to Stokes, looking for further breaks with Holder, of course, at the other end, and that's a good battle in this series between those two.
Stokes won this run for sure with the bat.
Definitely. That might be, we see Stokes. Woakes is loosening up as well. Broad goes in, bowls to Holder. Holder gets a straight ball which he defends up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So another successful over for Stuart Broad. 3 for 65 from 22 overs. 252 for 7. West Indies need 18 more to avoid being asked to follow on. England need 3 wickets if they are to try to enforce it. I mean, the teams don't like enforcing the follow-on these days. They like to give their bowlers a bit of rest. But I think in these circumstances, England would have to enforce it.
Yeah, I think time is against them. If they hadn't lost the whole day yesterday, the third day, they'd have a lot more time to execute different plans, and now it's all hands to the pump and they need to get a win. They just need to get back out there and make one last effort. Obviously having to take 3 wickets in this first innings firstly.
Yeah, we're just seeing the dismissal of Blackwood again. England could have done one of those last Sunday, Carlos.
You could always do one of those. 87 overs in, get the second new ball, bowl it on the stump, it rolls along the ground under the bat. You'd all love that.
It also shows how fickle this game is. You know, a week ago Blackwood was winning the Test match for West Indies. A week later, castled by a grubber for naught. Here is Stokes into the attack, bowls very wide to Roston Chase. That was a rather stiff first delivery from Ben Stokes. You can understand it as well. I mean, he's a very fit professional cricketer, extremely fit. But he did bowl 11 overs in a row in the afternoon session. Also, miles on his legs is batting in this match, 176, the slowest Test 100. He actually said afterwards, the thing that delighted him most, that he was able to bat for 300 balls. He said, I never thought I'd ever be able to do that. Stokes bowls outside the off stump, nothing from Chase. He's on 24.
And that's why he mentioned how important Dom Sibley was for his knock, because with no momentum in the game and he wasn't flowing as he would like, as a flair player and a positive player as he is, it's easy to chase after one to try to get a bit of momentum, and he stayed patient and then obviously flipped the switch and moved the gears through as he went on.
He tries again, past umpire Illingworth now, up to the stumps, goes in and bowls to Chase, and Chase gets one on his hip and knocks it away down towards fine leg. And goes through for a single. 253 for 7. West Indies 17 runs away from being asked to avoid being asked to follow on. I say that, always avoid being asked to follow on, because it's not always enforced. People say to avoid the follow on. It's not, obviously not obligatory to do so. It's just there for the captain of the fielding side if he wants to do it. Alistair Cook is coming in alongside me. How many times did you enforce the follow on in a Test match? Can you remember that or not? The reason I ask is it doesn't happen that often these days. Here is Stokes bowling full. Oh, good delivery, goes past the outside edge of the Holder's bat.
I can't remember how many times I did. I did it occasionally. normally.
But do you prefer not to?
You'd prefer not to, because the bonus of giving the bowlers rest and their feet up, even for 40, 50 overs, you just get, I think, outweighs the carry on going on the field. You end up spending quite a long time in the field then. Like England have already done 90 overs. This is a slightly different situation.
Stokes to Holder. Holder plays calmly to back a point, and there's no run.
With the time restraints now, with the fact that we lost a whole day of rain. I don't like the fact Ben Stokes is holding his midriff, but hopefully it's just a stitch or something. But yeah, so this one you wouldn't follow on, because there's, you don't want to lose the game. Obviously, if West Indies do pass the follow on, they could still win the game, because I think England will be quite brave.
Yeah. Stokes bowls, and Holder plays nicely through the offside, finds the gap probably for 2 runs. Chase out towards the deep cover boundary. Yeah, I mean, you, for example, when you chased in Abu Dhabi, I think you lost, how many wickets did you lose in that game? Probably lost 5 or 6, something like that, trying to chase 99, because you have to go for it, don't you? And England will go for it if they do have to chase something like that on the final day, the final evening of the game. Right, it's nicely set up, 15 to avoid. England need 3 wickets. Chase 25, Holder 2. Stokes all right? I'm not sure. Anyway, he's just grimacing a bit. Ishigo's coming in now.
Yeah, hopefully it's just something 8 or 10. He doesn't feel great, but it does look a little bit more serious than that. I'm hoping that Andy, the stats man, can find out how many times I did enforce the follow on. I was heavily criticised by Jonathan Agnew once for not enforcing the follow on at Headingley against New Zealand. Heavily criticised I was. I mean, proper battle. We won very comfortably in the end. Graham Swan got 5 for. Aggers wanted to go home, and he didn't want to spend another day, and that was the only reason.
Here comes Stuart Broad again then, bowling to Chase, beats the edge, through to Buttler. Don't you just love watching cricket when Stuart Broad is on a roll like this?
It is brilliant, and there's one thing you can say: when Stuart Broad finally stops playing cricket for England, he'll be able to look at himself and say, I delivered when it mattered the most, at crucial moments in series and games, and that must be a brilliant thing for him to look back on with great fondness.
Arms pumping as he's past the umpire. Bowls, Chase drives. They're pushing through for a single. The throw comes in, and he's in. Is Jason Holder.
That was out.
Needed to hit. Chris Woakes missed the stumps.
I think. Sorry, I thought
say by a few inches, but
yeah, I think Holder thought he was going to throw at the Chase's end, the danger end, but he went for the other end. Actually, Holder's a bit quicker than I thought.
I think he would have been out though. You're right.
Oh.
It was a tight one. Very, very tight. Things happening here at Old Trafford.
It's amazing how Test cricket, isn't it? When not much happened, and it seemed West Indies were cruising past the follow-on, and everything was just going to be quite a comfortable thing. Then suddenly one wicket changes the momentum, the new ball, and this game is on a knife edge, isn't it? The series just teetering. Can England knock the door down?
Yeah, they've certainly made the most of this new ball. No question of that. They're into the 9th over of it as Broad comes in on angle. Holder back and across, defends to the offside with his long strides to the ball. No run.
It's a real shame that Aggers isn't on air, not for any of the fact that I'm not with you, because we would have had a brilliant argument for the next 20 minutes about that follow-on at Headingley, because he will not to this day
let it go.
It will not let it go.
You enforce a follow-on 3 times from 19 opportunities.
To the tune of Frozen, as Broad bowls. Holder allows it to pass. Good length delivery outside the off stump.
And just one more quick go on that. How many times when I didn't enforce the follow-on, we had the opportunity, we win the game or lose the game. We must have won most of those games. Or there must have been some draws.
Hang on, no, I need to check my stats. I'm not sure I've got the right filters on this. Give me another minute.
Okay. Again, blaming technology.
It wasn't that many times.
I didn't think it was that many times. We weren't that good.
Broad past the umpire. Holder defends. It hits the outer part of the bat. Goes to point. No run.
Sorry, I've done you a great disservice. 3 out of 6 opportunities.
I was going to say 19. I was only thinking 19 times.
I thought I'd put the filter on for 200 run lead, but I hadn't.
So yeah, I captained 59 times, and I lost quite a lot of those games. So I thought the other 19. Anyway, so it's 3 out of 6. And the results of those 3 out of 6. Or do you need another filter?
It looks like 2 wins and a draw.
Holder still at the crease as he's backing across now and covering the ball to the offside.
Sorry, when I didn't enforce the follow on. Sorry, I'm not letting this go. This is the bugbear.
No, you need to get it right.
I need to get it right.
Yeah.
And also, so does Andy, to be honest with you.
Go on, Andy. Pressure on.
So what was the New Zealand game? Was that the Headingley?
Headingley, 2013.
Was that a 4-day game?
Could have been, yeah. There's a lot of rain about.
That didn't come up in the 200-run lead, because it was a 180-run lead. England won by 247 on that occasion.
Joffrey's been let out of his room.
Yeah.
Sorry, has that been said already?
I don't know if it's been said. Yeah, it has.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, he's training in the nets as Stokes runs away from us. He bowls. Chase leaves outside the off stump. Got 2 slips in the gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Well, actually a man just in front of the square and a man down at fine leg. That was Stokes. It's the top of his mark. Broad tosses the ball to him. An exciting passage of play here at Old Trafford as Stokes turns the top of his mark, pushes away. Bowls now. Chase defends to the offside. Strong breeze blowing here. There's Westindies 256 for 7. They're 14 away from avoiding the follow-on, trailing by 213.
Still hurting, isn't it? Every time he finishes his the follow-through of his actually just let go of the ball, he then grabs something in his around the stomach area.
Into his delivery stride now. Full. Chase drives to cover, who dives to his left, picks the ball up and throws in one motion. Sam Curran to Josh Buttler, no run. Let it go. That's just reminded me of Mitchell Johnson. Do you know the story behind this?
No.
When he was terrorising you guys in Australia.
Don't tell me he was singing
13,
Frozen
14.
songs.
That was the song that was going through his mind.
He was definitely letting he was definitely letting it go. Chase defends to the offside. I thought that'd have been more apt in 2010 where you couldn't quite hit the cut strip. He was letting it go right then.
Yeah. Bowls to the left, bowls to the right.
He bowled quick in 2013.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah, it was incredible, really. But yeah, he genuinely said that helped to settle him.
I'm glad he found it out then, not early on in his career.
What about you when you were batting? Were there any songs in your head ever? As Stokes comes in on an angle, he bowls. Chase whips it over to the leg side forcefully, and will pick up 4. Just slightly straying in line. Ben Stokes he kicks the ground and retreats to the top of his mark, but he is grimacing and he's not happy. Chase moves to 30, 260 for 7.
That's a lovely shot from Chase. Dismissive. He's been quite calm, and then the ball was going down leg stump. He's really West Indian flair, flicking it a wrist to hit it. He hit that hard. He hit it hard over mid-wicket. Follow on targets 10 away.
Here comes Stokes again. Chase defends, and he is struggling here, Ben Stokes. As he comes through, now hands on hips. At the end of the over, it's 260 for 7. 10 overs of this second new ball have been bowled. West Indies need another 10 runs to avoid the follow-on, and he's wincing. Doesn't look good for England's talisman. As he's now going to take a drink. Oh no, he's not going to take a drink. I thought he was. I thought the man that just came on, Jack Leach, was handing him a drink, but he's going to go and have a chat to Joe Root now.
I was surprised this. Chris Woakes is coming on from James Anderson. Saying, I would have loved to see Stuart Broad one more at least. One more, and if he'd bowled 5, it'd have been his 6. So yeah, I would have tried to give him one more there. He just had that knack, didn't he? He looked like he was picking up a wicket at any stage.
I'm just seeing Ben Stokes walk off the pitch now. He was grabbing at his rib, and he's disappearing below towards the dressing room.
Stuart Broad's spell, either side of the new ball, 4 overs with the old ball, then the 5 with the new ball, 3 for 14 from 9 overs. Those first 4 of the 7 shortest overs he's bowled in the last 11 years, and then a spell of 3 for 1 in 14 balls with the new ball.
Yeah, I forgot about those few before he bowled with the new ball. So yeah, I'll take that one back, Stuart. I didn't realise you bowled a 10 overs.
Craig Overton is on in place of Ben Stokes as Chris Woakes does a few kicks. Now shimmies towards us into his stride, bowling from the James Anderson ends to Holder, who edges, but it's all along the ground to second slip. A bit of shape on offer for Chris Woakes. Yeah, back to that. And batting out in the middle. So you never really...
Not really.
Had any tunes in your head?
I never had like let it go through my head or anything like that. No. I spoke to myself when I was, watch the ball, commit and watch the ball, as the probably where Chris Woakes was halfway through his run-up, I would say.
Holder edges and caught at first slip. Chris Woakes into the attack and has an immediate impact. And the captain is gone.
That's why he changed the bowling. What do I know, sitting up here? Actually, Chris Woakes deserved that. He's bowled really well. For his first game back, and he's just got a bit of a way shape. Holder pushed at it, nice comfortable catch. First hit with Joe Root. What a turnaround! What a turnaround from England. And those 10 runs will look a long way away now with Kemar Roach coming out to bat. And Jason Holder's gone for 2, which is actually, he hasn't batted that well on this tour actually, and struggled in the warm-up games. Got a couple last week. Actually looked nice, but hasn't spent any time in the middle. So England, we were talking, weren't we, off at tea time, what's going to happen here? And they have just grabbed this game by the scruff of it. Stuart Broad has done the damage. We've got a serious game on, even if they don't pass the follow on.
But it is incredible, isn't it, Test cricket? England desperately needing wickets to stay in this series, and it's almost coming too easy at the moment.
It's not.
If I can say that.
Well, they've earned their right. 90 overs.
Yeah.
They've done the time in the dirt, but they've just grabbed. They got this 1 wicket, and I think we spoke about in the beginning of the series. Would Westindies batting be consistent enough throughout the 15 days of the game to be good enough for those 15 days? And they were just good enough at Southampton. I think England will be kicking themselves for those 2 batting performances there. That collapse of 5 for 30 at Southampton. And you just when you play against this West Indies side, you just think that they have a collapse in them.
But that's what I mean, I guess, when I say it's almost coming too easy. It's because they've been so disciplined right up until the last sort of 10 overs. And fair play to England. They're bowling in the right areas. They're getting the ball talking. A bit of movement off the pitch.
It's just that new ball, isn't it? This pitch is just offering now that coming the end of the day 4, that balls from Stuart Broad nipping back to Blackwood. No one's hitting that.
2 slips in the gully to Roach as Woakes bowls wide of the off stump. It continues to swing afterwards away from Jos Buttler, who takes it shoulder high. So trailing by 209 the West Indies, 260 for 8 they are, and another 10 runs required to avoid the follow-on.
We've got a game on. We have a game on.
Yeah. Woakes runs towards us now. Wind blowing through his hair as he bowls to Roach, who looks to play. It beats the outside edge through to the keeper.
Could be a little game of cat and mouse coming now with two balls left to the over. They'll want Roach on strike, so they might spread the field, offering the one. Obviously, not that many runs to play with, so we could have an interesting, 10 minutes with field placings. What's going through Joe Root's mind?
Roach taps his bat down. Now high as he defends to the offside, and cover comes around, stopping from taking a single. So one more ball left of this over. Field unchanged.
It is funny, isn't it, when something gets close, like the follow-on, the camera's just always on the captain's face. Whether it's the declaration, he's sitting in the change room, the camera just doesn't leave him alone. Here, always on him, aren't they?
Bright blue sunnies on his cap as he now crouches at first slip. Roach, does he get something on it? No, as it goes through to Buttler. But he did look to play that down the leg side. And that is the end of the over from Woakes. The Westindies remain on 260 for 8 then, and trailing by 209. I've seen you a lot today, Cookie.
Yeah, we've been kind of following each other around, haven't we? We've actually, after this, we're going straight back to do TV, aren't we? So, I mean, I feel a bit sorry for you. No, I feel sorry for you. You get stuck with me for an hour and a half.
We're going to have to find things to talk about. Always stuff to talk about. I asked people what they were up to this Sunday afternoon. I got a message from Laura Moore. I'm listening to TMS on headphones and knitting, whilst the husband and number one daughter watch Derby versus Leeds on TV.
I hope she means the oldest daughter, not her favourite daughter.
Oh dear, brilliant. And Danny Wyatt also messaged it's her mum's birthday today, so they're all out in the garden, hanging out, the Wyatts. Nearly into the evening, aren't we? Yeah.
Yesterday, Isha. Shannon Gabriel missed a glaring run out yesterday, which would have had England bowl out for 440. They added 29 more runs. Proved extremely important in terms of the follow-on target.
As Sam Curran comes into the attack now, bowls down the leg side, goes through to Buttler. Chase looking to work it away, but doesn't get anything on it. 3 slips in play, a deep point, extra cover, mid-off. Stuart Broad shining the ball there at the moment, mid-on, deep square and fine leg.
Yeah, so they spread the field, haven't they? Trying to get Chase off strike and steal the catches in. So if he does nick it, chance to get him out.
Curran bowls to Chase on the back foot, pushing that to mid-on. Talking about the telly, today at the Test on air at 7 p.m. on BBC Two tonight, available to watch on the iPlayer as well. There'll be plenty to catch up on with all these wickets falling. Glum face of Shannon Gabriel at the moment. We're looking at the TV and see him in the dressing room looking very upset indeed. As Chase works this off his pad out to deep square. Will come through for 1 as the leg by is signalled. 261 for 8, trailing by 208. 9 runs away from the follow-on as Sam Curran makes a slow walk back to the top of his mark.
Interesting moment for Sam Curran. Could he have gone for Dom Bess? Tossed a couple out to see whether Roston Chase decided I can do this in a hit or two. Bit of like dangling carrots when tough as was earlier, where they could have dangled a carrot there, but he's gone for the swing of Curran.
The left armour bowls now, stuck on the pads. Will it be given? No.
Has that pitched on? Is that pitched on the stumps or is it pitched outside?
And it's Kemar Roach on strike.
James, we're on.
They are going to review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. If I could see the front foot first, please.
You're hearing the voice of Richard Kettleborough, the third umpire.
Thank you. Fair delivery. We could move on to front on spin vision, please.
Front foot is absolutely fine. Is there any bat involved now? That's what we'll see. Nice shaping delivery back into the right-hander. Pitches in line.
Okay, I'm just going to need to see ultra edge, please,
in line?
just to confirm.
I think it's pitched in line. It hits him on the knee roll.
Jeff, you're absolutely spot on when we were doing the... Who was it? Was it Chase?
Roll it through, please.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
Roll
he's
it
got
through.
some inside edge on that, I think.
Okay, we have just roll that rock and roll that right back, please, just before the ball gets to the bat, and then take it forward again, please.
It looks like...
Okay, freeze it there.
Yeah.
We have a clear spike as the ball passes the bat. I'm going to go back to Richard on field. Richard, I've got a clear spike. You can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on camera now.
So England waste a review as Sam Curran shakes his head, walking back to the top of his mark. Reviews remaining 2 each now.
Sorry, I don't think anyone... I don't know. I think Richard Illiwan gave that out for the inside edge. I think he thought it pitched outside leg stump. I don't think any of them were talking about the nick.
Inside edge,
yeah,
yeah.
no one was. I don't think, did he hit it? I don't think that was even on their minds.
Curran bowls to Roach, who defends, comes forward and pushes it to the leg side. No run. Yeah, he's getting some nice shape though. That's what you like to see from Sam Curran. The new ball. Slight breeze blowing across from left to right, so it is the right end for him to bowl. The Brian Statham end, as Joe Root's just signalling from first slip to send out the man to deep backward square. Pushes away now, does Curran. He hustles in, bowls. Roach again across the stumps and defence to the leg side. At the end of the over, it's 261 for 8. 12 overs have been bowled with this new ball, trailing by 208. The West Indies. In fact, England have lost another review, so they've only got one review remaining. And the West Indies 9 off, avoiding the follow-on. A few more words from you, Alistair, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
As if what I called for 20 minutes ago about talking about following on and that Headingley game. I wonder if Adam's just changed the rota so we're allowed a 5-minute conversation about it. If Aggers was listening backstage. Hi, Aggers.
I'm afraid I wasn't glued to your every word, Alistair, if I'm honest with you. I was having a cup of tea and a lie down next door.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was interesting.
Well, if you were, I mean, you could have gone to sleep if you listened to me. We were talking about following
Yes,
on.
I know, the Headingley one. Skinny of your teeth, that one, wasn't it? 261 for 8. And we've got Woakes coming from the far end, moving in bowling, a short wide of the off stump, cracked away into the offside. They'll take 1. So 8 runs needed by the West Indies. 207 behind. Only Big Shannon Gabriel to come.
And anything can happen with Big Shannon.
Isn't it great how tense it is? Do you know what this game so far has been a really bad advert for?
You're going to explain?
I will. Here's Woakes bowling outside the off stump. He plays no stroke. So he goes to keeper. 4-day test cricket.
Yes. Yeah, because we'll be shaking hands. Well, we'll be shaking hands by now.
Yeah. But also the pace that the 5-day game is played at, isn't it? And you appreciate that they can go quiet for a little while. But then when something happens and you get the excitement and the tension, it is magnified. It obviously seems more because of the lull that's been before it. In comes Woakes and he bowls and plays slightly across the pad. Down to mid-on it goes. Told that Ben Stokes is about to come back on the field. Not quite sure why he was off it, but...
Well, if you weren't lying down watching, he went off. Looked like he was a bit injured from bowling in the stomach, on the sternum.
He's put a lot of effort in today, hasn't he? Crikey. He really has. He's leaning on the advertising hoardings there, waiting for the moment. As Woakes moves in once more, and he bowls a good one. Outside the off stump, a grope from Roach. The ball was past that outside edge in a flash into Buttler's gloves. Terrific how tense this is, because it just changes the dynamic. If West Indies do avoid the follow-on, even by 1, so England have a lead of 199. The time ticking away tonight. The obvious question to you is coming next. Woakes over the wicket, bowls, as well played by Roach. His head over that and playing to it off. Who is going to open the batting for England?
Ooh, I wasn't expecting.
There you go.
Well, it'd be aggressive, wouldn't it? They do need to be aggressive, actually. They do need to. Would you say cheers, Dom? You're 100 in the first innings.
Yep.
You probably...
Up he goes, Zach.
Yeah. Actually, that's I wasn't expecting that.
Woakes a bit wider of the crease. Was outside the off stump. No stroke again from Roach, so 8 needed to avoid the follow-on. I don't know if it's ruthless, but it's just a team decision.
No. Was there 19 overs left? We probably will get close to 19 overs, won't we?
Take a couple out.
So say, if England, you say there's a lead of 190, that'll take another 10 overs and 9 overs today for them to bat. You'd only want to bat for 20 overs, wouldn't you? So you'd have 90, 85 at them, or a few more, so you just have that last second new ball.
What do you want to score? 120, 130 at that time?
Well, I think England, it depends how desperate they are to win the series or not lose points for the World Test Championship. Because you get more points for a draw, I'd imagine, than you would a loss.
But it's a given that they will bat a bit longer than we up here think they should do. Here's Curran swinging in. That's a beautiful stroke. Absolutely dismissed it. The ball swung into his pads, and Chase there has just taken a bit of pressure off the Westindies. Only a little, because the follow-on is only part of the story here. But it means they need just 4 now. But that was a terrific shot. Swinging into the leg stump. They clipped that hard. Cuffing stroke, really. Pass mid on down to the boundary.
They played one of Ben Stokes earlier. Same kind of force.
Well, one more of those, and then we're into plan B as far as England are concerned.
What do you say? 85 overs?
Sounds about
280?
There goes Curran. Bowls, that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket, diving save there. Well, yes, I would say that, except you just know that the record is that when you're actually out there making the decision yourself as the captain, you do inevitably, I think, want a bit more than that. You've been there yourself so many times, the camera panning on you, standing in the...
Just saying.
He's about to declare, he's going to declare, no he's not. And he keeps saying, declare.
I didn't get many of those declarations wrong, Angus, I don't think.
No, but from here you feel that the players probably don't need as many.
Because there is a time issue on it. I didn't have many time issue.
Curran bowls, it's short, swung away into the leg side, and there you go, the follow-on is saved. Ball thunders into the edge of the boundary down there, deep backward square leg, and Chase has got a big smile on his face, because that, at least from Westindies, is an important milestone they've now reached. They've avoided the follow-on, but they're not out of the mire yet.
Yeah, especially with that ball from a couple of balls from Stuart Broad, who kept low and gone through the top a little bit. It's going to happen. More's going to happen tomorrow. That is for certain.
So they're 199 behind. In goes Curran. Bowls to Chase, swinging in and played across his pad. And as it goes to mid-wicket now. This is interesting. It's very, very detailed, the information that you get from the dressing room these days, is that Stokes just needed an indigestion tablet rather than him being off for any muscle injuries. That's why he was pressing.
Ate too much tea.
It's just, nasty thing, acid reflux, which is, I suspect that's all about. Then 270 for 8. Goes Curran. Bowls outside the off stump, pushed away. Oh, he's playing so handsomely now. Chase is going to get a couple here. Bess hurls the ball in from deep point. Fine stroke, forced off the back foot. 272 for 8. So Westindies are 197 runs behind. It's still a big platform for England, but that equation now and the thoughts of batting orders and so on becomes a reality. But they still need these 2 wickets really quickly. 272 for 8. I can see Shannon Gabriel sitting. He's good to go in the dressing room. As Curran moves in, bowls it, hit in the air down to mid-on. It doesn't quite carry. And Chase there opening his shoulders as an ambitious shot. And was almost caught by Woakes at mid-on. But he's done his bit there, Chase. He's 41 not out now. So he really leant back and gave that the kitchen sink, but the ball just dropped short of Chris Woakes. Michael Vaughan's alongside me.
Good afternoon, or good evening should I say. Fascinating, been terrific cricket over the last
hour and a half. Stuart Broad charging in with that second new ball.